Chapter 1. The red pen slipped from Cleo Adejola's fingers and rolled across the last essay she would never finish grading. The sentence stopped mid-dot. Kazimir Solanke's transformation into the Ice Warlord functions as a critique of... She blinked at the ceiling of her office. The fluorescent light hummed. The radiator clicked its slow winter complaint. Her chest felt wrong, hollow in a way that breathing could not fill, and the pain that had been climbing her left arm for the past hour finally crested into something that erased the paragraph she had been composing. Her forehead hit the desk. The last thing she saw was the red pen, still rocking gently, its cap stained with the ink she had chewed through 3 semesters of seminar notes. She had been alone. She was always alone when the work was good enough to lose herself in. The Long Thaw. Her book, the one she had taught with obsessive, annotated precision for 7 years, the one whose chapter 34 she had lectured on so many times she could recite the courtroom dialogue from memory. She had died grading essays on the book that killed her. The irony was sharp enough to taste, if there had been breath left to taste with. Then the void took her, and the void was cold, and the cold was not empty at all. The marble floor hit her knees first. The shock of it, solid and freezing through fine wool stockings, shot up her thighs and cracked into her spine. Cleo gasped. Air rushed into lungs that had stopped working minutes ago, or hours, or a lifetime. She coughed, spat nothing, and opened her eyes. She was not in her office. The room was circular, walled-in black stone, veined with frost that glittered like silver thread in lamplight. A chandelier of wrought iron and pale candles hung overhead, casting shadows that moved without wind. The floor beneath her hands was polished marble, gray-white, impossibly cold, and her hands were not hers. These were not her hands. Her hands had been sturdy, practical, with permanently ink-stained fingers and a paper cut on the right index that never quite healed. These hands were long and elegant, pale as milk, with nails shaped to perfect ovals and no calluses anywhere. A signet ring of cold iron bit into her right thumb, heavy and warm against the chill, and she knew it. She knew it the way you know the line of a poem you have memorized so many times it lives in your bones. Lisenka Drozdova. The Villainess of the Long Thaw. Frost-veined marble chamber, northeast wing of the Drozdov citadel. Chapter 1 of the Tribunal arc. The door opened. A servant in gray wool, a young woman with auburn braids, and a face that had been trained into careful blitheness, stepped inside and bowed without meeting her eyes. "My lady, the Grand Magister has confirmed the tribunal convening. Preparations for Commander Solanke's branding are to begin by the week's end." Cleo's source have taught this arc. She knew every scene, every betrayal, every line of dialogue that would lead Kazimir Solanke from the tribunal floor to the scar that broke him open and let the Ice Warlord crawl out. She knew the exact moment Lisenka's hand, her hand applied the frost brand to his face. She had written essays of symbolism. She had defended her thesis on the ritual humiliation as structural necessity. She had never imagined waking up inside the woman who performed it. The windows were frosted over, but through the ice she could see the black spires of Valsarat rising against a sky the color of bruised iron. Smoke from 1,000 hearth fires smeared the air. Beyond the citadel walls, the deep ice stretched into a white horizon that had no end. Cleo pressed her palm to the nearest wall. The cold bit into her skin, sharp and alive, and beneath it she felt something else. A pulse. Slow and vast, like a heartbeat traveling through stone from a source miles beneath the glacier. The deep ice was awake. It had always been awake. The book had told her that. But the book had been fiction, a dark fantasy serial she had deconstructed for academic credit. And this was marble and iron, and a body she did not recognize, and a timeline already moving toward the worst scene she had ever taught. "Leave me," she said. Eliana bowed again and retreated, the door sealing behind her with a soft click of iron locks. Cleo stood alone in Lisenka Drozdova's chamber, breathing Lisenka Drozdova's air, wearing Lisenka Drozdova's face, and understood that she had not been summoned here. She had been drafted. The deep ice had not yanked her from her desk by accident. It had expected her. It had read her the way she had read its story, and it had placed her exactly where the script demanded her to be. 6 weeks. She pressed her palm harder against the stone, and the pulse beneath answered, steady and patient, like a heart that had been waiting for her to arrive. Chapter 2. The morning came gray and mean, light bleeding through frost-scarred windows in sheets of bone white. Cleo had not slept. She had sat at the writing desk for hours, mapping the next 6 weeks from memory, listing scenes and names and the exact order of disasters the original narrative required. The work kept the panic at bay. It gave her something to hold beyond the cold iron signet and the slow pulse beneath the floor. Eliana returned at dawn with breakfast. Porridge, pickled fish, black tea that steamed in a ceramic pot. She set the tray on the side table without a word, kept her eyes down, retreated toward the door with the practiced invisibility of someone who had learned that being noticed meant being struck. Cleo watched her go and felt the shape of the scene she remembered. Chapter 34 opened with Lisenka dismissing a servant for insufficiently heated water, a small cruelty that established her mood before the tribunal business began. A minor beat, 2 lines. But the maid in that scene was not Eliana, and the punishment had been a slap that left the girl weeping in the corridor. The tea was warm, the porridge was edible, the fish tasted like salt and endurance. She ate. The second visit came mid-morning. A different maid, younger, perhaps 15, with straw-colored hair and hands that shook as she carried a fresh pitcher of water. She crossed the threshold, caught her heel on the edge of a frost-cracked flagstone, and stumbled. The pitcher hit the marble and shattered. Water spread across the floor in a wide, dark bloom. Shards of glazed ceramic skittered against the desk leg. The maid dropped to her knees immediately, forehead nearly touching the stone, and began to apologize in a voice so small it barely carried. "Forgiveness, my lady. Forgive me. I will clean it, I will." She was already reaching for the broken pieces with bare hands. Blood welled along her thumb where a shard cut her. Cleo moved before she thought. She crossed the room, knelt, and caught the girl's wrist before it could close around another piece of broken ceramic. "Stop. You will cut yourself worse." The maid went rigid. Her breath stopped. Her entire body locked into a stillness that looked less like obedience and more like the instant before a blow lands. Cleo released her wrist. "Do not pick up the pieces with your hands. Fetch a brush and a pan. If you need bandaging after, ask the physician's assistant for linen and salve." Silence. The maid did not move. Her face had gone the color of old snow, and her eyes, fixed on the floor, held the blank, desperate look of an animal waiting for the trap to spring. "Did you hear me?" Cleo said. "Yes, my lady." The words came out wet, broken. "I will fetch a brush. I will tell the Chamberlain I broke your pitcher. I will accept the deduction from my wages. I mean so entirely leaving, inefficient, rarely ambiguous. She was the one who cleaned up Lisenka's messes, who delivered the punishment when Lisenka could not be bothered, who kept the household running through cruelty and ceremony alike. She was not a friend. She was not an enemy. She was a weather system, and Cleo had just changed the pressure without knowing what storm it would bring. The girl was bleeding, Cleo said. I told her to tend to it first. Very considerate, my lady. The words were perfectly polite. The space between them was not. Marta's eyes moved over Cleo's face, her posture, the way she stood with her weight balanced and her hands still pressed unconsciously to her thighs. She was reading, Cleo realized. Comparing, testing the fit of the new behavior against the old frame. My lady has not punished anyone for clumsiness in the morning. The household will require time to adjust to the new standards. New standards. A diplomatic way of saying, I do not know what game you are playing, but I am watching for the rules. The standards have not changed, Cleo said carefully. I simply do not see the purpose of punishing incompetence when instruction will serve better. Marta's eyebrow moved a fraction of an inch. That was all. Then I will inform the staff that accidents in the ladies' chambers will be met with instruction rather than consequences. Something cold and crawling moved along the back of Cleo's neck. She had just been tested and measured and filed under a category she could not see. Marta was not opposing her. Marta was adapting, the way water adapts to a new channel, patient and relentless and impossible to hold. Yes, Cleo said. Inform them. Shall I have the water refreshed? Yes. Marta turned, then paused at the door. She did not look back. If I may speak freely, my lady. Speak. Kindness from the Drozdov's seat does not read as kindness to those who serve beneath it. It reads as a test, a trap laid in silk. The householders trust it until they are certain that it costs nothing to trust it. She opened the door. I will have the girl bandaged, and I will have a new pitcher sent up. She left. Cleo stood alone in the wet, cold room, the broken ceramic still spread across the floor like teeth, and understood with a clarity that felt like a blade sliding between her ribs that she had just made her first mistake. She had tried to be kind in Lisenka's voice, and Lisenka's voice, even when speaking soft words, had been trained for decades to sound like a scalpel drawing near skin. She pressed her palm to the frost-veined wall. The pulse answered, slow and vast, a heartbeat that knew her better than she knew herself. It had been waiting. It had always been waiting. And somewhere below her, in the black stone cells carved into the citadel's foundation, Kazimir Solanke sat in chains and did not know that the woman who would ruin him had just tried not to. But the pulse knew. The pulse knew everything. Chapter 3. She found paper in Lisenka's study. Not parchment, not the heavy vellum she had expected from a noble household, but thin, fibrous sheets stacked beside a brass inkwell and a pen with a nib worn to the exact angle of Lisenka's grip. Cleo sat at the desk, smoothed the first sheet flat, and began to write. 6 weeks, 42 days to the deep winter solstice. She started with the known sequence. The warehouse fire, Chapter 36, 3 prisoner witnesses who died before they could testify about tribunal corruption. The patrol massacre in the Eastern Glacier Corridor, Chapter 38, 12 soldiers and a frost mage whose bodies were found arranged in a sigil. The supply convoy ambush, Chapter 41, blamed on Kazimir's scattered loyalists, but actually ordered by Amsound to justify expanded martial law. She wrote them in order, each event bracketed by the date she remembered from the text. The ink dried fast in the cold air, the letters sharp and precise, the handwriting Lisenka's, but the rhythm Cleo's. Margins annotated with question marks, with names she needed to follow, with the narrow windows in which intervention might work. The warehouse fire came first. 3 witnesses. 1 storage district on the river's east bend. A fuse laid by Sabine Pedar's operatives and lit by a man named Vuk, a minor fixer with a burn scar on his jaw, who appeared in exactly 2 chapters before vanishing from the narrative entirely. She marked Vuk's name with a circle. Find him. Stop him. Before the fire starts. The patrol massacre came next. That one was harder. The text had never specified which patrol, only that the bodies were found at dawn by a supply runner who fled and triggered the tribunal's emergency powers. Cleo did not know the exact route or the exact time. She knew the result and the attribution, and that was not enough to intercept a dozen deaths she could not see coming. She wrote Glacier Corridor and underlined it 3 times. The convoy ambush was easier. The ambush point was a bridge, she remembered that. A stone bridge with a broken arch where the supply road curved around a frozen gorge. She remembered the description because Lisenka had read the casualty report in Chapter 42 and dismissed it with a single line. Convoy losses are acceptable when the alternative is disorder. Cleo pressed the pen harder. The nib scratched. Acceptable. She set the pen down and looked at what she had written. 4 sheets now, covered in dates and names and arrows tracking cause into consequence. A map of disaster, neatly transcribed, waiting to be disrupted. Her hands were steady. Inside her chest, something was not. She had taught this sequence for 7 years. She had watched students annotate it, argue about it, write essays tracing the moral logic of Kazimir Solanke's transformation from victim to monster. She had stood at lecture podiums and explained, with the calm authority of someone who would never have to live inside the room where it happened, that the warehouse fire was the hinge. That the 3 dead witnesses were the moment the tribunal's legal fiction became a machine. That every death after that was locked into the mechanism. She had never once, in 7 years, considered what it would feel like to hold the list in her hands and know that the ink was still wet because the events had not happened yet. A knock at the door. Cleo slid the sheets into the desk drawer and closed it before answering. She was learning. The voice that came through the wood was not Marta's. Lady Drozdova, the Grand Magister's office requests your attendance at the midday session. Commander Solanke's preliminary hearing has been moved forward by 2 days. The blood in her veins went still. Moved forward. She opened the door. A clerk stood in the corridor, young, pale, holding a sealed slip of paper that he extended without meeting her eyes. She took it, broke the seal. Read the confirmation in Anselm's own hand, the sharp, abbreviated script she recognized from the serial's description of tribunal correspondence. Preliminary hearing 3 days from now, not 5. The clerk waited. She dismissed him with a gesture that felt borrowed from someone else's muscle memory, closed the door, and stood in the silence with the paper trembling in her fingers. The story was already drifting. She had not done anything yet. She had been inside Lisenka's body for less than a day. She had spared a maid from a slap and knelt beside a broken pitcher, and already the canonical schedule was fracturing at the edges. It knows, she thought. The pulse, the deep ice. It knows I am here and it is adjusting. Or Ansel had moved the hearing for his own reasons, or the clerk had misread the schedule, or her memory was wrong. She had memorized the text, but not perfectly. There were gaps, conflations, scenes she had skipped in her teaching because they bored her. The preliminary hearing might always have been 3 days out. She might be seeing drift where there was only her own imperfect recall. She opened the drawer, pulled out the sheets, and checked the date she had written for the hearing. 5 days. She had written it because she was certain. Because she had taught Chapter 34's timeline for years and had never once been wrong about the gap between Lisenka's awakening and the preliminary hearing. The paper in her hand said 3. She pressed her palm to the cold iron signet and felt the bite of metal against her thumb, the only thing on this body that was real and solid and hers. 42 days. She had 42 days. But the clock was not ticking the way the book had promised, and every hour she spent inside Lisenka's skin was an hour the story could decide to rewrite itself without her permission. Cleo sat down, took up the pen, and began to revise her list. She wrote preliminary hearing, 3 days, and drew a line through the on date. She wrote warehouse fire, check Vuk's movements tonight, and added a question mark she did not like. She wrote glacier corridor again, and left it blank because she still did not have enough to act on. And at the bottom of the 4th sheet, in letters smaller than the rest, she wrote a question she had not dared to speak aloud since she woke on the marble floor. How much can I change before the story decides to change me instead? She stared at the words until they blurred. The answer did not come. The pulse beneath the citadel did not answer either. It only waited, vast and patient, the heartbeat of something that had been watching for a very long time and was in no hurry to reveal its hand. Cleo folded the sheets, slid them into the drawer, and locked it with a key she found in Lisenka's inkwell. She stood, smoothed her gown, and walked to the window. Outside, Falsara stretched in black stone and frost, a city built on cruelty and law, and the cold, sleeping hunger beneath the ice. Somewhere in its foundation, Kazimir Solanke sat in chains, waiting for a hearing that had just moved 2 days closer. And somewhere in the network of corridors and courtyards and tribunal chambers, a man named Vuk was about to light a fuse that Cleo needed to find before it burned. She had 3 days to prove that she was not just a better reader than Lisenka. She had 3 days to prove that being inside the story did not mean she had to obey its rules. The pulse waited. And Cleo pressed her palm to the frosted glass, felt the cold seep through her skin, and began to plan. Chapter 4. The warehouse district sat in the low croak of the river bend, 3 blocks of timber, tar, and frozen mud where the tribunal stored confiscated grain, old court records, and prisoners too valuable to kill, but too inconvenient to keep in the citadel. Cleo found it by memory and instinct. The serial had described the approach once, in a paragraph she had taught as masterful world-building, the way the river fog clung to the eaves and the iron hinges on the loading doors wept rust. She had never walked this street in her life. She recognized it anyway. She had left the citadel without formal escort, a breach of protocol she would answer for later. Eliana had gaped when Cleo demanded a cloak and boots instead of court robes. Marta had appeared in the doorway, silent, watching, and said nothing as Cleo pushed past. The cold hit her in the throat. Valsara, in deep winter, was not a temperature, but a condition, a state of being that made the air feel sharp enough to cut. She pulled the cloak tight and walked faster, her breath clouding in front of her face, the frozen gravel crunching beneath borrowed boots that were half a size too large. She did not know if she was too early or too late. The serial had not given a precise hour for the warehouse fire. It had described the aftermath: 3 bodies pulled from the ash, the tribunal declaring them victims of a supply accident, and the witnesses who might have testified about Kazimir's regiment buried before anyone could ask what they knew. But she knew the target, she knew the weapon, she knew Vuk. The warehouse was third from the river, a long, low building with peeling black paint and a loading platform that sagged on its right side. A single lamp burned above the office door. The rest of the structure sat in darkness, hulking and silent. Cleo stopped at the corner and studied it. No guards at the main entrance, no patrol along the riverside. That was deliberate. Sabine Kadar's operatives had cleared the route so the fire would spread without interruption. In the original narrative, the guards had been reassigned by forged orders, leaving the warehouse empty except for the 3 witnesses locked in a storage room on the 2nd floor. She pressed her palm to the wall beside her. The stone was cold, ordinary cold, nothing like the pulse beneath the citadel. The deep ice was not here. This was just a building where people were about to die. You could wait. You could let it happen. 3 dead witnesses and Kazimir's case grows weaker, But you still have the glacier records. You still have the supply convoy. You still have time. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the loading platform. The side door was unlocked. The serial had told her that too. Inside, the warehouse smelled of grain dust, cold iron, and something chemical she could not place. Pale light from the single office lamp bled through a grimy window and cast long shadows across the floor. Crates were stacked in uneven towers, some marked with Tribunal seals, others with merchant brands she did not recognize. The stairs to the second floor were at the far end, narrow and dark. She heard voices from above, low, male, not the prisoners. Vuk was early. She moved along the wall, keeping to the shadows, her borrowed boots silent on the packed dirt floor. Her heart beat too fast, a rhythm she could not control, the body's fear response overriding the mind's certainty. She had taught this scene. She had analyzed it. She had never lived it. A footfall behind her. She turned and a man stood in the doorway she had just entered, a silhouette against the pale glow from the street lamp. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a heavy coat and a scar that caught the light where it crossed his jaw. Vuk. He had come in through the front while she came through the side. He was supposed to be upstairs. The serial had placed him on the second floor, pouring oil along the baseboards while the witnesses shouted through the locked door. The serial was wrong. He saw her. His hand went to his belt, where a blade hung sheathed and ready. Cleo did not think. She moved. Her body knew how before her mind caught up, the reflexes of a woman who had trained in this cold, this dark, this fear. She crossed the distance in 3 strides, grabbed a ceramic jar from the nearest crate, and threw it at his face. He ducked. The jar shattered against the wall behind him, and oil splattered across the floorboards, gleaming black and chemical. Oil. He had already begun. He straightened, knife out, and his eyes met hers. He knew her face. Everyone in Valsara knew Lisenka Drozdova's face. He hesitated. That hesitation was the only reason she survived. She grabbed another jar, heavier this time, and slammed it edge first into his wrist. The knife clattered. He cursed, grabbed for her cloak, and she twisted, letting the fabric tear rather than the flesh, leaving him with a fistful of wool while she stumbled backward toward the stairs. "Guards!" she shouted. "Fire! Guards, to the back warehouse!" Her voice cracked on the last syllable, not from fear but from the sheer force of projection, the way she had learned to fill a lecture hall without a microphone. It was not Lisenka's voice, it was her own, and it carried. Vuk swore again and turned. He ran for the back exit, the one that led to the river, the one the serial had described as the escape route she had not bothered to block. She let him go. She did not have a blade. She did not have frostcraft. She had a torn cloak, 2 broken jars, and a voice that was still echoing through the warehouse as boots began to pound on the stairs above. The guards had been inside all along. They came down the narrow staircase 4 at a time, armed and armored, their frost lamps casting blue-white light across the oil-slicked floor. Behind them, 3 faces appeared at the top of the stairs, pale, gaunt, terrified. The witnesses. One of them, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a bruised jaw, stared down at Cleo with an expression she could not immediately read. Not gratitude, not confusion, recognition, but not the kind that came from knowing a face. It was the look of someone who had just realized the trap had changed shape. Cleo stood in the spreading oil, breathing hard, her palm pressed to the cold iron signet as if it could anchor her. The guard captain, a broad man with frost-scarred knuckles, reached her first. "Lady Drozdova." He did not salute. He did not need to. The name was enough. "What are you doing here?" "Stopping a fire," she said. Your warehouse has been doused in lamp oil. The seals on the storage room doors have been cut. There is a man named Vuk running toward the river, and if you catch him, you will find Sabine Kadaz's orders in his coat." The captain's expression did not change. He looked at the oil, he looked at the broken jars, he looked at her torn cloak, her bare hands, the way she was still shaking from adrenaline and cold. "Send word to the citadel," he said to one of his men. "Tell them the Drozdova heiress has made a citizen's arrest of an empty warehouse." The words were ice, perfectly courteous, perfectly lethal. Cleo met his eyes and did not flinch. "I am not here to be arrested, Captain. I am here because someone wanted those 3 witnesses dead before they could testify, and I decided that was inconvenient." She pointed up the stairs, where the gray-haired women still stood, watching. "You can search me for a lighter, or you can search the second-floor storage room for the broken lock. But if you let that oil sit much longer, one spark from a frost lamp will take this whole building down with us inside it." The captain held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and barked an order, and his men began to move, spreading through the warehouse with practiced efficiency, checking corners, sniffing for gas, ticking over crates to expose the trails of oil Vuk had laid before she arrived. Cleo stood in the center of the chaos, her torn cloak hanging loose, her lungs burning, her hands steady now because they had to be. She had done it. She had stopped the fire. The witnesses were alive. The warehouse was intact. Vuk had fled, but he had left the evidence behind, and Sabine Kadar's name was now attached to a crime that could be investigated if anyone dared. She should have felt triumphant. Instead, she felt the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on her back, and when she turned, the gray-haired woman was still staring. Not grateful, not confused, terrified. Because Lisenka Drozdova had appeared in a locked warehouse at midnight, known exactly where to find the oil, known exactly who had laid it, known exactly how to stop it before it began. To the witnesses, she did not look like a savior. She looked like a woman who had set the trap herself and called it mercy. Cleo opened her mouth to explain, to say something that would undo that fear, but the words would not come because they were not true. She had known. She had always known. She had taught this scene for 7 years, annotated it, analyzed it, and she had used that knowledge the way Lisenka would have used it, as a weapon wrapped in the shape of rescue. The pulse beneath the citadel, distant and patient, hummed once in recognition. "You are learning," it seemed to say. And Cleo stood in the oil-stained dark, the cold seeping through her boots, and wondered if the difference between heroism and manipulation was something the witnesses could see from where they stood, or something she had never understood at all. It tends to Carolee next one. The guard captain had not yet finished ordering his men when the frost lamps at the warehouse entrance guttered and dimmed. Cleo felt the shift before she saw the source. A drop in temperature so precise, it felt like a blade passing close to skin. The oil on the floor grew tacky. Breath congealed into visible clouds that hung too long before dissolving. Sanko Balaya stepped through the doorway with the ease of someone who owned every threshold she crossed. She was younger than Cleo had expected, 24 at most, with the kind of face that looked the already aged bone structure of a woman who had been carrying authority since childhood. Dark hair cropped close to her skull, frost white at the temples in a pattern that was not dye and not natural. Frostcraft burn. The mark of a mage who had pushed past her limits and survived. She wore no formal robes, a leather coat, a harness with a cold iron blade at her hip, and gloves that glimmered with inlaid sigils that shifted as she flexed her fingers. Her eyes moved across the warehouse in a single practiced sweep. The broken jars, the oil trails, the guard standing frozen mid-search, the 3 witnesses at the top of the stairs. Then they landed on Cleo and stayed there. Lady Drozdova? Her voice was calm, almost pleasant. You are a long way from the citadel. Cleo kept her hands still at her sides. The cold iron signet was a point of pressure against her thumb, grounding her. I did not realize the Lyceum kept night patrols in the warehouse district. We do not. Sanko stepped forward, her boots making no sound on the oil-stained boards. I was at the temple archive when I heard the commotion. A Drozdova heiress making a citizen's arrest at midnight. You can understand why I chose to investigate personally. She stopped 3 feet from Cleo, close enough that the frostcraft burn at her temples was clearly visible. Raised tissue, pale as scarred ice, curling like roots into her hairline. Tell me how you knew. The question was simple, direct, no accusation in the tone, but no deference either. Sanko was not asking as a subordinate, she was asking as someone who had already decided the answer mattered. Cleo met her gaze. I received information. From whom? A source I am not free to name. Sanko's mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, the acknowledgement of a move she had expected. You are not free to name the source, but you were free enough to act on it. Alone, without escort, without notifying the tribunal watch. She tilted her head. That is either remarkable initiative or remarkable recklessness. Can it not be both? It can. Sanko's eyes dropped to Cleo's hands, the torn cloak, the scraped knuckles where she had caught herself on the broken crate. You were not armed. I did not to be. You threw oil jars at a man with a blade. I threw oil jars at a man who was not expecting oil jars. Surprise does the work that steel cannot. A pause. The frost lamps cast shifting blue light across Sanko's face, and for a moment her expression was unreadable. Then she turned and walked to the stairs, climbing them with the same soundless grace. She stopped in front of the gray-haired witness. The woman flinched. Not dramatically. A subtle recoil, the kind armed from years of being in rooms where power could turn lethal without warning. You were in the storage rooms when Lady Drozdova arrived? Sanko asked. Yes. How did she enter the warehouse? Side door. We heard her come in. The man who was supposed to burn us, he came in after her, through the main entrance. And what did she say to him? The gray-haired woman's gaze flickered to Cleo, then away. She knew his name. She knew why he was there. She told him she had already counted the jars. Sanko turned back to Cleo, descending the stairs with measured steps. You knew for ideal, Negs. I saw him in the market district earlier. He was behaving oddly. I followed him. You followed a strange man to a locked warehouse at midnight because he was behaving oddly. Yes, yet is not an explanation, Lady Drozdova. It is the one I have. The words hung up to the manners of Curus, the ones lived in the Anzacs who loved like veins. The pulse beneath the citadel was faint here, muted by the weight of stone, but she felt it at the edges of her awareness, patient, watching. She stopped before the cell that held him. Kazimir Solanke sat against the far wall, shackled at wrist and ankle, his face half in shadow. He looked up when the lamplight shifted, and his eyes found hers with the sharpness of a man who had learned to read threat in every approaching silhouette. You. His voice was rough from disuse. 3 ukes. Cleo thought of the gray-haired woman's face, the terror that had not faded when she realized who had saved her. I do not know, she said. I am still learning what kind of woman I am in this body. Sanko turned just enough to meet her eyes. That, she said, is the first honest thing you have said to me in 5 years. She walked out into the cold, and the frost lamps blighted behind her as if her presence had been pressing them down. The guard captain appeared at Cleo's elbow, his earlier sarcasm muted now. "We found the orders. Sabine Kadar's seal on the paper. The witnesses will need to be moved to secure quarters." "Do it." "And you, Lady Drozdova, will you be returning to the citadel?" Cleo looked at the stairs, where the gray-haired woman was being helped down by 2 guards. The women would not meet her eyes. "Not yet," she said. "I have one more stop to make." She did not know she had decided until the words left her mouth. The prison keep was a quarter-hour walk through the district's frozen streets. She had never been inside it, but she knew where it was. The original text had described it in clinical detail. Black stone, frost-sealed doors, a central chamber where prisoners waited in chains for hearings that were already decided. She reached the outer gate and stopped. The guard on duty recognized her. His face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: surprise, wariness, fear. "Lady Drozdova, the keep is not on your authorized route." "I am aware." She stepped past him before he could find the words to stop her, and the iron door groaned open on frozen hinges. The corridor was narrow and cold. Frost clung to the walls in patterns that looked like veins. The pulse beneath the citadel was faint here, muted by the weight of stone, but she felt it at the edges of her awareness, patient, watching. She stopped before the cell that held him. "What do you want?" Cleo opened her mouth to answer, and behind her footsteps echoed down the corridor. A runner. Someone sent from the warehouse district, moving fast. The runner reached her before she could speak, gasping out words that made Kazimir's expression change. "They are saying you saved them. The witnesses. They are saying you stopped the fire yourself." The words hung in the frozen air. Kazimir's eyes stayed on hers, and the look in them was not gratitude. It was suspicion, deeper and sharper than before. He had not asked her to save anyone. And now he was wondering what kind of game she was playing, that she would rescue the evidence against him before the trial could even begin. Trapped, squinting the corridor, leaving the frozen air between them. Kazimir had not moved. He sat against the far wall, shackled wrists resting on his knees, his face half in shadow from the single frost lamp burning in the corridor. The light caught the hard lines of his jaw and the hollows beneath his cheekbones. He looked like a man who had stopped expecting mercy so long ago that the word had lost meaning. "You saved them," he said. His voice was flat, not a question. "I stopped a fire," Cleo said. "The witnesses were inside." "And you knew they were there?" She did not answer. Kazimir's eyes stayed on hers, pale in the dim light, the color of winter sky before a storm. He did not blink. He did not look away. The silence stretched until the frost lamp seemed to dim with the weight of it. "I have been in this cell for 43 days, he said. "Do you know what I have spent those days doing?" She shook her head. "Remembering." He said the word like it tasted of rust. "Every interrogation, every name I gave under duress, every man I could not save because I was already broken when they brought me here." His shackles clinked as he shifted weight. "And every woman who sat where you are sitting now, wearing that face, asking questions I could not refuse to answer." Cleo's throat tightened. "I am not here to interrogate you." "No." The word was soft, almost gentle. "You are here to explain yourself. To tell me that the woman who made me kneel on frost stone for 6 hours while she read my regiment's casualty list aloud for entertainment is suddenly a different person." The air left her lungs. She remembered the scene. Chapter 28. Lisenka had made him kneel in the outer courtyard while she read the names of his dead soldiers, one by one, in a voice pitched for ceremony. She had paused between each name to let the cold work deeper into his joints. The original text described it as a masterful performance of psychological cruelty. Cleo had taught it as an example of efficient villainy, clinical and devastating. She had never imagined what it felt like to stand on the other side of that memory. "I remember," she said quietly. "Do you know what she did?" Kazimir's eyes had not left hers. "You speak as if you are a different woman standing in her body. But I do not know who you are, and I have no reason to trust the difference." The runner's words still hung in the air. The witnesses were spreading the story. Cleo Drozdova saved them. She had wanted that, she realized. She had wanted him to hear it and see her differently. He had heard it and seen a trap. "Commander Solanke." She tried to make her voice steady. "I understand why you do not believe me. I would not believe me either. But I am telling you the truth. I did not set that fire. I stopped it, and I will do it again, every time I can, because I am not the woman who made you kneel on Froststone." "Then who are you?" The question was simple, honest, and she did not have an answer that would hold in this room. "I do not know yet," she said. Something shifted in his expression. Not trust, not belief, but a crack in the certainty she had seen in his eyes since she walked in. "You came here to Temizef?" "I came here because I did not know where else to go." The words escaped before she could catch them. She had not meant to say that, had not meant to admit that she had walked through a frozen district and past a suspicious guard and into the cell of a man who hated her face, all because the alternative was returning to the Citadel and sitting alone in Linska's rooms, surrounded by Linska's things, breathing Linska's air. Kazimir studied her for a long moment. "You are afraid," he said. It was not an accusation. It was observation, cold and clinical as a surgeon's note. "Yes." "Of what?" She thought of the gray-haired woman who had looked at her like a predator wearing a rescuer's skin. She thought of the deep ice beneath her feet, patient and vast, learning from her deviations. She thought of the countdown table on her study desk, the dates she had already crossed out because the story had started to shift. Of finding out that the difference between cruelty and kindness does not matter, she said, because everyone will read them both the same way coming from this face. Kazimir's chains clinked as he leaned forward, the movement slow, deliberate. His face caught the light fully for the first time. She saw the scars then, pale lines crossing his jaw and temple, the kind of marks that came from close combat, not interrogation. He had been a soldier before he had been a prisoner. "They will not read it the same way," he said. "They will read it the way they need to survive. If you saved the witnesses will wonder what you want from them. The court will wonder what angle you are working. And I will wonder, every time you appear at my cell door, whether this is the moment your kindness becomes the blade." "And if it never does?" He met her eyes. "Then I will spend the rest of my time in this cell waiting for the moment I am wrong." The frost lamp hummed. Somewhere above them, the citadel shifted, stone settling against stone. Cleo stepped closer to the bars, close enough that the cold bit through her cloak. "I will not be the one who bronze you," she said. Kazimir's expression did not change. "You may not have a choice." "There is always a choice." He laughed then, a low, bitter sound that did not reach his eyes. "That is what someone says when they have never been the one on the stone." She had no answer for that. He leaned back against the wall, the shackles scraping stone. "You should go. Your father's agents will notice you are missing, and I do not want to be blamed for whatever excuse you give them." She turned to leave. "Cleo." She stopped. Her name. He had used her name. Not Drozdova, not lady. She looked back. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. The woman who knelt in that courtyard, he said slowly. She never would have stopped a fire. She never would have spat a maid. And she never would have come to this cell to tell me she was sorry. He paused. Whatever you are becoming, I do not trust it yet. But I see that it is different. The pulse beneath the citadel beat again, stronger this time. Cleo nodded once and walked out into the frozen corridor. She made it 3 steps before she tasted blood. She touched her lip. Her fingers Kazimir red. She had bitten through the inside of her cheek without noticing. The cold iron on her thumb burned against her skin, and somewhere deep beneath the citadel, the deep ice hummed in satisfaction. Learning. She was still learning, and every lesson she took brought her closer to an ending she could not predict. The guard at the outer gate saluted as she passed, his face carefully blank. Learning from her deviations. She thought of the countdown table on her study desk, the dates she had already crossed out because the story had started to shift. Of finding out that the difference between cruelty and kindness does not matter, she said, because everyone will read them both the same way coming from this face. Kazimir's chains clinked as he leaned forward, the movement slow, deliberate. His face caught the light fully for the first time. She saw the scars then, pale lines crossing his jaw and temple, the kind of marks that came from close combat, not interrogation. He had been a soldier before he had been a prisoner. They will not read it the same way, he said. They will read it the way they need to survive. If you saved the witnesses will wonder what you want from them. The court will wonder what angle you are working, and I will wonder, every time you appear at my cell door, whether this is the moment your kindness becomes the blade. And if it never does? He met her eyes. Then I will spend the rest of my time in this cell waiting for the moment I am wrong. The frost ant hummed. Somewhere above them, the citadel shifted, stones settling against stone. Cleo stepped closer to the bars, close enough that the cold bit through her cloak. I will not be the one who brand you said. Kazimir's expression did not change. You may not have a choice. There is always a choice. He laughed then, a low, bitter sound that did not reach his eyes. That is what someone says when they have never been the one on the stone. She had no answer for that. He leaned back against the wall, the shackles scraping stone. You should go. Your father's agents will notice you are missing, and I do not want to be blamed for whatever excuse you give them. She turned to leave. Cleo. She stopped. Her name. He had used her name. Not Drozdova, not lady. She looked back. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. The woman who knelt in that courtyard, he said slowly, she never would have stopped a fire. She never would have spared a maid. And she never would have come to this cell to tell me she was sorry. He paused. Whatever you are becoming, I do not trust it yet. But I see that it is different. The pulse beneath the citadel beat again, stronger this time. Cleo nodded once and walked out into the frozen corridor. She made it 3 steps before she tasted blood. She touched her lip, her fingers Kazimir red. She had bitten through the inside of her cheek without noticing. The cold iron on her thumb burned against her skin, and somewhere deep beneath the citadel the deep ice hummed in satisfaction. Learning. She was still learning, and every lesson she took brought her closer to an ending she could not predict. She walked through the frozen streets with her hands at her sides and the taste of blood on her tongue, and she did not let herself think about what Kazimir had almost said. The woman who knelt in that courtyard never would have stopped a fire. Whatever you are becoming, I see that it is different. She reached the citadel gates. The guards opened them without meeting her eyes. Inside, the corridors were quiet. The pulse had diminished to a hum beneath her feet. Patient, satisfied, waiting for what she would do next. She climbed the stairs to Lisenka's quarters and stopped at the door. Marta Zurek stood in the hallway, arms crossed, face unreadable. The Grand Magister requests your presence at supper, she said. Tonight. Her tone made it clear this was not an invitation. Cleo looked at her own hands. The cold iron signet gleamed in the frostlight. Tonight, she repeated. Marta's eyes flickered to Cleo's lower lip, where the blood had dried along the seam. Should I inform him you are unwell? Cleo touched her lip again. The wound was small, barely visible, but Marta had seen it. Marta saw everything. No, she said. Tell him I will attend. She pushed open the door and stepped into Lisenka's rooms. The heat hit her first, then the scent of dried flowers, old paper, and the faint metallic undertone of cold iron stored too close to living quarters. The study table still held her countdown sheet, the dates crossed out, the questions she had written at the bottom. How much can I change before the story changes me? She picked up the pen and added a single line beneath it. Tonight, I find out what my father sees. Champabackship's Saliving Minus. Chapter 7. The dining chamber was smaller than she expected. A single table, dark wood scarred by decades of frostcraft burns, set for two. No servants in the corners, no decorative fire. The only light came from a tiered frost lamp, suspended above the table, its pale glow carving the room into shadows that moved without wind. Anselm Drozdov sat at the far end, his hands resting flat on the wood, as if he had been waiting for her to arrive before he breathed. The burn scar across his throat caught the light, a pale seam of tissue that pulled at the skin whenever he swallowed. His eyes were the same gray as hers, but where hers held hesitation, his held only the patience of a man who had outweighted every question he had ever been asked. He did not rise. Lingsup. Grand Magister. She took the seat across from him, calculating the distance to the door. 7 strides. Too far if he decided to test her physically. But that was not how he worked. He had never needed his hands to break things. A servant appeared from the shadow between 2 tapestries, placed a bowl of pale broth before each of them, and vanished the same way. Anselm did not touch his spoon. The warehouse fire. He said, I have heard 3 versions of the story. I would like to hear yours. Cleo kept her hands in her lap, fingers still cold from the walk through the Citadel corridors. I received intelligence that Sabine Kadar's operatives intended to destroy evidence, she said. I acted on it before the tribunal could lose 3 witnesses. Anselm's expression did not change. You left the Citadel without escort, without informing the guard command, without telling me. Yes. Explain why. She had prepared for this. She had rehearsed 3 different answers on the walk over, tested each one for the taste of a lie. Because you would have stopped me, she said. The silence stretched long enough that the frost lamp seemed to dim. Anselm picked up his spoon, dipped it into the broth, and set it down without raising it to his lips. That is the first honest thing you have said to me in months, he said quietly. Do you know why that concerns me? Because it suggests I am no longer predictable. Because it suggests you have found a source of information you will not name, and a will you did not have before. He turned the spoon in his fingers, watching the light slide carve the metal. The Lisenka raised would have let the warehouse burn. She would have watched the witnesses die and noted which faction lost the most leverage. She would have used the information, not the intervention. Cleo felt the pulse beneath her feet, faint but present, waiting. Perhaps I have learned that leverage is not the same as power. Anselm's eyes lifted to hers. And what have you learned that taught you that? She thought of Kazimir's face through the cell bars, the way he had said her name, the way the guards had looked at her at the warehouse, as if she had grown a second head made of mercy. I have learned that fear is expensive, she said slowly. It buys compliance, but it erodes loyalty. The court fears you, the Lyceum fears you, even Sabine fears you, though she hides it behind competence. But no one in this citadel would lift a finger to save you if the deep ice rose tonight. Anselm set the spoon down. You think kindness will buy loyalty faster than fear. I think it costs less in the long run. He laughed, a dry, precise sound that did not reach his eyes. You have been reading philosophy again. Philosophy is the study of how people ought to behave. I have simply started testing the theories. The frost lamp flickered. The pulse beneath the citadel shifted, a long, slow beat like a heart turning over in sleep. Anselm studied her with the attention of a man reading a document he suspected of being forged. You stopped the fire, he said. You saved the witnesses. And now you sit across from me giving speeches about the cost of fear. He leaned back, the chair creaking under his lean frame. What do you want in Lisenka? She could not tell him the truth. She could not tell him she wanted to save the man he had condemned. She could not tell him she wanted to break the cycle he had spent his life enforcing. She met his gray eyes with her own. I want to understand what we are doing, she said. Not just the rituals, the reasons behind them. Why we brand instead of execute. Why we keep prisoners alive for years and then scar them in public. Why the deep ice grows stronger every time we shed blood according to the old forms. Anselm's expression did not flicker. Those are dangerous questions. Then who else is going to ask them? The silence this time was sharper. She had stepped onto ground she should not have touched, and they both knew it. Anselm rose, his tall frame unfreezing with the controlled economy of a man who had never nested emotion in his life. He worked to the window, the burn scar on his throat pulling tight as he swallowed. Then we understand each other. He sat back down, picked up his spoon, and began to eat. There was nothing left to say. Cleo rose from the table, inclined her head in the bow expected of a Drozdov daughter, and walked out of the dining chamber with the taste of blood on her tongue and the cold iron signet pulsing against her thumb. The corridor was empty, but as she turned the corner, she saw a shutter detach itself from the wall and move, unhurried, in the opposite direction. A watcher. Sabine's watcher, already in place. The pulse beneath the citadel beat once. Learning, and for the first time since she had woken in Lisenka's body, Cleo understood that she was not the only one paying the price of deviation. Chapter 8. The border runner had been standing in the iron cage for 3 hours when Cleo took her seat on the tribunal dais. She had watched him from the corridor first, through a slit window set into the antechamber wall. Young, 23, maybe 24. Dark hair matted against his forehead, a bruise fading yellow at his temple, hands bound with cold iron wire that had already begun to frost the skin of his wrists. He held himself still in the way of men who had learned that motion drew attention, and attention drew pain. The court chamber smelled of frost lamplight, old wool, and the metallic tang of frostcraft residue baked into the stone. Wooden benches curved in concentric arcs around the raised dais, filled with tribunal functionaries, minor lords, and the usual cluster of clerks who transcribed every word for the archives. The air was cold enough that breath plumed faintly with each syllable. Cleo sat in the Lisenka's seat. The carved black wood had been shaped to fit a Drozdov spine, high-backed and unyielding, and her body settled into it with a familiarity that disturbed her. She did not remember choosing to sit that way. Straight, chin lifted, one hand resting on the armrest, the other loose at her side, fingers still. The posture of a woman who had grown up judging. The border runner looked up as she entered. His eyes moved over her face. and she watched him recognize her. The bruise at his temple darkened as his jaw tightened. At her right hand, a tribunal clerk placed a sheaf of papers, the charge, the testimony summaries, the recommended precedents. She did not look at them. She looked at the man instead. "Your name," she said. He told her. The syllables meant nothing to the original plot. He was not in the Long Thaw. He was a footnote, a casualty, a man whose sentence would be recorded and forgotten by everyone except the village that had sent him. "I don't know the name, but you know the face." A long silence. Then he nodded, once. Cleo turned back to the dais. She climbed the steps, settled into Lisenka's chair, and reached for the tribunal gavel with her right hand, as she had done at least 100 times in a body that was not hers. She caught herself. Her hand was already extended. Fingers curved, palm open. The exact posture of a woman who had presided over sentences before, who had lifted this same gavel, who had brought it down on men who looked just like this one. The muscle remembered. The thought hit her so hard, she nearly dropped her hand back to the armrest. She had not chosen that movement. Lisenka had. The body had reached for the gavel before the mind could intervene, trained by years of ritual, by a father who had taught her to perform authority before she understood what it cost. How much of Lisenka still lived in the architecture of her own flesh? The pulse beneath the citadel beat twice, watching, learning. The frost mage shifted in her seat. The clerk cleared his throat. The young woman by the eastern door had not moved, but her attention had sharpened to a blade's edge. Cleo picked up the gavel. She did not set it down. "Sentinel delivered at midday," she said, her voice carrying through the chamber with the clarity of a woman who had learned to project across lecture halls full of students who did not want to be there. "The prisoner will be held until then. The court is adjourned." She struck the gavel against the stone. The sound echoed through the chamber like a door closing. The clerk scrambled to note the adjournment. The frost mage rose with controlled precision. The watchers did not move, but they had heard, and they would report. The runner looked at her one last time. She could not read his expression. She was not sure she wanted to. She walked out of the chamber with her spine straight and her face still, and her heart beating somewhere beneath the cold surface of Lisenka's trained composure. The corridor was empty when she reached it, but she knew better now. She walked without hurry, without hesitation, her boots marking a steady rhythm against the stone. She turned left at the junction, then right, then through the narrow passage that led toward the archive wing. The shadow moved behind her, 15 feet back, keeping pace, not trying to hide anymore, just tracking. She did not turn. She counted her steps. 20 to the iron door, 10 more to the stairwell. The pulse beneath the citadel had gone quiet, but she felt it waiting, coiled beneath the foundations like a thing that knew how to be patient. She reached the stairwell. The shadow stopped at the top of the corridor. She took the first step down, and then the pulse beneath the citadel struck. Not a hum, not a shiver. A blow, deep and resonant, traveling up through the stone and into her bones, hard enough that she caught the wall with one hand and felt her teeth clench against the shock. The frostlight in the stairwell flickered, dimmed, surged back. The shadow above her stiffened. The watcher had felt it too. Then silence. The world settled. Cleo stood in the dark stairwell with her paw pressed to cold stone, her breathing too fast, her heart pounding in Lisenka's chest. The pulse had not been random. It had answered. She had almost used the gavel. She had almost delivered a death sentence, not because she believed in it, but because her body knew how. and the deep ice had set the near miss, the brush of the old script trying to snap back into place, and it had struck the stone like a question. Are you still learning? Or maybe, are you still hers? From the top of the stairwell, the shadow began to move again. Slow, measured, a step, then a pause, then another step, descending, coming closer. Cleo pushed off the wall and continued down. She did not look back. She kept her spine straight and her shoulders square, walking into the dark with a body that still remembered how to be someone else, while the thing beneath the citadel hummed its approval through the soles of her boots. One more step. She was still herself, but she was not sure how much longer that would last. Chapter 9. The countdown table lay across the desk like a wound she kept reopening. Cleo stood over it with the morning light crawling gray through the window, her palm flat on the paper, waiting for the pieces to fit. 17 days until the supply convoy ambush. 22 until the Glacier Corridor Patrol massacre. 34 until the solstice branding. She had written them in her own hand, in ink that still smelled of iron, arranged in the exact order the serial had taught her across 7 years of seminars. Chapter 36, 38, 41. Cause and consequence. Disaster and response. A chain she had memorized down to the number of breaths between scenes. A knock pulled her head up. Marta stood in the doorway with a folded report in one hand and the expression of a woman carrying bad news in a voice she did not intend to soften. Patrol dispatch from the Eastern Glacier Corridor, my lady. Cleo took the paper, unfolded it, read it standing. A 12-man Frostwatch patrol had failed to return from a routine sweep along the eastern ridge. Last contact was 8 hours ago. No signal, no survivors located. The search party had found blood, snow, and torn equipment, and the remains of a frost lamp that had been crushed from the inside. The report was dated today. It should have been dated next week. Cleo set the paper down beside the countdown table and looked at the gap between the date in her memory and the date on the dispatch. 7 days. The patrol massacre was supposed to happen in Chapter 38, after the supply convoy ambush, after the witnesses had been secured and the tribunal had built its case. Not now. Not before the convoy. Not before she had even confirmed the route. How many dead? She asked. 8 confirmed, 4 missing, presumed taken. By what? Marta's pause was barely a heartbeat. The search party reported white sign in the snow, fresh tracks leading north. The words sat in the air between them. Whites, deep ice spawn, frozen corpses reanimated by will, shambling things that moved in packs and dragged their victims back toward the glaciers where the cold did worse things than kill them. They did not hunt this close to the citadel. They never came within a day's march of the Eastern Ridge patrol routes. Not in winter, not in the original text, not until the last third of the book when the deep ice began pushing its boundaries in earnest. Cleo looked at the date again. Week early, she said, mostly to herself. Pardon? The patrol route. The attack. It's too early. Marta's face did not change, but her eyes tracked the movement of Cleo's hand as it drifted toward the cold iron signet. The Citadel's senior officers are convening in the tribunal antechamber, my lady. The Grand Magister has been informed. Your presence has not been requested, but the captains are aware you were at the warehouse yesterday. A warning, delivered in the neutral voice of a woman who had survived 30 years in House Drozdov by never saying more than she needed to. Cleo folded the dispatch and tucked it into her sleeve. Then I'll make myself known after they have finished. Marta did not argue. She simply stepped aside and let Cleo pass, her silence heavier than any objection could have been. The corridors were colder than they had been that morning, not by much, not enough that a casual walker would notice, but Cleo felt it through the soles of her boots, a creeping chill that did not come from the windows. She passed 2 servants who did not meet her eyes, and a guard who went still when he saw her coming, his hand hovering near his blade before he forced it back to his side. She did not blame him. She was wearing Lisenka's face, and news of the patrol had not made anyone in Val Sarasha less afraid. The tribunal antechamber was a high-ceilinged room of black stone and frost ramps, its walls lined with maps of the Eastern Territories, and a lawn table where 5 officers stood in conference. She recognized the guard captain from the warehouse, the one who had looked at her like she was a spider who had decided to play savior. He saw her first. His jaw tightened. She did not wait for an invitation. "I have read the dispatch," she said, stepping into the room. 8 dead, 4 missing, white sign leading north. The captain's eyes flicked to the other officers, then back to her. "The Lady Drozdova is well informed for someone who was not summoned. I was in the corridor. News travels." "Does it?" He said it flat. One of the other officers, a woman with Rosscraft Baron scar on her left cheek and a lieutenant's insignia on her collar, spoke before the silence could curdle. "The eastern route has been stable for 3 winters, my lady. Whites do not range this far south. Not in formation, not in numbers. Something pushed them." "Or something called them," Cleo said. The room went still. The lieutenant's hand paused over the map. "That is a serious accusation, my lady." It wasn't an accusation, it was a possibility. Cleo moved to the table and looked at the eastern ridge markings, the black pins that marked the patrol's last known possession, the red pin where the blood snow had been found. The route curdled loss of Rosen Gorge, past an old glacier shrine that had been abandoned for decades. In the serial, the patrol massacre had happened at a pass 2 miles north of that shrine, triggered by a supply convoy that was supposed to distract the white pack away from the ridge. But the convoy had not moved yet, and the whites had come anyway. "Has there been any unusual activity in the lower vaults?" she asked. The captain blinked. "The vaults are sealed." "That is not what I asked." He stared at her for a beat, then something shifted behind his eyes, not trust, not respect, but the kind of attention a man gives a woman whose questions are too specific to be random. "There have been reports from the foundation levels. Minor tremors, nothing structural." "When did they start?" 3 days ago. The day after she stopped the warehouse fire. The day she had first felt the deep ice answer her deviation with that hum of satisfaction through the stone. She was still processing the connection when the floor beneath her feet changed. Not a shake, not a shuddering, or something called them, Cleo said. The room went still. The lieutenant's hand paused over the map. "That is a serious accusation, my lady." "It wasn't an accusation, it was a possibility." Cleo moved to the table and looked at the eastern ridge markings, the black pins that marked the patrol's last known position, the red pin where the blood snow had been found. The route curved along a frozen gorge, past an old glacier shrine that had been abandoned for decades. In the serial, the patrol massacre had happened at a pass 2 miles north of that shrine, triggered by a supply convoy that was supposed to distract the white pack away from the ridge. But the convoy had not moved yet, and the whites had come anyway. "Has there been any unusual activity in the lower vaults?" she asked. The captain blinked. "The vaults are sealed." "That is not what I asked." "I am pulled down Stoddard, only out." "That is not what I asked." He stared at her for a beat, then something shifted behind his eyes, not trust, not respect, but the kind of attention a man gives a woman whose questions are too specific to be random. "There have been reports from the foundation levels. Minor tremors, nothing structural." "When did they start?" 3 days ago. The day after she stopped the warehouse for that for the day she had first felt the deep ice answer her deviation with that hum of satisfaction through the stone. She was still processing the connection when the floor beneath her feet changed. Not a shake, not a shudder, something deeper, colder, a dislocation in the marrow of the stone that traveled up through her spine and into the base of her skull. The frost lamps on the walls flickered once, twice, and the air dropped several degrees in a single breath. One of the officers cursed and grabbed the table edge. The captain's hand went to his blade. Cleo stood very still with her palm pressed to the wooden surface because she already knew what was happening before she felt it, before she heard it, before the distant sound of stone grinding against stone echoed up from somewhere far below. The pulse beneath the citadel did not hum, it did not murmur. It struck, hard and deliberate, a single hammer blow of pressure that traveled through the foundations and made the frost lamps gutter to a thin, wavering blue. And then, from the direction of the lower vaults, a scream. Not human. Something with a voice that should not exist, a sound like ice splitting open in absolute dark. The hinges stood twisted and empty in the stone frame, the metal sheared as if something had pulled it inward from the other side, and the darkness beyond was not the darkness of a corridor without light. It was the darkness of a space that had swallowed light entirely. The captain stood at the threshold with his blade raised and his breath misting in clouds that did not dissipate. "Something came up," he said, his voice low and wrong. "Something came up from below." From inside that darkness, something moved. Not fast, not loud. A scraping sound, wet and deliberate, like a body being dragged across stone. The frost lamp in Cleo's hand flickered once and went dark, and the wall behind her began to frost over, spreading in crystals that crept across the black stone like fingers reaching for her spine. Chapter 10. The wall behind her continued to frost. Cleo watched the crystals spread, a creeping geometry of white that branched and crawled across the black stone like veins surfacing under skin. The cold reached for her not randomly, with purpose, each crystalline arm stretching in her direction as if it could taste her heat through the stone. The guard captain stood frozen at the threshold, his blade raised, his breath clouding in the unnatural dark. "Captain," she said, her voice steady in a way that surprised her. "What is down there?" "Storage." He did not turn. "Old evidence, sealed records, the Foundation's cisterns." "And what else?" The scraping sound came again from the darkness, closer now. A wet drag across stone, followed by a crack, the brittle snap of something frozen breaking under weight. The frost lamp caught it for half a second, enough for Cleo to see a face that had been a face once. Skin stretched pale and brittle over bone. Eyes gone to milky white, mouth open in a silent rictus of cold. A white, but not like the ones in the cereal. Those had been shambling, slow, scattered. This one moved with purpose. Its head turned toward her, tracking her heat, and the milky eyes fixed on her face with an awareness that should have been impossible. The captain struck before she could speak. His blade came down in a clean arc, taking the white through the neck, and the thing crumpled, its body collapsing into frozen fragments that scattered across the stone floor. But the scraping sound did not stop. It multiplied. From the darkness behind him, the threshold, from the corridors below, from the spaces where the frost lamps had died and the light could not reach, the sound of bodies dragging themselves across stone echoed up like a chorus. "How many?" Cleo asked. The captain did not answer. He did not need to. She could hear them, dozens of them, the wet drag of frozen limbs, the click of brittle fingers against stone, the low, rattling breath of lungs that had no business drawing air. She made a decision. It took less than a second, the calculation cold and fast in her mind. The guard captain was one man. The remaining officers were still upstairs, useless against a breach they could not see. The frost rages on duty would take minutes to arrive, minutes they did not have. She needed fighters. She needed someone who had spent years killing things in the northern dark. She turned and ran. The captain shouted after her, his voice cracking with disbelief, but she did not stop. Her boots slapped against the stone, her breath burning in her throat as she climbed the stairs, pushed through the corridor doors, and took the passage that led down, not into the vaults, but toward the prison keep. The guards at the entrance saw her coming and straightened, their hands moving to their weapons. "Open Kazimir Solanke's cell," she said. The lead guard blinked. "Lady Drozdova, the lower vaults have been breached. Whites are coming up through the foundation levels. I need every fighter who can hold a blade, and he is the best one in this citadel." He is a condemned prisoner. He is a commander who spent 7 years killing whites on the glacier frontier. She stepped at her for a long moment. The sounds from above, scraping, shouting, the clash of metal, filtered down through the stone like a distant storm. "If I step out of this cell," he said slowly, "I could kill you before the guards reach me." "Yes." "And you brought me a blade anyway." She held his gaze. Her hand went to her belt, and she pulled the cold iron knife she had taken from the antechamber wall, the one she had grabbed without thinking before she ran. She held it out to him, hilt first. "I need you," she said, "because I am choosing to trust that the man who shielded weaker guards during his own arrest will not innocent people die just to spite the woman who wears Linka's face." Kazimir looked at the blade, then at her face, then at the blade again. And in the flickering blue light of the prison lantern, he reached through the bars and took it from her hand. His fingers brushed hers. The contact lasted less than a heartbeat, but she felt it. The warmth of his skin against the cold of hers. The shock of human touch in a place that had been nothing but stone and threat. "If this is a trap," he said quietly, "I will make sure you do not survive it." "It is not a trap." "Then turn around and open the cell." She did. The keys were heavy in her hand, the iron cold against her palm. She worked the lock with fingers that did not shake, and when the door swung open, Kazimir Solanke stepped out of his cell for the first time in 43 days. He was taller than she remembered, leaner. The shackles had left raw rings around his wrists, and there was a gauntness to his face that the dim light could not hide. But his eyes were clear, sharp, and when he closed his hand around the cold iron knife, he held it like a man who had never been disarmed. "How many?" he asked. "Dozens, maybe more. The breach came from inside the vaults." His jaw tightened. "That is not how whites work." "I know." He looked at her, and something flickered in his expression. Surprise, suspicion, the unwilling acknowledgement that she had just confirmed something he had not expected her to know. Then the scream came again, closer. Kazimir moved past her without another word, his bare feet silent on the stone, the knife held low and ready. And Cleo followed him into the dark. Chapter 11. The first white came out of the dark at a dead sprint. Not the shambling crawl the serial had taught her to expect. Not the slow, joint-locked stagger of frozen flesh dragged across stone. This thing moved like it had been waiting, like it knew exactly where the warmth was. Kazimir stepped left and drove the coal iron knife up under its ribs before Cleo could call a warning. The blade punched through frost-hardened cloth, and the white collapsed, thrashing, its jaw working in silent hunger as the iron ate whatever kept it moving. He did not wait for it to stop. He was already moving past the body toward the next sound, the next scrape of bone on stone, and Cleo forced her legs to follow. The archive corridor branched ahead of them, a web of storage chambers and old record rooms that fed into the main vault passage. The lamps here had been burning low for years, their flames thin and blue, and the light threw shadows that moved wrong, that stretched and twisted as something dragged itself through the dark beyond the glass. "Left," she said. Kazimir did not argue. He took the turn at a run, his bare feet slapping against the frost-slicked stone, and she matched his pace with Lisenka's long stride, the boots she had stolen from the antechamber wall slapping hard against the floor. The corridor opened into a wide chamber lined with collapsed shelves. Paper and old ledgers lay scattered across the stone, their pages curled with damp and cold, and in the center of the room, 3 guards were trying to hold a line against a press of whites that should not have been able to move that fast, that coordinated it. One of the guards went down before Cleo could open her mouth. The white that dug him was smaller than the others, a woman maybe, or what had been a woman, with hair frozen into brittle threads and fingers that had been nails once, before they had grown into something else. She was on the guard's chest before he could scream, and the sound that came out of her was not a snarl, but a whisper, something shaped, something almost human. Kazimir reached her before Cleo did. He grabbed the white by the hair and wrenched her backward, the cold iron knife coming up and across in a single, clean arc, and the whisper died with the body. "Hold the gap," he said to the remaining guards, his voice flat and commanding, the voice of a man who had spent years telling soldiers where to die. "Stack the bodies. They block movement." The guards stared at him. They knew who he was. Every man in this citadel knew the face of the condemned commander, the one whose trial had been meant to make an example of the northern frontier's last resistance. They had seen him in chains. They had seen him mocked in the courtyard. Now he stood in front of them with a dead white at his feet and a knife in his hand, and he was giving them orders. One of the guards, a young man with frostburn scarring across his knuckles, grabbed the nearest body and dragged it into the gap. The others followed. Cleo grabbed a fallen guard's cold iron blade from the stone and moved to the far side of the collapsed shelves, where the darkness pressed thickest. The pulse beneath her feet was faster now, shallower, the hunting rhythm she had felt earlier, and she could feel it in her teeth, in the bone behind her eyes, in the cold iron signet that seemed to hum against her thumb. "You fight like you have done this before," Kazimir said from behind her. She did not turn. "I have read about it. Reading is not fighting." "No, but it helps with the geometry." A beat of silence. Then, low and unwilling, something that might have been the ghost of a laugh. "That is a terrible answer. It is the only one you are getting." They moved through the next chamber in tandem, not speaking, not planning, but somehow matching each other's pace, each other's turns, each other's awareness of the dark. Cleo would catch a sound to the right, and he would already be angling toward it. He would step past a fallen shelf, and she would be there to cover the blind side he had left open. It should not have worked. They were enemies. They were strangers. She was wearing the face of the woman who had made him kneel on froststone and read casualty lists until his voice broke. And yet, he moved past a wounded guard without hesitation, a young man with his arm torn open and his sword still raised, and instead of leaving him to the whites, Kazimir grabbed him by the collar and hauled him behind the shelter of an overturned table. "Stay down," he said. "Bleed later." The guards stared at him with the same disbelief the others had shown. Kazimir was already gone, back into the press of bodies, back into the dark, and Cleo saw it then. The thing that had made him a commander, the thing the serial he'd not have shown her because the serial needed him to become a monster. He did not leave people behind, even people who had served the regime that caged him. even people who would have watched him burn without flinching. She caught up to him at the next junction, where the corridor split into 3 branches, all of them dark, all of them thick with the sound of scraping and the wet drag of something heavy across stone. "Which way?" he asked. She had no answer. In the serial, the vault breach had never happened. There was no map for this. No chapter she had taught 7 times, no marginal note she had written in red ink, no essay she had graded that had analyzed the logistics of a white incursion inside the citadel. The cannon was gone. She was flying blind. "I do not know," she said. Kazimir looked at her. The blue lamplight caught the scars on his jaw, the gaunt hollows beneath his cheekbones, the sharp clarity of his winter-pale eyes. "You freed me without a plan," he said. "I freed you because the plan I had did not account for this. And now? Now I am trusting that the man who just saved a guard, who would have watched him hang, knows more about fighting whites than I do." He stared at her for a long moment. Then he chose the left corridor and started walking. She followed. The corridor narrowed as they moved deeper, the walls pressing closer, the frost thickening until it crusted the stone in layers of white that glittered in the faint light. The pulse beneath her feet was constant now, a heartbeat that would not slow, and the cold iron signet on her thumb felt warm against the freezing air, a contradiction she did not have time to examine. The sound of fighting had faded behind them. They were alone in the dark, in a part of the vaults she did not recognize, with a man who had promised to kill her if this was a trap. "You are not what I expected," Kazimir said from behind her. She did not turn. "I have read about it. Reading is not fighting." "No, but it helps with the geometry." A beat of silence. Then, low and unwilling, something that might have been the ghost of a laugh. "That is a terrible answer. It is the only one you are getting." They moved through the next chamber in tandem, not speaking, not planning, but somehow matching each other's pace, each other's turns, each other's awareness of the dark. Cleo would catch a sound to the right and he would already be angling toward it. He would step past a fallen shelf and she would be there to cover the blind side he had left open. It should not have worked. They were enemies. They were strangers. She was wearing the face of the woman who had made him kneel on frost stone and read casualty lists until his voice broke. And yet... He moved past a wounded guard without hesitation, a young man with his arm torn open and his sword still raised, and instead of leaving him to the whites, Kazimir grabbed him by the collar and hauled him behind the shelter of an overturned table. "Stay down," he said. "Bleed later." The guard stared at him with the same disbelief the others had shown. Kazimir was already gone, back into the press of bodies, back into the dark. And Cleo saw it then, the thing that had made him a commander, the thing the serial had never shown her because the serial needed him to become a monster. He did not leave people behind, even people who had served the regime that caged him, even people who would have watched him burn without flinching. She caught up to him at the next junction, where the corridor split into 3 branches, all of them dark, all of them thick with the sound of scraping and the wet drag of something heavy across stone. "Which way?" he asked. She had no answer. In the serial, the vault breach had never happened. There was no map for this. No chapter she had taught 7 times, no marginal note she had written in red ink, no essay she had graded that had analyzed the logistics of a white incursion inside the citadel. The cannon was gone. She was flying blind. "I do not know," she said. "I have read about it. Reading is not fighting." "No, but it helps with the geometry." A beat of silence. Then, low and unwilling, something that might have been the ghost of a laugh. "That is a terrible answer. He did not leave people behind. My fear is desperate, not it. I really leave to the road. This is a lot of my empowerment. Because it is the only one we understand of my brains, Archie, Panlerly, through the claw cap leaf, the answer to this rister, but your meaning it's going to be true for existence. You hope you? I cannot. It is trapped by the spine gratic. Then move it anyway. She tried. The pain spiked, white and blinding, and she felt the stone shift beneath her, the frost cracking as something in the dark drew closer. Leave me, she said. Kazimir looked at her. His eyes were cold, clear, and very, very angry. No. He braced his shoulder against the timber and heaved. The shelf did not move, but the thing in the dark did. Chapter 12. The shelf did not move. Cleo saw the strain in Kazimir's shoulders, the way the cold iron knife glinted in his grip as he shifted his weight, and she knew with a clarity that cut through the pain that he would not leave her. Not because he trusted her, because he did not leave people behind. That fact, so small and so absolute, struck her harder than the timber pinned across her leg. The thing in the dark was still approaching. She could feel it now, a pressure against her chest like the air before a storm, a cold that moved not through the chamber, but through the space behind her ribs, where breath turned shallow and thought turned slow. The shelf will not lift, she said. I can see that. Then go. Kazimir looked at her. The blue light caught the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the sharp line of his jaw, the scars that marked him as a man who had survived things she had only ever taught. His eyes were very clear and very cold. I did not survive the tribunal to watch you die under a bookshelf, Lisenka. He said her name like a blade he was still deciding whether to use. He dropped the knife, braced both hands against the timber, and heaved again. The wood groaned but did not shift. Frost crackled where his palms touched the frozen surface, and she saw the tendons in his neck stand out with the effort. The thing in the dark moved closer. She could hear it now. Not footsteps. Something slower, heavier, a drag across stone like wet cloth pulled over a corpse. The ward, she said. Kazimir stopped straining. What? The entrance, the corridor behind us. If I can seal it, the thing cannot reach us. He looked at the dark mouth of the corridor they had come through, looked at the timber, looked at her. How long? She did not know. She had never cast a Frostcraft ward in her life. Lisenka had, hundreds of times, but the knowledge was not hers. The muscle memory belonged to a woman she had only ever read about, a woman whose hands she wore like a borrowed costume that did not quite fit. But the cold iron signet on her thumb was warm, warm against the freezing air, warm against the frost that crusted the fallen shelf, warm like a heartbeat that was not her own. Give me the knife, she said. Kazimir picked it up. He did not hand it to her. He set it on the stone beside her pinned leg, blade toward her, handle within reach, and then he straightened and turned his back to her. If the thing reaches us before the ward holds, he said, I will buy you time. Use it. He walked toward the dark. Cleo watched him go, watched the lean set of his shoulders, the easy way he held himself despite 43 days of chains and starvation, the way he positioned himself in the narrow gap between the collapsed shelves and the wall, a space no more than 3 feet wide. He was choosing the ground, even now, even for her. She grabbed the knife. The cold iron handle bit into her palm, and the signet on her thumb flared with heat so sudden and sharp that she gasped. The warmth traveled up her arm, down her chest, settled in the center of her ribs like a coal that would not stop burning. She did not know the words, she did not know the gestures, but Lisenka did. She closed her eyes and let the body take over. Her hand moved without her permission, the knife tracing a pattern in the air that left trails of silver light, slow and deliberate, like a signature she had written 1,000 times. Her mouth opened, and words she had never learned came out in a language she did not speak, a rhythm that felt like the pulse beneath the citadel but reversed, inverted, a mirror held up to the deep ice's song. The frost on the walls began to retreat. The cold in the air pulled back, gathered, condensed into a single point at the center of the silver pattern she had drawn, and she felt the ward take shape. A wall of winter, will and heat, stolen from her own body, her own life, the warmth bleeding out of her fingers, and her breath and the space behind her eyes. She was burning. She could feel it. Lisenka's body knew this price. It had paid it before, but Cleo had never burned like this, had never felt her own heat leave her in strands of silver light, had never understood that frostcraft was not magic, but transaction, a trade of warmth for control, a deal with a cold that did not care who made the offer. The ward sealed. The silver light snapped into a lattice of frost across the corridor mouth, thin and fragile as spun glass, and the thing in the dark stopped moving. She could see it now, a shape that was not quite human, not quite animal, a silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it rather than reflect it. It stood at the edge of the lattice, close enough that she could have touched it if the ward had not been there, and it watched her. Not with eyes, with a stillness that was worse. Kazimir did not turn around. He kept his position, his body angled toward the thing, his empty hands raised in a guard stance that would do nothing against a wight but that he held anyway. "Is it sealed?" he asked. "Yes." "For how long?" She looked at the lattice. It was thinning already. The heat she had stolen from herself was slowly feeding the frost, and when it ran out, the ward would dissolve. "Not long enough," she said. Kazimir turned, walked back to her, knelt beside the timber and set his shoulder against it one more time. "Then we make it long enough." He heaved. The timber shifted, not much, an inch, maybe 2, but it was enough for her to feel the weight lift from her leg. She pulled herself free, the pain white and blinding, and crawled backward on her elbows until her spine hit the far wall. The ward flickered. The thing in the dark pressed against it, and she saw the lattice bow inward, the frost cracking along the lines she had drawn. Kazimir dropped the timber, picked up the knife, handed it to her hilt first, the same way she had handed it to him in the prison keep, and said, "We need a different way out." She took the blade. Her hand was shaking. From the cold, from the burn, from the heat she had given away and could not get back. "There is another corridor," she said. "Past the fallen ceiling. The archives open into the cistern levels. From there we can reach the main keep." Kazimir looked at the collapsed ceiling, at the gap that led upward into darkness, at the lattice that was failing faster now. "Show me." She pushed herself to her feet. Her legs screamed, but it held. She moved toward the gap, the knife still in her hand, the signet still warm against her thumb, and she did not look back at the thing in the dark. She did not need to. She could feel it. The lattice shattered behind them as she climbed. The sound was like breaking glass, like ice cracking on a frozen river, and she felt the cold rush back into the corridor in a wave that stole what little warmth she had left. She pulled herself up through the gap, into the darkness of the foundation levels, and felt Kazimir follow, his weight shifting the rubble beneath her hands. They emerged into a narrow passage lined with frozen pipes and cisterns that had not seen water in decades. The air was still, dead, the kind of cold that had no movement in it. Kazimir stopped beside her. He was breathing hard, his breath fogging in the lampless dark, and she saw that his hands were bleeding, the skin torn from his palms where he had braced against the timber. He did not mention it. "The keep," he said. "Which direction?" She pointed. He started walking. She followed. They moved through the cistern levels in silence, past iron ladders that led nowhere, past doors sealed with frost and rust, past the bones of animals that had crawled here to die. The pulse beneath her feet was steady now, no longer the hunting rhythm, no longer the urgent beat that had driven them through the vaults. It was waiting. She did not know what it was waiting for. The ladder to the main keep was exactly where she remembered from a chapter she had taught 7 times, a detail that had never mattered until now. Kazimir went first, his body moving with a practiced economy that spoke of years of climbing, years of fighting, years of surviving places that should have killed him. She followed. The trapdoor opened into a storage corridor on the ground floor of the Tribunal wing, empty and silent, the lamps unlit, the stones cold. Kazimir climbed out, stood in the corridor, looked at the walls, the doors, the narrow windows that showed only blackness beyond. Then he looked at her. Now what? She had no answer. She was standing in a corridor of the citadel she had woken in 11 days ago, with a man she had freed from a cell, a man she had fought beside, a man she had watched choose ground and refuse to abandon a guard and try to lift a timber that would have killed him if he had succeeded. A man who had every reason to hate her, and had saved her anyway. "You return me," he said. The words were flat, not a question. "What?" "To the cell, or to the guards. You return me, or they will tear the citadel apart looking for me. And when they find me in your company, whatever game you are playing ends." He was right. She knew he was right. But the words would not come. Kazimir watched her for a long moment. Then he walked past her, down the corridor, toward the stairwell that led to the prison keep. His shackled hands held out in front of him, as if he were already waiting for the chains to close around his wrists again. She watched him go, and she understood, with a clarity that cut deeper than the cold, that she had been wrong about him. She had taught him as doomed. She had written essays about his transformation, analyzed the moral logic of his fall, graded thesis after thesis about the inevitability of his cruelty. But he was not doomed. He was choosing. He was choosing to walk back to a cell because he knew that her survival depended on the appearance of order. He was choosing to protect her, even after everything. She caught up to him at the stairwell, reached out and touched his arm. He stopped, did not turn. "You do not have to go back," she said. Kazimir looked at her over his shoulder. His face was unreadable, a mask of cold and calm, but his eyes were not calm. They were the eyes of a man who had spent 43 days in chains and had already begun planning how to survive the next 43. "I know," he said. He turned and walked down the stairs. The shackles clinked with every step, a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath the citadel, and Cleo stood at the top of the stairwell and watched him disappear into the dark. She did not follow. She did not know if she was sparing him or failing him. But she knew, with a certainty that burned colder than any ward, that the man she had just watched return his own wrists to iron was not the man the serial had promised. Went the guard captain at the top of the vault stairwell, his coat crusted with frost, his blade still wet. He looked at Cleo, looked at the blood on her hands, the frost burn creeping up her sleeves, the way she stood with one shoulder lower than the other, where the timber had pinned her. Then he looked past her, toward the prison keep. "Where is he?" "In his cell," Cleo said. The captain's jaw tightened. "You freed a condemned prisoner during a breach, without authorization." "I armed him. He killed 9 whites. Your lieutenant is alive because Solanke dragged him behind a table instead of running." She let the words settle. You want to court-martial me? Do it after the seal is replaced and the bodies are counted. The captain stared at her. His hand stayed on his, but he did not draw. The Grand Magister will hear of this. I expect he will. She walked past him. The corridor beyond the stairwell was crowded with guards, clerks, a woman in temple robes clutching a broken lantern. They parted when they saw her, the same way they had parted in the first days. But the quality of the silence had changed. It was no longer fear of what Lisenka might do. It was the confusion of people who had watched a monster save them and did not know how to hold that knowledge. She did not stop. The answer came 3 hours later, delivered by Marta Doric in Cleo's own chambers. You are not arrested. Cleo looked up from the bandage she was winding around her forearm. The frostburn had crawled past her wrist before she stopped it, a pale lattice of deadened nerves it would take days to heal. The Grand Magister's orders. The guard captain's recommendation. Marta's voice was flat, professional, but her eyes were not. He told the tribunal that your actions, while irregular, prevented the breach from reaching the upper levels. He did not mention Solanke by name. He buried it. He chose survival over procedure. For now. Marta placed a folded dispatch on the table. Cleo did not open it. What else? The lower vaults are sealed again. 12 dead, 23 whites destroyed. The Eastern Corridor Patrol has been recalled for questioning about the timing of the attack. Cleo's hands stopped mid-rap. The timing? 7 days early. Who is asking the question? Tanko Adejola. Of course. Marta left without another word, and Cleo sat alone in the lamplight, the bandage half-finished, the frostburn throbbing in time with the pulse beneath the citadel. She found Fanko in the archive antechamber, standing over a table covered in patrol reports and vault schematics. The frost mage did not look up when Cleo entered. You should be in bed. So should you. Chanko's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. The Eastern Corridor Patrol was supposed to be routine, she said, touching a map with her gloved finger. Same route they have run every third day for 2 winters. No sign of deep ice activity, no temperature drop, no warning. She looked up. And then, 7 days before the earliest recorded white emergence in Frostmarch history, 12 men are attacked by a coordinated spawn that should not exist outside the deep glacier zones. Cleo said nothing. You knew. The words hung in the cold air. You knew it was coming, Sanko said. You did not know exactly when, but you knew something was wrong. I saw your face at the warehouse. You were not surprised by the fire. You were waiting for it. Cleo met her gaze. Yes. Santo's pale eyes did not blink. How? The question was direct, cleaned. The kind of question that did not leave room for evasion. Cleo could have lied, could have claimed instinct, intelligence, a network of informants, could have hidden behind Lisenka's old reputation and let Sanko believe she was playing a deeper game. But she was tired. Tired of the mask. Tired of the weight of a face that had never told the truth. I cannot explain it in a way that will make sense to you, she said, but I know what is supposed to happen. The fire, the patrol, the breach. I know the order they were supposed to come in, and I know that order is breaking. Sanko studied her for a long moment. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. My frost mage turned back to the map. Her fingers traced the glacier route, the spot where the patrol had been hit, the curve of the Eastern Corridor where the bodies had been found. The Grand Magister will not let this pass. I know. He will demand a reason for your actions tonight. And when you cannot give him one that fits the story he believes, he will assume you are compromised. Cleo felt the frost-burned pulse beneath the bandage. What do you think? Sanko was quiet for a long time. Then she looked up, and her expression was unreadable, but something in her voice had shifted. I think the story I was taught is missing pages. She folded the map, tucked it into her coat, walked toward the door, then stopped with her hand on the frame. So Sheju. Sanko's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. The Eastern Corridor Patrol was supposed to be routine, she said, touching a map with her gloved finger. Same route they have run every third day for 2 winters. No sign of deep ice activity, no temperature drop, no warning. She looked up. And then, 7 days before the earliest recorded white emergence in Frostmarch history, 12 men are attacked by a coordinated spawn that should not exist outside the deep glacier zones. Cleo said nothing. You knew. The words hung in the cold air. You knew it was coming. Sanko said. She puts a personal doctor's good. It's expected, probably inviolently like staring glass. To trip the discovery form. One Terry Plex is under another exact, the side a terrible who died la likely bluggen as all, surround with a sock Eric and he wappens it. This is Rizmakin Vosh. Mention never, I love that one other. The frost mage turned back to the map. Her fingers traced the glacier route, the spot where the patrol had been hit, the curve of the eastern corridor where the bodies had been found. The Grand Magister will not let this pass. I know. He will demand a reason for your actions tonight. And when you cannot give him one that fits the story he believes, he will assume you are compromised. Cleo felt the frost-burned pulse beneath the bandage. What do you think? Sanko was quiet for a long time. Then she looked up, and her expression was unreadable, but something in her voice had shifted. I think the story I was taught is missing pages. She folded the map, tucked it into her coat, walked toward the door, then stopped with her hand on the frame. So should you to it suffer? Sanko's pale eyes did not blink. How? The question was direct, clean. The kind of question that did not leave room for evasion. Cleo could have lied, could have claimed instinct, intelligence, a network of informants, could have hidden behind Lisenka's old reputation and let Sanko believe she was playing a deeper game. But she was tired. Tired of the mask. Tired of the weight of a face that had never told the truth. I cannot explain it in a way that will make sense to you, she said, but I know what is supposed to happen. The fire, the patrol, the breach. I know the order they were supposed to come in, and I know that order is breaking. Sanko stared at her for a long moment. That is not an answer. It is only one I have. The frost mage turned back to the map. Her fingers traced the glacier route, the spot where the patrol had been hit, the curve of the eastern corridor where the bodies had been found. The women of Magister will not let this pass. I know. He will demand a reason for your actions tonight, and when you cannot give him one that fits the story he believes, he will assume you are compromised. Cleo felt the frost-burned pulse beneath the bandage. What do you think? Sanko was quiet for a long time. Then she looked up, and her expression was unreadable. But something in her voice had shifted. Oh? That Neverly happenings really do Archivist. I all know one it is kind. I shouldn't be up right here. I situated in, had, it needed it, do not know what I mean. Chapter 14. She found the infirmary 3 corridors past the Tribunal archives, in a narrow hall where the frost lamps burned low, and the air smelled of bandage linen and something sharp beneath it. Something medicinal that did not quite cover the copper tang of old blood. Ivo Morser sat at an oak table with his back to the door, A ledger opened before him, his pen moving in small, precise strokes. He did not turn when she entered, did not startle. "Lady Drozdova?" "I did not announce myself." "Your footsteps have a particular weight." He set the pen down, straightened the ledger, and finally turned. His face was lean and tired, the kind of tired that sleep would not fix, the kind that lived in the boken, but this precise lovin is not illegible, with symbols in the margins that did not match any court script she had been taught. "What are those marks?" "Condition codes." Ivo did not stop her from looking, did not close the book. Fever, fracture, frost exposure. The tribunal cares how long a prisoner lasts, not how they feel while lasting. I keep the details for myself. She traced her finger down the column, the names blurred into a rhythm of arrests and sentences and deaths, exactly how many days between intake and disposal. How many of these people were guilty? Ivo's mouth tightened. Some, not most, not enough. She looked up. Kazimir Solanke is in his cell, shackled, fresh blood on the cuffs. The guards say he chose to return. I know that is not the entire story, but it is the one they are telling. He did choose. She kept her voice level. I freed him. He fought. He came back. Ivo watched her for a long moment, then reached into his coat and pulled out a second ledger, smaller, bound in leather the color of dried blood. He set it on the table between them. This is not official. What is it? My private record, the one I do not submit to the tribunal. She opened it. The first page was a list of names, dates of arrest, and a column labeled Utility Rating in a code she recognized from the serial, numbers 1 through 5, with annotations beside each that described medical condition in terms of fitness for ceremony. Utility Rating. How valuable the prisoner is to the tribunal alive, political value, interrogation value, ritual value. Ivo's voice was flat, a man reciting facts he had long stopped feeling. A rating of 5 means they will be kept alive until the next solstice ceremony. A rating of 1 means they are scheduled for disposal within the week. She turned pages, the names blurred past. Soldiers, smugglers, border runners, people who had been in the wrong place when the tribunal needed a body to break. Then she found it. Kazimir Solanke, arrested 43 days ago. Rating, 5. Annotation, hold for deep winter solstice. Branding scheduled. Do not allow permanent injury before ceremony. She read the line twice. They are keeping him healthy. They are keeping him intact. Ivo leaned back and the weariness on his face deepened into something older, something that looked like shame worn smooth by time. The branding requires him to be conscious, alert. Pain requires a mind present to experience it. If he dies before the ceremony, the ritual loses its power. Kilo stared at the page. She had known the branding was coming, had known it was the Hinge event, the moment that broke Kazimir and turned him toward the warlord path. But she had not understood the mechanics of it, the cold precision of tipping a man alive so he could be unmade in exactly the right way. Who assigns the rating? The Grand Magister, through Sabine Kadar's office. Ivo's voice dropped. I am the instrument, not the architect. I keep them alive because I'm told to keep them alive. I bandage the wounds that will be reopened later. I treat the infections that would kill them before the tribunal can. Why are you showing me this? He looked at her, direct, unflinching. Because you stopped the warehouse fire. Because you went down into the vaults. Because you freed a condemned man and brought him back, which makes no sense unless you are playing a game deeper than anyone in this citadel understands. He paused. And because I have been the instrument for 18 years, I would like to be something else before I die. The silence stretched. Cleo looked down at the ledger, at Kazimir's name, at the cold, precise handwriting that had decided his fate before he ever set foot in the courtroom. Who else is rated 5? Ivo hesitated. That is the question you should not ask. I am asking it anyway. He reached across and turned to the back of the ledger. The final page held a single name written in the same small hand with a utility rating of 5 and an annotation that made her breath catch. The name was Lisenka Drozdova. You are on the list, Ivo said quietly. You have been on the list since you were 12 years old. The rating is not about punishment, it is about purpose. She stared at her own name, Lisenka's name. The girl Anselm had raised to be an instrument, the woman whose body she now wore, the role the deep ice expected her to fill. What purpose? Ivo opened his mouth, and the door opened behind them. Cleo turned. A figure stood in the threshold, silhouette against the corridor frost lamps, too still to be a passing guard. Ivo's hand moved, closing the ledger, sliding it beneath his coat with practiced speed. Lady Drozdova. The voice was smooth, female, familiar. I was told I would find you here. The figure stepped forward. Sabine Kadar smiled. The Grand Magister requests your presence in the strategy chamber. He wishes to discuss the events of the evening before he retires. The smile did not reach her eyes. Now, when you showing me this? He looked at her, direct, unflinching. Because you stopped the warehouse fire, because you went down into the vaults, because you freed a condemned man and brought him back, which makes no sense unless you are playing a game deeper than anyone in this citadel understands. He paused. And because I have been the instrument for 18 years, I would like to be something else before I die. The silence stretched. Cleo looked down at the ledger, at Kazimir's name, at the cold, precise handwriting that had decided his fate before he ever set foot in the courtroom. Who else is rated 5? Ivo hesitated. That is the question you should not ask. I am asking it anyway. He reached across and turned to the back of the ledger. The final page held a single name, written in the same small hand, with a utility rating of 5 and an annotation that made her breath catch. The name was Lisenka Drozdova. You are on the list, Ivo said quietly. You have been on the list since you were 12 years old. The rating is not about punishment, it is about purpose. She stared at her own name, Lisenka's name, the girl Anselm had raised to be an instrument, the woman whose body she now wore, the role the deep ice expected her to fill. What purpose? Ivo opened his mouth, and the door opened behind them. Cleo turned. A figure stood in the threshold, silhouette against the corridor frost lamps, too still to be a passing guard. Ivo's hand moved, closing the ledger, sliding it beneath his coat with practiced speed. Lady Drozdova. The voice was smooth, female, familiar. Chapter 15. The strategy chamber door closed behind her with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Cleo stood in the corridor, heart hammering against her ribs, the echo of Drozdov's voice still pressing against her skull. He had asked about the vaults, about Kazimir, about the warehouse. He had watched her face with those pale gray eyes, and she had felt the weight of 30 years of cruelty in his silence. She had answered carefully, truth layered with misdirection, admitting fear of the deep ice, letting him read it as cowardice rather than recognition. He had let her go. But the question he had not asked hung in the air between them like frost waiting to crystallize. What are you becoming? She walked. The citadel corridors stretched ahead in lamplight and shadow. Her boots struck stone in a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath her feet, the one that had shifted from waiting to watching, the one she could feel in her teeth. She did not go to her rooms. She went to the archives. The door was unsealed at this hour, left open for the night clerk who processed old case files. Cleo slipped through and moved between the shelves, her fingers brushing spines, reading dates, searching for the years Kazimir's regiment had existed on paper before the tribunal erased it. She found the first file at the back of the third row. 7th Northern Scouts, established year 42, disbanded year 57, 15 years. A full generation of men and women who had served the glacier corridors, who had held the Eastern Front against the deep ice's creeping advance, who had been declared traitors and scattered like ash. She pulled the file and carried it to the reading table. The frost lamp sputtered. She opened the cover. The first page was a roster. Names, ranks, assignments. She scanned for Kazimir's name and found it halfway down. Solanke Kazimir, Lieutenant. Assigned Eastern Glacier Corridor, Sector 7. Service record, exemplary. Commendations, 3. She turned the page. The second sheet was a trial summary. Charge, treason against the tribunal. Specification, collusion with occupied settlements, unauthorized distribution of cold iron, communication with enemy agents. Cleo read the charge twice. Then she read the witness list. Every name on it was a prisoner. Every name had been offered reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. Every name had recanted within 6 months of sentencing, and every recantation had been sealed and buried in the same archive vaults where she now sat. She turned the pages faster. Another trial. Another soldier from the 7th Northern Scouts. The same charge, the same witness structure, the same sealed recantations. She pulled the next file, and the next. 12 soldiers. 12 trials, 12 identical charges crafted from the same template, stamped with the same tribunal seal, signed by the same magistrate. A magistrate who had retired 3 years ago, a magistrate whose name appeared nowhere in the serial's cast of characters because the serial had never shown this part of the story. Cleo's hands were shaking. She closed the last file and sat in the silence, the frost lamp hissing, the weight of the evidence pressing against her chest. They had not arrested Kazimir because he became dangerous. They had made him dangerous first, had destroyed his regiment, his command, his reputation, had left him isolated and furious and bleeding, had cultivated the very rage they would later brand as treason. The branding was not punishment, it was completion. She stood. Her legs felt unsteady, but she moved anyway, gathering the files, tucking them under her arm. She needed to show Kazimir, needed him to see the shape of the trap that had been built around him long before either of them arrived in this room. She stepped into the corridor. Sabine Kurda was waiting. She stood 3 paces away, arms loose at her sides, head tilted slightly as if she had been watching Cleo approach for some time. The corridor frost lamps caught the edge of her jaw, the curve of her mouth, the stillness of a woman who had never needed to raise her voice to be heard. Lady Drozdova. Sabine's voice was warm, almost kind. You look as though you have found something heavy. Cleo stopped. The files pressed against her ribs. Her thumb pressed against the cold iron signet, felt it radiate a warmth that should not exist in this frozen corridor. Are you following me? I am walking the same halls. Sabine's smile widened, just barely. It is a small citadel for those who know where to look. She glanced at the files. I hope you are not carrying evidence without proper authorization. The tribunal is particular about its records. Cleo held her gaze. I am the Grand Magister's daughter. I carry what I choose. Sabine laughed, a sound like glass rubbing against silk. You carry what you have been allowed to find in one night. The corridor stretched between them, dark and cold, and full of the weight of years Cleo had only begun to understand. And Sabine's smile, waiting, patient, knowing. But the degree that hadn't make torment that's not clear. Collection now, provibity. Get up to the statity, mixedly ones to air, the low over to the spirit of the wipe, between the feelings by the upalluding leader, less than the pueder's act to steeble, and the degree that would be strange to make get and pre. The corridor stretched between them, dark and cold, and full of the weight of years Cleo had only begun to understand. And Sabine's smile, waiting, patient, knowing, Chapter 16. Sabine led her through the corridor, past the frost lamps, past the guards who stepped aside with averted eyes. Cleo's fingers pressed into the files. Her thumb found the signet. "Before I see him," she said, stopping, "I need to go to the prison keep." Sabine turned. Her expression did not change, but something in her shoulders sharpened. "The Grand Magister is waiting." "He can wait a little longer." A pause. Then Sabine's smile returned, thinner now. "You want to show the commander his regiment's debts before your father sees you holding the proof. That is either courage or stupidity, and I have not yet decided which one is more dangerous." "It is not your decision to make." "No, it is not." Sabine stepped aside. "The prison keep is that way. I will inform the Grand Magister that you required a detour." Cleo moved past her before she could change her mind. The descent into the prison keep felt longer than she remembered. The stairwell narrowed. The frost lamps hissed lower. By the time she reached the iron door, her breath had begun to fog in the air, and the warmth of the files against her ribs was the only heat she could feel. The guard on duty recognized her. He unlocked the door without meeting her eyes. Kazimir was standing when she entered. He stood with his back to the wall, his weight low, ready even in chains. The fresh blood on the cups had dried to rust brown. His eyes moved over her, catalogued the files, and settled on her face with the stillness of a man who had stopped hoping. "You are back." "I found something." She crossed the cell and knelt, spreading the files on the stone floor between them. The frost lamp from the corridor cast a weak orange triangle across the papers. She opened the first file and laid the commendation sheet on top. Kazimir did not move. "Look at it," she said. He looked. She watched him read the roster, watched him see his own name, the lieutenant rank, the 15 years service notation, the 3 commendations signed by a commanding officer who had died in the quarries 3 years before the tribunal was dissolved. His jaw tightened. That was all. She opened the second file, the trial summary, the charges, the witness testimony, the names of 12 soldiers from the same regiment, each charged with the same treason, each convicted by the same magistrate, each sentenced to the northern quarries. She laid the sealed recantations on top. Kazimir looked at them. "They are recantations," she said. "The witnesses who testified against you, all of them recanted. The tribunal sealed the statements and buried them in the archives. I found them tonight." He did not reach for the papers. His hands stayed at his sides, shackled, still. "I know what you are thinking," she said. "I know you believe I brought these to prove something, to earn something. But I brought them because you deserve to know that the tribunal did not arrest you for what you did. They arrested you because they manufactured the evidence first. They destroyed your regiment to make you look like a threat, and then they branded you for being what they made." The cell was silent. Kazimir's eyes stayed on the papers, on the names, on the trial summaries stamped with the tribunal seal. "We're to see that the stune ventress for a practice of lied. It is only the following sistandal of it forever." "And you think knowing this will help me?" I think you deserve to know the truth. He laughed. The sound was rough, damaged, stripped of humor. The archives. Sealed records section. They were buried under years of procedural filings, but they were there. They have always been there. Who else has seen them? No one. I took them before anyone could stop me. She paused. Sabine Kadar knows. She intercepted me in the corridor. She knows what they are. His mouth twisted. Of course she does. She helped write them. Yes. He looked up. His eyes were pale in the dim light. Winter sky eyes, the serial had described them. A name she had read 100 times in student essays and never understood until now. They were not cold. They were the color of a sky that had already lost everything and knew nor was coming. What do you want me to do with this? He asked. I do not know, she said. You do not know? He said it slowly, as if tasting the shape of it. You bring me proof that my entire life was a lie, constructed by the woman whose face you wear. And when I ask you what I am supposed to do with it, you say you do not know. I cannot tell you how to feel. I cannot tell you what to do with the truth. I can only give it to you and let you decide. He stared at her. Let me decide, he repeated. Yes. The woman who wears Lisenka Drozdova's face kneels in my cell, hands me evidence that the tribunal destroyed my regiment, and says she will let me decide what to do with it. Yes. He studied her. His eyes moved over her face, her hands, the files spread between them, the signet on her thumb. What kind of woman, he said quietly, walks into the wreckage wearing your face and thinks she can decide what sealing looks like? The question landed like a blade. She felt the shape of it in her chest, the sharp edge of something she had not let herself face. I am not trying to decide for you. You are standing in my cell with proof of my destruction, offering help I did not ask for, and waiting for me to be grateful. That is not letting me decide. That is arriving late to a fire and asking for thanks because you brought water. She opened her mouth. No. His voice was not loud, but it cut through her breath. You do not get to explain. You do not get to sit there with the truth. I can only give it to you and let you decide. He stared at her. Let me decide, he repeated. S. The woman who wears Lisenka Drozdova's face kneels in my cell, hands me evidence that the tribunal destroyed my regiment, and says she will let me decide what to do with it. Yes. He studied her. His eyes moved over her face, her hands, the files spread between them, the signet on her thumb. What kind of woman, he said quietly, walks into the wreckage wearing your face and thinks she can decide what sealing looks like? The question landed like a blade. She felt the shape of it in her chest, the sharp edge of something she had not let herself face. I am not trying to decide for you. You are standing in my cell with proof of my destruction, offering help I did not ask for, and waiting for me to be grateful. That is not letting me decide. That is arriving late to a fire and asking for thanks because you brought water. She opened her mouth. No. His voice was not loud, but it cut through her breath. You do not get to explain. You do not get to sit there with Lisenka's hands and Lisenka's eyes and tell me you understand what I have lost. You do not get to offer me healing as if it is a transaction you can manage. He stepped forward. The chains scraped against stone. What I lost cannot be returned. What they took from me cannot be given back by a woman who was not there when they did it. You cannot arrive in the wreckage wearing the face of the woman who built the trap and expect me to thank you for showing me the blueprint. She did not move. The cell was silent. Kazimir stood over her, breathing hard, his hands shaking against the shackles, his face full of furies and grief and something else she could not name. Take your files, he said. Take your proof, take your mercy and go. She gathered the papers. Her Sabine was not there. but the pulse beneath her feet had changed. Not waiting, not watching, listening. Chapter 17. She walked. The files pressed against her ribs, Kazimir's voice still cutting through her skull. Take your mercy and go. She had expected anger. She had not expected to deserve it. The corridor curved. The pulse beneath her feet was listening, the rhythm slower than waiting, softer than watching, a held breath that did not dare exhale. Sabine stood at the junction where the passage opened into the main keep. Her posture was patient, her face unreadable, her hands clasped at her waist as if she had been standing there for hours and would stand there for hours more. The Grand Magister is waiting, Sabine said. I know. Did he accept the offering? Cleo looked at her. You already know he did not. Sabine's mouth curved, not quite a smile. I know what I would have done if someone showed me proof that my life's worst guilt was manufactured. I do not know what he would do. That is the difference between us. She turned and walked. Cleo followed. The strategy chamber sat at the heart of the Citadel's administrative wing, a room she had entered twice before in Lisenka's body, but never with this weight in her chest. The doors were iron-bound oak, the guards flanking them frost mages in Tribunal gray who did not meet her eyes. Sabine opened the left door and stepped aside. Cleo entered alone. The chamber was smaller than the formal audience hall, built for function rather than spectacle. A long table dominated the center, its surface covered in maps, dispatches, and a single frost lamp that cast blue-white light across the papers. Ansam Drozdova stood at the far end, his back to her, studying a wall-mounted relief map of Frostmarch glacier corridors. He did not turn. Close the door. She pushed it shut. The iron latch caught with a sound like a cell door sealing. You visited the prisoner before coming here. I did. And you showed him the files you retrieved from the archives. Yes. He turned. His pale gray eyes found her with the precision of a blade finding flesh. The burn scar across his throat caught the frostlight, silver white against weathered skin. 2 fingertips on his right hand, the ones frostbite had bleached years ago, rested against the table's edge. How did he receive them? The question was quiet, curious, as if he were asking about weather patterns or troop movements. He did not receive them, she said. He told me to take my mercy and leave. Something flickered in Amsel's expression. Not surprise. Recognition, perhaps. The satisfaction of a prediction confirmed. You expected that, she said. I expected you to try. He moved around the table, his boots soundless on the stone. The man has spent 4 years believing he was responsible for his regiment's destruction. Guilt becomes a kind of shelter. It gives the sufferer a role, a shape to inhabit. Taking that away is not liberation, it is demolition. He stopped 2 paces from her. You walked into his cell and tore down the wall he had been leaning on. Did you think he would thank you for the rubble? The words landed like echoes of Kazimir's. She had heard the same accusation from 2 mouths now. That meant something. She was not sure what. I thought he deserved the truth, she said. The truth. Ansel's voice carried no mockery, only weight. You are young enough to believe truth is a gift. It is not. It is a burden. Some people are stronger for carrying it. Some people break. He studied her. You gave him the truth. He refused it. Now you stand here holding the same files, the same knowledge, and you do not know what to do with either. She said nothing. The frost lamp pulsed. The rhythm of it matched the pulse beneath her feet, the listening pulse, the one that had changed when she left Kazimir's cell. Ansel saw her notice it. You feel it too, he said. The ice has grown restless since you began your campaign of mercy. It was restless before I changed anything. It was patient. There is a difference. He turned back to the relief map, his fingers tracing the carved contours of the glacier corridors. The deep ice does not act without reason. It has cycles, patterns, a rhythm that has held for longer than Frostmarch has stood. You have introduced a variable it did not account for. Perhaps it needs new variables. He looked at her over his shoulder. Perhaps it needs new variables. He looked at her over his shoulder. Perhaps it will remove the variable. The words hung in the air, not a threat, a statement of fact delivered with the same flat certainty as a weather report. A knock at the door. Sabine entered without waiting for acknowledgement. Her face was different now, sharper, the polite mask set aside. Grand Magister, the afternoon hearing is assembled. The Border Runner's appeal has been petitioned by the Lyceum. Anselm's expression shifted, interests, sharp and cold. The Lyceum? Sanko Balea filed the petition herself. She requests to speak on the runner's behalf. Cleo's chest tightened. That was wrong. In the serial, the Border Runner's appeal had been filed by a minor trade official, someone with no political weight. Sanko had not entered the narrative until after the branding, when she was investigating the aftermath of Kazimir's transformation. This was a scene she did not recognize. Anselm turned to her, and his gaze held something new. Not suspicion, observation. The careful attention of a man who had just seen a piece of the pattern shift. You did not expect that, he said. She kept her face still. I did not know Sanko was involved with the runner. No, you did not. He moved toward the door. Come, let us see what the Lyceum's prodigy has to say. The hearing chamber was smaller than the tribunal court, a ceremonial room used for appeals and preliminary arguments. Stone benches lined the walls. A raised dais held the magistrate's seat, currently empty because Anselm had chosen to stand at the side, watching rather than presiding. Cleo took a position near the back wall, where shadows pooled and the frost lamps did not reach. The Border Runner stood in the center of the chamber, a young man with a bruised face and shackled wrists, his shoulders set in resignation rather than defiance. A tribunal clerk read the charges in a flat, practiced voice. Sanko Balea stood to the runner's left. She looked different than she had at the warehouse, calmer, more deliberate. Her frost-white temples caught the light as she turned to address the magistrate's seat, even though no one sat in it. By the rights granted to the Lyceum of Winter Light, I petition for reassessment of sentence. The accused transported cold iron to occupied settlements. The quantity was 47 blades, ingots, and arrowheads. The destination was a village with no forge and no means of defending itself against white incursions. The magistrate's seat remained empty. The clerk looked at Anselm. Anselm said nothing. The petition is denied, Sabine said from the doorway. Sanko turned. Her pale eyes found Sabine with the weight of someone who had expected this response and had planned for it. On what grounds? On grounds that the Lyceum does not have standing to appeal tribunal sentences in wartime. The Lyceum has standing to petition for any judgment that involves the application of Frostcraft law. Cold iron regulation falls under that jurisdiction. The regulation was revised 7 years ago. The revision was never ratified by the full tribunal council. Silence. The Border Runner's hands tightened against his shackles. He looked at Sanko, then at the empty magistrate's seat, then at the floor, as if he had stopped expecting anything from any of them. Cleo watched the scene with a feeling she could not name. This was not in the serial. The entire exchange, the petition, the legal argument, Sanko's presence, it had no counterpart in the chapters she had taught for 7 years. The world was writing new scenes, and she was reading them for the first time. The runner will be sentenced at dawn, Sabine said. The original judgment stands, 20 years in the northern quarries. Sanko's jaw tightened. That is a death sentence. It is a sentence. No, it is a death sentence with a legal label. Sanko stepped forward, her voice dropping. The quarries have a 4-year survival rate. You are sending him to die slowly in the cold for transporting tools to people who have no other way to defend themselves. That is not justice. That is execution by delay. Sabine's smile did not reach her eyes. The runner knew the law when he broke it. The law is not required to comfort those it punishes. Cleo felt Anselm's gaze before she saw it. She turned. He was watching her from the shadowed corner, his pale eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that made her breath catch. He had not been looking at Sanko. He had not been looking at the runner. He had been watching her watch the scene. And in his expression she saw the same recognition she had felt. The script was breaking, and they both knew it. The hearing is adjourned, Sabine said. The clerk moved toward the runner. Sanko stepped back, her hands opening and closing at her sides. The frost lamps dimmed as the chamber emptied. Cleo stayed. Ansel stayed. The pulse beneath her feet changed. Not listening. Moving. She felt it rise through the stone, through her boots, through her spine. A slow, deliberate shift of pressure, as if something beneath the citadel had changed position to face her directly. Grand Magister. A guard appeared in the doorway. His face was pale, his voice shook. The lower vaults. The seal on the inner chamber has cracked. Ansem did not move. His eyes stayed on Cleo. Which chamber? The sealed one, sir. The one with no door. The guard swallowed. Something is pushing through the wall. Chapter 18. The guard's words hung in the chamber like frost. Anselm did not move. His pale eyes stayed on Cleo as the silence stretched, as the pulse beneath her feet pressed upward through the stone like a held breath. Then he turned and walked out. No command, no question, just the slow tread of his boots across the chamber floor, the door closing behind him with a soft click that felt louder than any slam. Cleo stood alone. The frost lamps flickered. The air in the chamber had gone cold in a way that had nothing to do with winter. She walked. The corridors were emptier than they should have been at this hour. Fewer guards, no servants. The shadows seemed to have multiplied in the minutes since the hearing ended, pooling in corners where the light did not reach. She felt eyes before she saw them. A young woman in a gray servant's dress stood at the junction ahead, a rag in her hands, polishing a sconce that did not need polishing. She did not look up as Cleo approached, but her hands stopped moving. Cleo passed her. The girl's gaze followed. At the next junction, a guard leaned against the wall. Young, clean-shaven, his post had no strategic value, no door worth guarding. He straightened as Cleo approached, not quite blocking her path, but positioned where she would have to brush past him to continue. She did not give him the satisfaction of slowing. Lady Drozdova. She turned. The servant girl had followed her down the corridor. She stood a careful distance away, her face arranged in practiced deference, her hands clasped in front of her apron. The rag was gone. There is a message for you. Cleo waited. From the intelligence office. You are reminded that the border runner's sentencing requires your signature before dawn. The paperwork has been delivered to your study. The words were correct, professional, the kind of message any clerk might deliver. But the girl's eyes were watching for something, a reaction, a crack in the mask. Tell Sabine her messengers are getting younger. The girl's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a minor adjustment of weight that told Cleo she had answered correctly. Shall I escort you to your chambers, Lady Drozdova? I know the way. The girl inclined her head and stepped back into the shadows. Cleo walked on. Her pulse hammered beneath her ribs, the cold iron signet pressed against her thumb, warm where it should have been cold. She felt the weight of the citadel above her, the stone, the ice, the sleeping thing beneath it all, and she felt the watchers moving through the corridors like blood through veins. They were everywhere. A clerk passing with papers, a mage adjusting a frost lamp, a patrolman checking a lock that was already secured. Each one glanced at her. Each one looked away a beat too late. Testing. Sabine was testing whether she remembered how to be Lisenka. She reached her door and found Marta waiting. The Chamberlain stood in the doorway with her arms folded, her face unreadable in the dim light of the corridor. She did not move aside when Cleo approached. The messenger beat you here. Which messenger? The one who was sent to test whether you would flinch at a name that does not exist. Cleo's stomach tightened. The border runner's paperwork. Filed with the tribunal clerk 3 hours ago, no signature required. Marta's voice was flat. Flat in the way that meant she was holding something back, something sharp. The girl was sent to see if you would accept a false errand without question. If you had gone to your study to sign for a document that was never delivered, Sabine would have known you are playing a role rather than living it. The corridor felt narrower. And you stopped her. I stopped her message. Marta's eyes did not blink. The question is why I should keep stopping them. Silence. The frost lamps hummed. Cleo felt the weight of the moment, the pivot point she could not afford to miss. Marta had protected her once, twice now. But protection was not loyalty, and loyalty was not trust. And trust was the only currency that mattered in a citadel full of watchers. I am not Lisenka. Marta's expression did not change. I know. I mean it. I am not her. I have never been her. I woke in her body 25 days ago, and I have been trying to survive in it ever since. The words came out faster than she intended, rougher. She heard the desperation in her own voice and could not smooth it away. Marta watched her for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, I know that too. Cleo's breath caught. I have served the Drozdov house for 22 years, Marta said. I watched Lisenka grow from a child who crawled when she broke a bird's wing into a woman who could order a man's death without moving her mouth. I watched her learn to smile at cruelty. I watched her become what her father needed her to be. She paused. And I watched you break a pitcher to save a maid's fingers on your second day in this body. The corridor was silent. You are not Lisenka, Marta said. You have never been Lisenka, but you are wearing her face and standing in her role, and every move you make is being read against a history you did not write. If you want my help, you will tell me what you are trying to accomplish, and you will tell me now, before Sabine's next messenger arrives with a test you will not see coming. Cleo opened her mouth. The floor trembled. A low, deep vibration that rolled through the stone like a distant drum. Both women froze. The frost lamps flickered. And from somewhere below, deep beneath the citadel's foundations, came a sound that was almost like a door opening. We talk the speaks in the camera. The floor stopped trembling. The frost lamps steadied. But the silence that followed was worse, heavier, as if the citadel itself was holding its breath. Marta's hand was on Cleo's arm before she could booed. Not rough, not gentle, a grip that meant business. Inside. Now. The door opened behind them. Cleo stepped through and Marta followed, closing the panel with a soft click that sounded louder than it should have. The study was cold. The fire had burned low. orange embers pulsing in the grate like a dying heartbeat. Cleo's countdown table still lay on the desk, covered by a stack of papers she had meant to file. Her ink bottle stood uncapped. Everything looked ordinary. Everything looked watched. Marta crossed to the window and pulled the curtain closed with a single precise motion. Then she turned. "You have 30 seconds to convince me that what I just heard is worth the risk of keeping it from the Grand Magister." Cleo's throat was dry. The vibrations still hummed in her bones, that door-opening sound from somewhere beneath the foundations. She forced herself to breathe. "I am not Lisenka." "You said that." "I mean it. I woke in her body 25 days ago. I was someone else, someone who lived somewhere else, a different world, a different life." The words felt absurd spoken aloud. They sounded like fever, like the confession of a woman who had cracked under the pressure of Lisenka's name. "I know how it sounds." "It sounds like possession," Marta said flatly. "It sounds like the deep ice has finally found a way to unmake your mind from the inside. It sounds like every reason the Grand Magister should have you examined by a tribunal physician before dawn." "Then why haven't you called for one?" Marta's jaw tightened. "Because you broke the pitcher." The silence stretched. "Linka never broke things by accident," Marta said flatly. "It sounds like the deep ice has finally found a way to unmake your mind from the inside. It sounds like every reason the Grand Magister should have you examined by a tribunal physician before dawn." "Then why haven't you called for one?" Marta's jaw tightened. "Because you broke the pitcher." The silence stretched. "Linka never broke things by accident," Marta said. "She broke them on purpose. She broke people on purpose. She learned that from her father, and she perfected it before she turned 16. The day you arrived, you smashed a ceramic pitcher to keep Eliana's fingers from being crushed in the window frame. You did it without thinking. You did it without calculating the cost." She paused. "Lincoln would have let Eliana lose the fingers. She would have watched. She would have made the girl thank her for the lesson." Cleo's hands were cold. She had not meant to say that much. The words had slipped out, pulled by the weight of Mata's silence and the tremors still echoing in her bones. "The one written in the walls beneath us," she said. "The one the vaults were built to seal. The serial I studied was not fiction. It was an archive. A record of everything that has happened before. Every time the deep ice rises, every time Lisenka performs the ritual, every time Kazimir becomes the warlord, the pattern repeats and I was summoned to repeat it again." Marta stared at her. Then, very quietly, she said, "You believe that?" "Yes." "You believe the ice beneath us is conscious. You believe it brought you here to play a role you are now refusing." "Yes." "And you expect me to help you?" The question was not a question, it was a test, sharper than any Sabine had sent. Cleo's mouth was dry. "I expect you to decide whether you want the pattern to end. I cannot stop the branding alone. I cannot reach the sealed records. I cannot move through the citadel without being watched. But you can. You have 22 years of knowing where every shadow falls. If you help me, we might break the cycle before solstice." She paused. "If you do not, the story writes itself again. And Lincoln's name becomes the one they remember as the hand that started the slaughter." The fire popped. Marta did not move for a long time. Then she said, "I do not believe your story." Cleo's stomach dropped. "But I believe you." She crossed the room slowly, deliberately, like a woman stepping onto ice she knew would hold. "You are not Lisenka. I have known that since the picture. And if what you say is true, if the branding ceremony is the trigger you claim, then Lisenka's father has been building this trap for longer than either of us has been alive. She stopped a foot away. I will help you. But you need to understand something. The Citadel remembers Liken. The servants, the guards, the merchants, the mages, every single person in Villainess has a memory of her cruelty. Good intent will not erase what she was. Every kindness you show will be read as a trick. Every mercy you offer will be watched for its hidden barb. You are not redeeming a name. You are working against a history carved into bone. Cleo felt the weight of those words settle into her chest. I know. Then we have work to do. Marta turned toward the door. Her hand was on the handle when the floor trembled again. Softer this time. A pulse that might have been the deep ice or might have been the citadel settling. But beneath it, unmistakable, came a scrape of stone on stone from somewhere far below. Marta's hands stopped. What was that? Cleo's skin went cold. Something the pattern forgot to seal. The Chamberlain's eyes met hers in the dim light. For the first time, Cleo saw something other than suspicion in them, something closer to fear. Then we had better move before it remembers where the door is. She pulled the door open. A figure stood in the corridor. Sabine Kondar's smile did not reach her eyes. Lady Drozdova, the Grand Magister requests your presence in the strategy chamber immediately. Her gaze slid to Marta, lingered a beat too long, then returned to Cleo. He says the vault will not wait for pleasantries. Chapter 20. Sabine Kara did not speak as she led Cleo through the corridor. The silence was deliberate. A pressure test designed to make the silence unbearable enough that Cleo would fill it with something useful. She kept her mouth shut and counted footsteps, watching frost lamps flicker in their iron cages as the walls narrowed toward the strategy chamber. The door stood open. Anselm Drozdov was not alone inside. 2 tribunal officers stood at the map table. Men Cleo recognized from the hearing chamber, their faces carved into identical masks of institutional patience. Sabine stepped aside and took her place against the wall, hands clasped behind her back. Cleo crossed the threshold alone. The chamber felt smaller than before. The black glass relief map of Frostmarch dominated the center table. Silver pins glittering along the glacier roads and settlement lines, marking something she could not read. Grand Magister Drozdov stood at the head, pale fingers pinning a dispatch to the polished surface. He did not look up. The branding has been moved. The words landed flat, administrative, as if he were announcing a supply shipment delay. Cleo's chest went cold. I have signed the order under expanded wartime powers. The ceremony will take place tomorrow night, 1 hour before the deepest dark before solstice. It will be fully public. The tribunal chamber will be open to all ranked houses, the garrison, and the Lyceum observation seats. She found her voice. On what grounds? Drozdov looked up then. His pale gray eyes held nothing she could read. No anger, no satisfaction, only the exhausted certainty of a man who had already decided. The witness sabotage attempt at the warehouse, the vault breach, the pattern of interference that has destabilized the Citadel's security protocols. He paused. Your actions, Lisenka. The name hit like a slap. You have given me cause to accelerate the timeline. The Tribunal Council agrees that the longer Commander Solanke remains unmarked, the more vulnerable the ritual corridor becomes. The vault breach demonstrated that the deep ice no longer waits for the solstice, so neither will we. Cleo met her father's gaze. I understand the order. Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe? or recognition that she had seen the trap and chosen to step into it deliberately. Good. You will be escorted to the ritual chambers at midnight tomorrow to begin the preparations. The court will convene at the first bell of deepest dark. Do not be late. He turned back to the map table, dismissing her. Cleo did not move. The vault, she said. Drozdov's hands stopped. What about it? Something is pushing through the sealed inner chamber. The guards reported the seal cracking. You heard it during the hearing. He looked at her again, slower this time. The vault is contained. The seal is cracked. Something the pattern forgot to seal is moving beneath us, and you want to perform a public ritual in the chamber directly above it tomorrow night. Sabine stirred against the wall, a whisper of silk on stone. Drozdov did not answer immediately. He looked at her with something she had never seen on Lisenka's father's face before. Caution. Then you had better ensure the ritual holds it closed, he said. That is what Drozdov blood is for. He turned fully away. Leave us. Cleo did not argue. She walked past Sabine without looking at her, past the tribunal officers and their carved stone faces, through the open door and into the corridor where the frost lamps burned low and the shadows pressed in from every angle. The moment the door closed behind her, the air changed. She pressed her palm to the wall. The stone was cold, ordinary cold, but beneath it, faint as a held breath, she felt the listening pulse, the slow intelligence that had been trapping her since the moment she woke on Lisenka's floor. It knew she had been given a choice. It was waiting to see what she would do with it. The corridor stretched empty in both directions. No servant polishing a sconce, no guard at a useless post. The citadel had withdrawn its watchers, leaving her alone with the weight of a decision that had to be made before dawn. She could go to the ritual chambers, begin the preparations, accept the branded path the cycle had written for her. Or she could find Marta, find Sanko, find every crack in the citadel's armor and burn the script to ash before the first bell of deepest dark. The pulse beneath her palms shifted, not waiting anymore. Watching. A footstep echoed behind her. Cleo turned. Marta Zorkic stood at the far end of the corridor, her silhouette sharp against the frost-lanked glow. She did not approach. She simply stood, arms at her sides, watching Cleo with a stillness that carried 22 years of knowing where every shadow fell. She had heard. She was waiting for the signal. Cleo pulled her hand from the wall and walked toward her Chamberlain, the countdown already running in her blood. One night, 1 hour before deepest dark. One chance to break the story before it broke her. Chapter 21. The strategy chamber had been transformed. Cleo stood at the entrance and watched the tribunal workers finish their preparations. Black stone draped with frost-washed banners, every sigil renewed in silver ink. The ceremonial ice had been laid in a crescent across the floor, a circle of frozen breath that would catch the frost lamp glow and throw it back in short, white lines. The branding platform waited at the center, low and wide, its surface scarred from decades of use. She had one night. She had used every hour of it. Marta had moved through the service passages with silent efficiency, gathering threads. Cleo could not pull herself. A message to Sanko, left where only a Lyceum mage would find it. A sealed note to Evo Mercer, delivered through a kitchen girl who owed Marta a decade of favors. A quiet word to the guard captain who owed Cleo his report. None of it was enough. The ritual would proceed. The court would assemble. Kazimir would be brought forward, and Cleo would stand in the Drozdov place and speak the invocation, unless she refused. The doors opened behind her. Sabine Kadar stepped through, her silk coat whispering against the stone. "The Grand Magister requests your presence in the vestry," she said. "The preparations require the Drozdov line." Cleo did not turn. I know what the preparations require. Sabine was silent for a beat. Then you know the invocation must be spoken before the first bell. The ritual cannot begin without it. Cleo turned then. Sabine's face was unreadable, but her eyes carried something like a warning or a test. I will be there. Sabine held her gaze a moment longer, then inclined her head and withdrew. The corridor swallowed her footsteps. Cleo pressed her palm to the nearest wall. The stone was cold, ordinary cold, but beneath it she felt the pulse, slower than before, heavier, as though the deep ice was gathering itself for what was about to happen. It knew. It had always known. She pulled her hand away and walked toward the vestry. The vestry was small, windowless, lined with black stone, and hung with a single frost lamp that cast no shadow. Eliana stood by the iron brazier, holding the ceremonial robes. Cleo had worn Lisenka's court robes before. These were different. These were the Drozdova vestments, the deep gray of winter cloud, fretted with silver that caught the light like frost on glass. The collar was high, stiff, framed to hide the throat. Eliana's hands trembled as she helped Cleo into the robes. You do not have to do this, the maid whispered. Cleo looked at her. The girl's face was pale, her eyes fixed on the silver thread as though it might burn her. The ritual requires a Drozdov, Cleo said. The ritual requires you to speak to words that begin it. Eliana's voice was barely audible. No one can force you to speak them. Cleo studied her for a long moment. How did you know I was considering silence? Eliana's fingers stilled on the silver thread. Because you are not her, she said. I have served Lisenka Drozdova since I was 12 years old. She would have worn these robes without a tremor in her hands. You have not stopped breathing in short, shallow breaths since I put them on you. Cleo said nothing. Marta told me to trust you, Eliana continued. I did not believe her. I do not know if I believe her now. But I know what Lisenka's silence would have cost, and I know you do not have that cruelty in you. She stepped back. The vestry door will be unlocked until the first bell. After that, the ritual seals it. Cleo met her eyes. Thank you. Eliana shook her head. Do not thank me yet. The court is assembled. The commander has been brought up from the cells. The Grand Magister is waiting for you at the platform. She leapt through the side door, her footsteps retreating into silence. Cleo stood alone in the vestry, the silver thread catching the frost lamp glow, the pulse beneath her feet steady and patient. The vestry door stood open. She could walk through it, take her place in the ritual line, speak the invocation, watch the brand pressed to Kazimir's face. Or she could refuse. She could stand in the center of the court and say, no, aloud, where everyone could hear, and let the consequences fall where they would. The deep ice would not forgive her, but it had never intended to. Cleo straightened the collar of the ceremonial robes, felt the cold iron signet warm against her thumb, and walked through the open door. The tribunal chamber was full. Ranked houses lined the stone benches in their winter colors, gray and Fraser and deep blue, sigils glittering in the frost lamp glow. The garrison stood in formation along the eastern wall, faces carved into ceremonial blankness. Lyceum observers filled the western gallery, and among them, at the front, Sanko Balayo watched with eyes that missed nothing. The branding platform sat at the center of the ice crescent, black and scarred, waiting. And at its edge, bound between two tribunal guards, Kazimir Solanke stood with his hands in irons and his gaze fixed on the empty space where the Drozdov invocation would be spoken. He was not looking at the platform. He was looking at Cleo. She felt the weight of his stare as she crossed the chamber floor. The ceremonial robes whispering against the stone, the silver thread touching light. The crowd parted for her, silence spreading in her wake like frost on glass. She reached her place in the ritual line. Drozdov stood at the platform's head, his face carved into the severe patience of a man who had performed this ceremonial more times than he cared to count. Sabine Kadar stood at his shoulder, a shadow in silk. The first bell had not yet rung. Cleo took her position, felt the pulse beneath her feet, slow and patient, the deep ice gathering itself. Drozdov raised his hand. The chamber fell silent. "We are assembled," he said, his voice carrying without effort, "to execute the judgment of this tribunal against Commander Kazimir Solanke, convicted of treason against the Frostmarch Compact, sentenced to branding and transfer to the Northern Holding Facility for the remaining cycles of his judgment." He turned to Cleo. "The invocation belongs to the Drozdov line. Speak it." The silence stretched. Cleo felt every eye in the chamber on her. Ranked houses, garrison, Lyceum observers, the guards at Kazimir's side. Kazimir himself, watching her with an expression she could not read. The pulse beneath her feet shifted, waiting. She looked at Kazimir. She saw the scars crossing his jaw and temple, the set of his shoulders beneath the prison coat, the anger and grief and stubborn fury that had kept him alive through 4 years of believing himself guilty. She saw the man the cycle had tried to break, and she saw what he would become if she spoke the words that began it. Cleo turned to face the tribunal. "No." The word dropped into the silence like a stone into still water. Drozdov's hand froze. The chamber held its breath. Cleo felt the pulse beneath her feet surge, a deep, rolling vibration that climbed through the stone and into her bones. The frost lamps flickered. The ceremonial ice on the floor cracked in a single hairline fracture that ran from the platform to the eastern wall. "The invocation will not be spoken," Cleo said. "The branding will not be performed. Not by me, not by any Drozdov, not tonight." The silence broke. Voices rose from the ranked houses, sharp and disbelieving, a wave of sound that craved against the black stone walls. Sabine Kadar took a step forward, her face unreadable. The garrison shifted, hands moving toward weapons. Drozdov did not move. He stood at the head of the platform, his eyes fixed on Cleo, his face carved from the same stone as the chamber walls. "You have refused the invocation before the full court," he said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a blade. "Do you understand what you have done?" Cleo met his gaze. Yes. The pulse beneath her feet rose, a pressure that pressed against the soles of her boots and climbed the walls in spreading veins of frost. And the chamber began to shake. Chapter 22. The shaking did not stop. Cleo felt it through her boots, through the ceremonial robes, through the bone of her own spine. The frost lamps flickered wildly. The ranked houses pressed back against the stone benches, winter colors shifting as voices rose and broke against each other, like ice against a hull. Drozdov raised his hand. The gesture carved through the noise like a blade through flesh. The chamber did not fall silent, not fully, but the sound thinned. Everyone watched the raised hand. Everyone waited. He lowered it. "The branding will proceed," he said. His voice carried without effort, without strain, as if Cleo had not spoken at all. "The Drozdov invocation is a formality of ritual, not a necessity of magic. The tribunal has other brand masters." 2 figures stepped forward from the garrison line. Men in gray coats, masks of etched copper obscuring their faces. Each carried an iron rod tipped with frost-cold blue. The rods were not heated. They were chilled so deep that contact would freeze flesh from the inside, silver white and permanent. They approached the platform. Kazimir did not move. His irons clinked as the guards adjusted his stance, forcing him forward. He kept his eyes on Cleo. The lead brandmaster stopped before the platform. He raised his rod. Cleo moved. She did not plan it. There was no calculation, not weighing of outcomes, no teaching instinct trying to decide the best ending. Her body moved before her mind caught up, the ceremonial robes dragging across the stone as she stepped between the brandmaster and the platform. "Move aside, Lisenka." The brandmaster's voice was muffled behind the copper mask, but the command was clear. "By tribunal order, the judgment will be executed." "Then execute it on me." The words came out flat, final. The chamber held its breath. Drozdova said her name, not as a question, as a warning. She did not turn to face him. Behind her, she heard Kazimir's irons shift, his voice rough and low. "What are you doing?" She did not answer. The brandmaster hesitated. His gaze flicked past her shoulder to Drozdova. The Grand Magister's voice came cold enough to match the frost crawling up the walls. "She is testing the tribunal's patience, nothing more. The ceremony will proceed as ordered." "Then proceed," Cleo said. She held out her hand, her right hand palm up, fingers spread. The cold iron signet gleamed under the frost lamp glow. The pulse beneath her feet surged. The brandmaster looked at the offered hand, looked at Drozdova. The copper mask revealed nothing, but his arms not lower. "Do it," Cleo said. "The invocation belongs to the Drozdova line. The brand belongs to whoever dares apply it. I am the Drozdova heir. Apply the judgment to me." Drozdova's voice cracked across the chamber. "You cannot substitute yourself for the condemned. The tribunal does not recognize." "Then recognize this." Cleo stepped forward. Her pall closed around the brandmaster's rod. The cold hit her like a blade. It did not burn. It froze from the inside, a pressure that climbed through her palm and wrist, spreading silver-white veins across her skin. The frost bloomed beneath her flesh, crystallizing, consuming. She heard herself make a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a breath, something between the two that she had never heard her own throat produce. The rod dropped. She did not let go. The frost climbed, up her wrist, across the back of her hand, into the spaces between her fingers, turning them rigid, white, dead. The pain arrived behind the cold, a wave of it that dropped her to her knees. She heard voices shouting, railed houses rising from their benches, the garrison shifting, uncertain. Sabine Kidaru's voice, sharp and controlled, calling for order. None of it reached Cleo. She was drowning in the feel of her own flesh turning to something else. The frost pulsed with the rhythm of the deep ice, slow and patient, as if it had been waiting for this moment longer than she had been alive. Kazimir's voice broke through. "Let go of the rod." She could not. Her fingers had frozen around it, the muscles locked, the tendons crystallized. He said it again, louder. "Let go, damn you." She tried. The frost did not release her. Cleo looked down at her hand. The silver white had reached her wrist, spreading in branching patterns like frost on glass, like the map of a river delta, like the scar on her throat, but fresh and alive and consuming. The brandmaster stepped back. "The judgment has been applied," he said. His voice was flat, professional. "Drozdova blood, Drozdova signature. The tribunal's will is executed." The chamber erupted. Cleo heard it through a layer of water, like sand traveling through ice. Sankobalaya's voice raised in legal objection. Sabine Kadar calling for the guards to contain the scene. Rent houses shouting at each other, some demanding the ceremony continue, others demanding explanations. But she could not take her eyes off her hand. The frost was still spreading. It had not stopped. The brand should have been a mark, a scar, a wound that took months to heal. That was how the ritual worked. The rod touched skin, the cold burned its way in, and what remained was a permanent silver-white pattern, a seal that marked the condemned for life. This was not stopping. The frost climbed past her wrist, reached her forearm, spread beneath the ceremonial sleeve like a living thing searching for warmth. Cleo felt the deep ice press against her from inside the wound, and it spoke. Not in words, in pressure, in the shape of a voice that had never needed sound to make itself understood. You were supposed to hold the rod. Cleo's breath caught. The brand master who did not condemn brings the cold deeper. You do not understand what you have done. The frost reached her elbow. Kazimir's hands closed around her shoulders. He was free. His irons lay on the stone, and he was kneeling beside her, gripping her arms, his face inches from hers. Cleo? His voice cracked on the name. Look at me. She looked. His eyes were pale winter sky blue, and they were afraid. Not of the frost, not of the court, afraid of what was happening to her. You are not the villainess, he said, but you are not a fool. Tell me you knew this would happen. She tried to speak. The cold had reached her chest. I knew the brand was meant for you, she managed. I did not know it would do this. The frost lamps went out. Darkness fell across the chamber like a hand. And from beneath the citadel, from the sealed vault whose door had cracked, a sound emerged that was not stone and not ice, and not anything mortal. It was the sound of something older than frost, waking because the ritual had found the wrong target. Kazimir pulled her against him as the floor bucked beneath them. Above, in the darkness, Cleo heard Drozdov's voice, quiet and terrible. Sabine Kidar, calling for the guards to contain the scene. Ranked houses shouting at each other, some demanding the ceremony continue, others demanding explanations. But she could not take her eyes off her hand. The frost was still spreading. It had not stopped. The brand should have been a mark, a scar, a wound that took months to heal. That was how the ritual worked. The rod touched skin. Cold. Chapter 2-3. The chamber was still dark. Cleo felt the cold moving through her like a second bloodstream, silver white and deliberate, branching beneath the skin of her arm. She could not feel her fingers anymore, could not feel the hand that had gripped the rod. The numbness had climbed past her elbow and was spreading toward her shoulder, with the patience of water finding its own level. Kazimir's arm was locked around her, his chest pressed against her back, solid and warm, a living furnace she wanted to crawl inside. Stay with me, he said. She tried to answer. Her teeth were chattering too hard. Someone struck a flame. A single frost lamp caught, then another, casting long shadows across the ruined ceremony. The ranked houses had scattered for their benches. The garrison formed a loose cordon around the platform, uncertain whether to advance or hold. Sabine Kadar stood at the edge of the light, speaking to 3 clerks in low, rapid tones. Her face was composed. Her hands were still. She looked like a woman already writing the report. Drozdov had not moved from his position above the chamber, his pale gray eyes fixed on Cleo with an expression she could not read. Not fury, not concern, something older and colder, a calculation happening behind his face that she was too frozen to follow. The judgment has been applied, he said. His voice carried. The Drozdov blood has received the brand. The tribunal's will is executed. Sanko Balea stepped forward from the Lyceum gallery. Her frostcraft sigils glowed along her gloves, casting pale blue light across her face. The judgment was not spoken by a Drozdov, she said. The ritual requires the invocation, Lisenka Drozdova received to speak it. The brand was applied by force, not by ceremony. Drozdov turned his head slowly. The brand was applied, he repeated, by draught of blood. The law does not require consent. It requires execution. Sanko held his gaze. Cleo watched through a haze of cold. The argument moved around her like a current she could not enter. Sanko was buying her time, using procedure, legal technicalities. The same machinery that had condemned Kazimir was now her only shield. The ceremony was interrupted. Sanka said, "The chamber was compromised. The vault beneath us has breached. You cannot claim a valid judgment when the ritual space itself is destabilized." Drozdov turned his head slowly. The brand was applied, he repeated, by draught of blood. The law does not require consent. It requires execution. Sanko held his gaze. Cleo watched through a haze of cold. The argument moved around her like a current she could not enter. Sanko was buying her time, using procedure, legal technicalities. The same machinery that had condemned Kazimir was now her only shield. The ceremony was interrupted. Sanko said, "The chamber was compromised. The vault beneath us has breached. You cannot claim a valid judgment when the ritual space itself is destabilized." Slinka Grabs had been wanting a feudably collecting. Rismor Blava and a Relirath Brizum in the archives, guarding records no one was supposed to read twice. Of Ivo Mercer, who had kept a secret ledger for 18 years and wanted to be something else. They were all variables now, and the system was already collapsing. The floor trembled beneath her. A deep vibration rose through the stone, carrying a sound that was not quite scraping and not quite breathing. The thing in the vaults had been waiting for the ritual to finish. It did not seem to care which Drozdov the brand had marked. Sabine Kerdar turned to her clerks. "Prepare a containment order," she said. "Lisenka Drozdova is to be held in the infirmary wing under observation until the tribunal determines whether the Frostbrand constitutes a transfer of sentence or a magical incident requiring separate investigation." Sanko's voice cut through. "That is not procedure." "It is now," Sabine said. She looked at Cleo. "The Grand Magister raised a daughter who was supposed to be a weapon. Instead, she has become a wound. We need to decide whether that wound can be healed or whether it needs to be excised." Cleo heard the word excision. It was the same word the serial had used for the prisoners who disappeared into sealed custody and never emerged. The ones whose files were burned instead of buried. Kazimir shifted her weight against him. "You will not touch her." Sabine raised an eyebrow. "And who will stop me, Commander? You are still a condemned man." The brand was applied to a different hand, but the sentence remains. Drozdov raised his hand. Silence fell. "This is not finished," he said, "but it will not be settled tonight. The prisoner Solanke returns to his cell. Lisenka goes to the infirmary wing under guard. The vaults remain sealed until I decide otherwise." Sanko opened her mouth. Drozdov looked at her. "One more word, Belea, and I will have you removed from the Lyceum Gallery permanently." Sanko closed her mouth. The guards moved. Cleo felt herself lifted. Kazimir's hands were on her, trying to hold on, but the cold had reached her chest now, and she could not feel his touch anymore. "Cleo." His voice was fading. "Cleo, stay with me." She tried, but the frost was spreading, and the thing beneath the citadel was waking, and somewhere above the Chimbich she heard Sabine Kerdar's voice, calm and precise, building a case that Lisenka Drozdova had become a variable Frostmarch could no longer afford. The last thing she saw before the darkness took her was Kazimir's face, pale and furious and afraid, watching her be carried away. Chapter 24. The darkness was not empty. Cleo swam through it in fragments, surfacing long enough to feel the burn before the cold pulled her under again. The frost had not stopped. It lived beneath her skin now, branching and receding and branching again, a root system that remembered her pulse. She was lying on something soft, a bed, not the infirmary. The air smelled of lamplight and dried herbs, and the particular dust that collected in rooms no one visited. Marta moved through the edges of her vision. Quick hands, folded cloth, the hiss of water heated over a flame. Cleo tried to speak, but her throat had forgotten how. Don't. Marta's voice was low and precise. You burned through half the heat in your body. The fever is the only thing keeping the frost from reaching your heart. Cleo looked down at her hand. It was not her hand anymore. The silver white had eaten the skin in spiraling patterns, branching across the back of her palm and up her wrist like the map of a river system no cartographer had ever drawn. The flesh beneath was mottled, dead and alive at the same time, shifting between pallor and a deep bruised blue. She could not move her fingers. Can you feel that? Marta pressed a needle against Cleo's palm. No. Good. That means the nerve death is holding. If you start feeling pins and needles again, the frost is pushing past the numbing agents. Cleo tried to sit up. Marta pushed her back down with a firmness that brooked no argument. You lost consciousness in the ritual chamber. The guards carried you to the infirmary. I told them I would monitor you through the night, because I have been your Chamberlain for 22 years, and I know how to manage your fevers. What did you tell them? That the frost brand was spreading, but that you were stable, that I would report any changes by dawn, that the Grand Magister's orders would be followed to the letter. Marta's mouth tightened. He has not visited. Sabine Kidar sent a clerk to take a statement. I told them you were unconscious and could not speak. Cleo closed her eyes. The ceiling above her was dark wood, black with age, crossed by beams that sagged in the middle. This was not her room. The ceiling was lower. The walls were closer. Where are we? Service quarters, Marta said, as if she had heard the question. Above the old vestry corridor. No one comes here. The priests abandoned this wing 40 years ago when the deep ice started whispering through the foundation stones. Cleo turned her head. The room was small. A cot, a table, a single frost lamp turned to its lowest setting. The walls were stone, rough-cut and unplastered, and the floor slanted slightly toward the eastern wall, where a crack ran from baseboard to ceiling. The crack was not in the plaster. It was in the stone itself. Marta followed her gaze. That appeared 3 nights ago, the same night you took the brand. Cleo stared at the crack. It was thin, hairline, but it ran straight and clean like a line cut by something patient and sharp. And at the edge of her hearing, just below the crackle of the frost drop, she could hear something moving behind it. Not scraping, whispering. The sound was draw-out and arrhythmic, like ice grinding against ice in a wind that had no direction. It rose and fell in patterns that almost resolved into words before slipping away. Do you hear that? Marta's hand stilled on the bandage. Hear what? The ice, it is speaking. Marta's face did not change. But her eyes shifted to the crack in the wall, and for a moment, Cleo saw something she had never seen in Marta Zurek's expression before. Fear. I do not hear anything, Marta said, but I have been in this room for 4 hours, and I have not stopped feeling watched. Cleo forced herself to focus. The fever was a wall between her and the world, but beneath it, the frost was pulsing. Not spreading, not retreating, pulsing. Like a second heartbeat, keyed to something below the citadel's foundations. She pressed her good hand to the cot. The stone floor beneath was cold, but not empty. She could feel it now. The old ritual corridors that the priests had abandoned, the chambers that had been sealed when the whispering started, the passages that ran beneath the citadel like veins beneath skin, carrying something that had been waiting for a Drozdov to bleed on the right stone. The brand opened something, Cleo said. Marta looked at her. He is in his cell, under guard. The tribunal has not moved him yet. Sabine Kidar is pushing for immediate transfer to the Northern Holding Facility. She argues that the brand was applied and the sentence is complete. Drozdov is hesitating, but I do not know how long his hesitation will last. Cleo tried to sit up again. This time she made it. The room tilted around her. The frost in her hand flared and receded, sending a wave of heat through her arm that made her gasp. The nerve death was breaking. Pins and needles were spreading through her fingers. Your hand is regenerating, Marta said. That is not possible. The frost brand should have killed the tissue permanently. Cleo looked down. The mottled skin was changing. The silver-white patterns were receding, pulling back toward the center of her palm, concentrated around a single point where the brand rod had made contact. The wound was not healing. It was consolidating, and in the center of the silver-white, a single dark line had appeared. A crack. Not in her skin, in the frost itself. Cleo stared at it. The crack was the same width, the same angle, as the crack in the wall. I think I understand, she said slowly. The frost brand was not the punishment. The frost brand was the key. Marta's face went very still. Key to what? Cleo looked up. Key to the door that the priests sealed. Little love. A softer step. Careful. Marta stood by the door, her frost-burned fingers tucked into her belt. I need to know what you plan to do when he comes. Cleo looked up. Who? The commander. Marta's voice was flat, professional, but something underneath it was sharp. He will not stay in his cell while you are unconscious in a room he does not know exists. I have watched men like him before. They do not wait for permission. Cleo opened her mouth to answer. A footstep in the corridor. Not the heavy tread of a guard, a softer step. Careful. Marta moved. She crossed the room in 3 strides, pressed her back to the wall beside the door, and drew a knife from her belt in the same breath. The motion was so practiced that Cleo barely registered it before the blade was already reflecting the frost lamp. A knock. Low. 2 beats. Then 1. Marta's shoulders loosened. She opened the door. Kazimir Solanke stood in the doorway with his hands bare and his collar dark with melted frost. He was not wearing shackles. He was wearing a guard's coat, torn at the shoulder, and his face was half in shadow. He looked at Cleo, then at the crack in the wall, then at Marta. You took her to the priest rooms, he said. Marta did not flinch. The infirmary had watchers. Sabine's, yes. Kazimir stepped inside. He moved like a man who had learned to read rooms by the placement of shadows. His eyes tracked the corners, the ceiling beams, the space behind the door. You have 2 hours, he said. Maybe less. Sabine is reorganizing the night watch. She will notice the guard I took this coat from before dawn. Marta sheathed her knife. I will keep watch at the stair. She left without looking back. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Cleo and Kazimir were alone. The frost lamp flickered. He crossed the room and stopped at the foot of the cot, looking down at her with an expression she could not read. Not the cold fury of the prison keep, not the sharp focus of the vault battle. Something else. He looked tired. "I heard what you said to the court," he said, "before you took the rod." Cleo's throat tightened. "The servants are already calling it a mercy play, a performance to split the Drozdova house before the winter elections." "Let them. They will hang that word around your neck before the week is out." Cleo looked at her bandaged hand. "I did not do it for the story." Kazimir was silent for a long moment. Then he sat down on the edge of the cot. The mattress dipped under his weight. He was close enough that Cleo felt the warmth coming off his shoulder, the heat that Frostcraft had not burned out of him. "Let me see it." She did not argue. She held her hand in both of his, turning it toward the frost lamp, studying the crack in the silver white as if he were reading a map. "The thing in the walls," he said. "It knows your name." "Yes." "It spoke to you through the brand." "Yes." Kazimir was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "That is not Lisenka's wound." His voice was rough. "That is yours. You took it. You carried it, and it changed into something no one expected because you're one who they thought you were." He looked at her. "I do not know who you are." Cleo's chest tightened. The words hung between them, heavy and true and dangerous. "I do not know either," she said. "Not in this face. Not in this room. Not when the walls whisper my name in a voice that should not exist." Kazimir's jaw worked. He did not let go of her hand. "Then we are both lost in the same dark." The frost lamp cast long shadows across his face. Cleo saw the scars at his temple, the set of his mouth, the tension in his shoulders that he carried like a second coat. She saw the man the cereal had turned into a monster, and she saw someone else underneath. Someone who had come to a room he should not know existed, wearing a coat he had taken from a guard to check a wound that should have killed her. Kazimir's consequence. "And I have been sitting in my cell for 6 hours trying to understand why you made it." Cleo's heart was beating too fast. She could see the pulse in his throat, the way his breath had changed, the way his fingers tightened around hers. "Maybe I did not want to watch you become what the story wanted." The word hung between them. Story. Kazimir looked at her for a long, searching moment. Then he leaned forward. His forehead touched hers, just barely. A whisper of contact that sent a shiver through her whole body. "You are the worst liar I have ever met," he said, "and the bravest woman I have ever stood beside." "I do not feel brave." Bravery is not a feeling. It is what you do when the feeling runs out. His lips were close. Cleo could smell the frost on his skin, the old leather of his coat, the sharp salt of sweat and cold. She did not pull away, neither did he. The moment stretched. Heat pooled at the point where his forehead touched hers, spreading down through her chest, her stomach, her thighs. She wanted to close the distance. She wanted to kiss him. She could feel that he wanted it too. His hand tightened around hers, his breath caught, his mouth parted. Footsteps in the corridor, fast, running. The moment shattered. Kazimir was on his feet before Cleo could draw her next breath, his body between her and the door, his hands empty but ready. The door burst open. Marta stood in the frame, her face pale and set. "Sabine has taken the seal of the Grand Magister's private vault. She is filing an excision request for the commander." Kazimir's expression did not change. "How long?" "An hour. Maybe less. Her clerks are already drawing the order." He looked at Cleo. The heat was gone. In its place was a cold, sharp clarity. "Then I need to leave before she finds me here." Cleo stood, her legs held. "I am coming with you." Kazimir shook his head. "You cannot." You are the only witness who knows what the brand means. If Sabine takes you, the crack in the wall stays silent. The thing beneath the city stays sealed. Then I am coming far enough to keep you alive. Marta looked at her. Cleo met her eyes. Do you have a way out of the citadel that does not pass through the main gate? Marta's expression flickered. Then she said, There is an old cistern route that connects to the temple archives. Take him. Marta nodded once. Kazimir turned at the door. He looked at Cleo with an expression she had never seen before. Not hatred, not suspicion, something that looked like fear. Do not touch the crack in the wall while I am gone. I will not. And do not die before I come back. He did not wait for an answer. He followed Marta into the dark corridor. The door closed. The frost lamp flickered. Cleo stood alone in the silent room with a crack in her palm and a name in her throat that she had not let herself speak aloud. And in the wall behind her, the whispering began again. Chapter 26. The whispering had stopped. Cleo stood at the center of the priest room with her branded hand pressed against her chest, listening to silence so complete it felt like a held breath. The crack in the wall had gone dark. No scrape of ice on stone, no voice speaking her name, but she felt it anyway. A pressure behind her ribs, as if something had pressed its palm against the inside of her skin and was waiting for her to press back. She did not sleep. She sat on the edge of the cot with her back to the wall that held the crack, watching the door Marta had closed behind Kazimir. The frost lamp burned low. The linen on her hand had loosened during the night, and she could see the brand beneath. Silver-white spirals pulled tight into her palm, the dark crack running through the center like a broken seam in frozen river ice. The worst liar he had ever met. The bravest woman he had ever stood beside. She pressed her thumb into the edge of the brand and felt nothing. No pain, no heat, just the wrongness of flesh that had become something else. The door opened. Cleo was on her feet before she registered the motion, her body moving with a speed she had not known she possessed. Kazimir stood in the frame. He wore the same torn guard coat. His face was shadowed with exhaustion, his jaw tight, his eyes carrying something she had not seen in him before. Not hatred, not suspicion, uncertainty. Sabine's excision order went through, he said. She has runners on every gate and watchers in the service passages. Marta is holding them off with misdirection, but she cannot hold them long. Cleo's throat felt dry. Why did you come back? He looked at her for a long moment. Because I did not finish what I needed to say. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The frost lamp flickered. The air between them seemed to thicken. Say it then. Kazimir moved closer. Not close enough to touch, close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat. I have spent 4 years hating Lisenka Drozdova, he said. I have imagined what I would do if I ever had her in a room alone. I have rehearsed the words I would say, the wounds I would return. His voice was calm, precise, as if he had practiced this too. Then you took a brand meant for me, and I do not know what to do with that. Cleo held his gaze. Then do not do anything with it. Let it be what it was. A choice. A choice I did not ask for. No, you did not. The silence stretched. Kazimir's hands were at his sides, fingers slightly curled, as if he was holding himself back from reaching for her. I do not trust you, he said. I know. I do not trust what you have done, or why, or what you want from me when this is over. I know that too. Then tell me something I can hold on to. Cleo felt the weight of the question. She could have lied. She could have told him she needed nothing from him, that she had acted out of pure altruism, that she expected no return. It was what the script would have wanted her to say. But the script had already burned. I am afraid, she said. His expression flickered. Of what? Of becoming what this world wants me to be. Of opening a door I cannot close. Of watching you walk into the dark and never coming back because I did not tell you the truth when I had the chance. She took a breath. I do not know what I want from you. I do not know if I want anything at all. But I know I do not want to lose you to a story that has been using you since before I was born. Kazimir's face changed. Something cracked behind his eyes. You are afraid of losing me? Yes. To a story? Yes. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. So am I. The words landed like frost on bare skin. Then footsteps in the corridor, not running this time. Measured. Heavy. A knock. Cleo's heart seized. Kazimir moved to the side of the door, his body angled, his eyes fixed on the handle. The door opened. Ivo Mercer stood in the frame, his physician's coat stained with lamp oil, his lean face pale in the dim light. He looked at Kazimir first, then at Cleo. You need to hear this before the Grand Magister moves. Cleo's hand tightened around the edge of the cot. Tell me. Ivo stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Drozdova has requested full access to your medical condition. He wants to know how the brand is healing, what it has done to your body, and whether the bloodline rites can still be performed. Cleo felt the floor tilt. Bloodline rites, she repeated. Ivo's face was grim. There is a sealed rite in the Drozdov lineage records. I found it in the temple archives last night, buried under 3 layers of restricted access. It is a ceremony that can only be performed on an heir whose body has been marked by the deep ice. He paused. And it does not require your consent. Kazimir's voice cut through the silence. What does the rite do? Ivo looked at him. It makes the conduit permanent. If Anselm performs it on Cleo, she will no longer be able to choose whether the deep ice speaks through her. The door will be open, and it will never close. The frost lamp guttered. Cleo looked down at her hand, at the crack in the brand that mirrored the crack in the wall. The door will be open, and it will never close. When does he plan to perform it? She asked. Ivo's face was stone. Tomorrow night, the same hour as the original branding. Cleo raised her eyes to Kazimir. The certainty between them was gone. In its place was something sharper, something that could cut, but also something that could hold. Chapter 27. The cistern tunnels smelled of iron and old stone. Cleo moved behind Marta, her frost-branded hand wrapped tight in linen, the crack in her palm pulsing with a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The passage sloped downward, walls running with condensation, and every third step she felt the deep ice shift beneath her like a sleeper turning in its bed. Ivo had left 15 minutes ago. His warning still burned in her chest. Tomorrow night, the same hour as the original branding. Kazimir had wanted to come with her. She had told him no. You cannot protect me from what I need to see. His jaw had tightened. The scar across his temple caught the frost lamp light. Then do not take so long that I have to come find you. Marta stopped at a narrow iron door, its surface pitted with rust. Beyond this point, the temple archives answer to no one but the Archivist. Even the Grand Magister's seal requires a countersign to open the restricted shelves. She turned the rusted handle. The door swung inward on silent hinges that should have screamed. I will wait here. Do not touch anything you do not understand. Cleo stepped through into a corridor of stone so cold her breath crystallized. The archives stretched before her in rows of iron shelving, each case sealed with frost racks and stamped with dates that went back further than the Citadel's official history. Dust hung in the lamplight. The silence was absolute. A figure moved at the far end. Yelena Feroz was smaller than Cleo had imagined. Young, with the sharp shoulders of someone who spent too many hours among paper and not enough standing in the sun. Her hands were stained with ink. Her eyes were the same pale gray as the stone walls. You should not be here. Cleo held up her bandaged hand. I know. Yelena's gaze dropped to the linen, to the faint silver glow bleeding through the wrappings. Ivo told me what happens tomorrow night. Then you know why I came. Yelena hesitated. Her fingers twitched at her sides, a nervous habit that had worn the ink stains deeper on her right thumb. I have spent 7 years in this archive, she said. I was assigned here because I was good at keeping quiet, because I never asked what the records meant, because I only cataloged what I was told to catalog and burned what I was told to burn. She looked at Cleo. But I read everything before I burned it. Cleo felt the words settle. Show me. Yelena led her deeper into the stacks, past shelves marked with faded sigils that Cleo did not recognize, past a locked iron cabinet whose surface was etched with warnings in a language older than Frostmark's official script. She stopped at a reading table buried under bundles of yellowed parchment. I started collecting fragments 3 years ago, Yelena said, documents that did not match the dates stamped on them, files that had been relabeled with later years, but written on paper that was crumbling at the edges, records that made no sense unless you read them beside each other. She pulled a sheaf of parchment from beneath the pile. This one is dated year 71 of the Tribunal, but the ink is the same as the samples from year 43. The handwriting matches a scribe who died in year 58. Cleo took the page. The script was tight, precise, the same hand she had seen in Ivo's medical ledgers, but the words were different. The subject resisted the transfer. Frost reached the throat scar before the first seal failed. The conduit collapsed at the 4th hour. Observation suggests the bloodline requires a living heir who has not yet been turned against the pattern. Cleo's blood chilled. This is about a previous subject, a previous Lisenka. Yelena nodded. I found 12 fragments so far. They describe the same procedure, the same failure points, the same notes about the throat scar. She paused, and one of them uses a phrase I have heard only once before, in a story my grandmother told me when I was a child. A story about something that waits beneath the ice and speaks in the voice of the person you trust most. Cleo looked down at the fragment in her hands. The conduit collapsed at the 4th hour. Her brand pulsed. The crack in her palm seemed to deepen. What is the phrase? Yelena's face was pale. The door will be open, and it will never close. Cleo felt the floor drop away. The exact words from the serial, the exact phrasing Ivo had used an hour ago. You have seen this before, Cleo said. Yelena reached into the pile and pulled out a single sheet of paper, brittle and brown at the edges, written in a hand that was older than anything Cleo had touched so far. The ink was faded, the margins were burned, but the first line was unmistakable. To the one who wears face when I am gone. Cleo's hand trembled. If you are reading this, the pattern has repeated. The ice has found a new mouse. The tribunal has prepared a new body, and I have failed. Do not let them perform the rites. Do not let them seal the door. Burn this before you leave. Cleo looked up at Yelena. How long have you had this? Yelena's voice was barely a whisper. 4 years. It was buried in a sealed case marked for destruction. The name on the seal was Lisenka Drozdova. She swallowed. But the handwriting does not match yours. It matches the scribe who died in year 58, which means the letter was written before you were born. Cleo stood in the silence of the archive, the brittle page in her hands, the brand burning beneath the linen. To the one who wears my face when I am gone. Somewhere above, the citadel moved toward tomorrow night, and the deep ice pressed against the crack in her palm, waiting. Chapter 28. The archive's frost lamps cast long shadows across the reading table as Cleo set the letter down and pressed her palm flat against the parchment. To the one who wears my face when I am gone. The words burned differently now, not metaphor. The brand under her linen throbbed in recognition. There are 12 fragments, Yelena said, spreading them across the table with trembling hands. But they are not separate documents. They are pieces of a single record that was deliberately broken apart and filed under different years, different classifications, different jurisdictions. Cleo looked at the first fragment, year stamped 71, handwriting year 43, content the subject resisted the transfer. She moved to the second, year stamped 66, handwriting year 51, content the brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. The conduit held for 6 hours before the tissue rejected the connection. The third, year stamped 82, handwriting year 58, content the brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. The conduit held for 6 hours before the tissue rejected the connection. The third, year stamped 82, handwriting year 58, content the brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. The conduit held for 6 hours before the tissue rejected the connection. The third, year stamped 82, handwriting year 58, content the brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. The conduit held for 6 hours before the tissue rejected the connection. The third, year stamped 82, handwriting year 58, content the brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. Pelia looked at the first fragment, year firely stamped, 7 discussions before me. 8, Yelena corrected. She pulled out a final fragment, smaller than the others, the ink almost illegible. This one is dated year 93. No handwriting match, no scribe record, just a single line. Kilo took it. She refused. The pattern broke. The door opened, and it never closed. The words from the serial, the words from Yelena's grandmother, the words that had been following Cleo since she woke on that marble floor. What happened? Cleo asked. After the door opened? Yelena shook her head. The record stops. The next fragment in sequence would be year 1 of the current tribunal calendar, but the shelf is empty. Someone removed it. Who? Someone with access to the sealed archives. Someone who knew exactly which document to take. Cleo stared at the empty space on the table where the missing fragment should have been. She refused. The pattern broke. She had already refused. She had taken the brand meant for Kazimir. She had spoken the words that should have damned her, and the pattern was still moving. The missing section describes what happens when Lisenka refuses her script, Cleo said, and someone does not want me to read it. Yelena's face went pale. There is another cabinet, further down the restricted corridor. I have never opened it because the seal requires a Drozdov signet and a countersign I do not know. Cleo looked at her thumb where the cold iron seized still bit into the skin. Show me. They moved deeper into the archive, past shelves whose sigils glowed faintly in the dark, past a door that had been bricked over and plastered smooth, past a corner where the frost on the walls did not melt even when Yelena brought the lamp close. The cabinet stood at the end of the corridor. It was smaller than the others, waist-high, banded in black iron that had not rusted. The surface was etched with the same wardings Cleo had seen on the iron cabinet earlier, but these were deeper, cut into the metal rather than painted on. And at the center of the door, a recessed panel shaped like a signet ring. I have never seen anyone open it, Yelena said. The archivist before me said it had been sealed since before the tribunal records began. She told me to never touch it, never mention it, never let anyone know it existed. Cleo pressed her thumb into the recess. The cold iron signet clicked against the metal. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the cabinet door groaned, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen river, and swung inward. Inside, a single leather-bound volume sat on a bed of black cloth. The cover had no title, no sigil, no marking of any kind. Cleo lifted it out. The leather was cold against her fingers, cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The same cold she felt in her brand, the same cold that whispered to her through the crack in the wall. She opened the cover. The first page was blank. The second page was blank. The third page contained a single line of text written in the same tight hand as the fragment from year 43. The pattern has repeated 8 times. This record exists to ensure the 9th will succeed. Cleo turned the page and stopped breathing. The page was filled with names, 8 of them, each one followed by a date of birth, a date of first branding, and a date of death. The first name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 12, branded year 30, died year 43. The second name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 32, branded year 50, died year 58. The third name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 47, branded year 65, died year 71. The pattern continued down the page, each Lisenka younger than the last, each one branded at approximately 18 years of age, each one dead within 13 years of the branding. The 8th name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 79, branded year 93, died year 93. The same year the fragment had recorded. She refused. The pattern broke. The door opened. Cleo looked at the bottom of the page. There was a 9th line. Her name was already written. Lisenka Drozdova, born year 98, branded year current. The date of death was blank. But beneath it, in fresher ink, someone had added a note. The bloodline rights will resolve the variable. Schedule for tomorrow night, same hour as the original ceremony. Grand Magister approval confirmed. Cleo stared at the page until the words blurred. The pattern had never been about Kazimir. The branding had never been about him. He was a pressure point, yes, a trigger, a tool the cycle used to produce the catastrophe that justified the next round of control. But the true mechanism were her. Lisenka Drozdova, born year night year, document year 9, branded year 32, branded year 50, died year 58. The third name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year night year, document year 9, branded year current. The date of death was blank. But beneath it, in fresher ink, someone had added a note. The bloodline rights will resolve the variable. Schedule for tomorrow night, same hour as the original ceremony. Grand Magister approval confirmed. Cleo stared at the page until the words blurred. The pattern had never been about Kazimir. The branding had never been about him. He was a pressure point, yes, a trigger, a tool the cycle used to produce the catastrophe that justified the next round of control. But the true mechanism was her. Lisenka Drozdova, born year 9 year, document year night, born year night year, document year nights, boxes. Deedas primed your motation dollar. The deliveral duffened. Smaller the battens were skidding to the feel. Smaller the courier actually protects the burble from nay. I have never seen anyone open it, Yelena said. The archivist before me said it had been sealed since before the tribunal records began. She told me to never touch it, never mention it, never let anyone know it existed. Cleo pressed her thumb into the recess. The cold iron signet clicked against the metal. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the cabinet door groaned, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen river, and swung inward. Inside, a single leather-bound volume sat on a bed of black cloth. The cover had no title, no sigil, No marking of any kind. Cleo lifted it out. The weather was cold against her fingers. Cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The same cold she felt in her brand. She would stop a bit of the playing, I had it. Chapter 29. The darkness was not empty. Cleo stood frozen, the leather-bound volume pressed against her chest, her branded palms throbbing in rhythm with the shadows that moved toward her. The frost lamps had gone dark one by one, not sputtering out, but swallowing their own light like breath drawn inward. What remained was not darkness. It was weight. Yelena grabbed her arm. This way, now. They ran. The corridor bent left, then right, past shelves whose sigils flickered and died as the shadow reached them. Yelena knew the path by memory, her ink-stained fingers brushing walls, finding turns that did not look like turns, pulling Cleo through gaps between shelves that should not have fit a body. Behind them, the darkness did not chase. It spread, measured, certain. The way something spreads that already knows where you are going. Yelena slammed a door behind them, threw a bolt, pressed her back against the wood and stood there breathing in short, sharp gasps. That has never happened before, she whispered. The lamps, the shadows, that has never happened. Cleo looked down at her hand. The crack in her palm was dark, not black, dark in the same way the corridor had been dark, a color that should not exist in the visible spectrum. It knows I found the record, she said. It knows I know. The word had no face, but it had a name in her mind now. The deep ice. Not a force, not a weather pattern. A thing that could move through walls, knew her true name, and had been waiting for her to understand what she was. Yelena's face was gray. You cannot stay here. You cannot stay in the Citadel at all. If the Grand Magister performs the rites tomorrow. I know. Then what are you going to do? Cleo did not answer that either. Instead, she said, Where is Kazimir? Waiting where you left him. He refused to go farther, said he would not run until he knew you were clear. Of course he did. Cleo moved past her into the tunnel, the book tucked under her arm, the crack in her palm still dark. The pressure behind her ribs had settled into something steady. A second heartbeat. A countdown she could not stop. She found him in the priest room, standing with his back to the crack in the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. He took one look at her and his expression changed. What happened? She set the book on the cot and opened it to the page with the 9 names. He read in silence. She watched his face as he read, watched the recognition land like a physical blow. His jaw tightened. His hands went still. The stillness was worse than fury. 8 times, he said. One thing comparing today. But Jesus, looking at the book in her hands, the leather was worn now, alive with the same pressure she felt behind her ribs. She thought of the Lisenka before her, each one branded, each one dead within 13 years. Each one part of a pattern that used Kazimir's pain as fuel and her body as the vessel. The 9th line had her name, but the date of death was still blank. And that meant the story was not finished yet. Marta met her at the cistern entrance with a torch and a face that said she already knew something had gone wrong. The excision teams have been recalled, she said. Sabine is pulling them back to the surface level. Something is moving in the lower vaults. She wants every available body above ground before midnight. She knows, Yelena said. Marta's eyes went to the book in Cleo's hands. What did you find? Cleo did not answer that either. Instead, she said, Where's Kazimir? Waiting where you left him. He refused to go farther. Said he would not run until he knew you were clear. Of course he did. Cleo moved past her into the tunnel, the book tucked under her arm, the crack in her palm still dark. The pressure behind her ribs had settled into something steady. A second heartbeat. A countdown she could not stop. She found him in the priest room, standing with his back to the crack in the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. He took one look at her and his expression changed. What happened? She set the book on the cot and opened it to the page with the 9 names. He read in silence. She watched his face as he read, watched the recognition land like a physical blow. His jaw tightened. His hands went still. The stillness was worse than fury. 8 times, he said. 8. Before this one. Before you. Yes. He looked up. His pale winter-skied eyes were cold in a way she had never seen before. Not angry. Cold. The cold of someone who has just understood that his entire life has been a tool in a design he was never meant to see. The branding, he said. The trials, the regiment, my men dying in the quarries, all of it. Pressure points, she said. The cycle needed a trigger, someone to rebel, someone to become the threat that justified the tribunal's control. The deep ice needed me. The word hung between them. Cleo wanted to say something, to soften it, to explain that he was more than that the pattern had used him but he was not defined by it, that she had seen who he really was in the vaults when he refused to abandon a wounded guard who had served the regime that imprisoned him. But she did not say any of that, because he was not looking at her like she was an ally. He was looking at her like she was holding the record he had just read. How long have you known? The question was quiet, precise. A blade drawn from a sheath. I suspected since the archive, since Yelena showed me the first fragments. But I did not have confirmation until tonight. And you came to tell me. Yes. All of it? She hesitated. It was a small hesitation, a breath, a fraction of a heartbeat. But he saw it. His face changed. The cold fury cracked into something rawer, something that looked like betrayal. You are still filtering, he said, still deciding what I can bear. I am trying to protect you. No. He stepped closer, not threatening, precise. The way he had moved through the vaults during the White attack. You are trying to protect the version of me you have decided can still be saved. The one you are writing in your head. The one who will make the choices you need him to make. That is not true. Then tell me the part you are leaving out. She could not, because the part she was leaving out was the part she had not fully faced herself. The night Lisenka. The blank date of death. The fact that the pattern did not need him to survive. It only needed him to survive long enough to become what the cycle required. And the note in the cabinet. The bloodline rights will resolve the variable. She was the variable, not him. The pattern could discard him. It had already done so 8 times. The ritual had never needed Kazimir Solanke alive. It had only needed him to hurt in the right way, at the right time, so that Lisenka Drozdova could be branded and bound and used as the conduit for the next cycle of control. If she told him that the cycle could proceed without him, that his survival was optional, he would make a choice she could not predict. And she was afraid of what he would choose. You still do not trust me, he said. I trust you more than anyone in this citadel. That is not the same thing. He was right. It was not. She opened her mouth to tell him the truth, the whole truth, the part that met her hit. Chapter 30. The darkness swallowed the torchlight in a single, breathless gulp. Not smoke, not shadow. Something that drank the glow from the air and left the priest room standing in a lightless gray, the edges of things gone soft and uncertain. Cleo's hand went to the crack in her palm. The dark color pulsed once, a low throb that matched the pressure behind her ribs. Kazimir had not moved. He stood with his back to the wall crack, arms still crossed, face still unreadable. But she saw the shift in his stance, weight dropping into his heels, hands opening. Ready. It is in the walls, she said. I know. It knows my name. It has been whispering to me since the branding. The crack in my hand matches the crack in the stone. Marta said the priests abandoned this wing 40 years ago because the foundation started speaking. He watched her. His pale winter sky eyes held the same cold clarity she had seen when he read the Book of 9 Names. Not angry, assessing. You are stalling, he said. The word landed like a blade. You brought the darkness here, he continued, or it followed you. And instead of telling me the part you left out, you are describing what I can see. She felt the heat rise to her face. Shame, or anger, or the edge of both. You want the full file, she said. I want the truth you are still holding, the part you think will break me, or cost me, or make me stop being the man you have decided I should become. The darkness pressed against the doorway, not advancing, waiting. Cleo pulled the leather-bound volume from under her arm. She opened it to the 9th page, the one with her name and the blank death date, and set it on the cot between them. The pattern does not need you alive, she said. He did not flinch. It needs you to suffer in the right way at the right time. The branding, the public humiliation, the loss of everything you loved. Those are the ingredients. The ritual uses your pain as a reagent to bind the Drozdov conduit. After that, she stopped, forced herself to finish. After that, you are irrelevant. The cycle can proceed without you. It has done so 8 times. He looked at the open page, at the 8 names, at hers. I am expendable, he said. The pattern treats you as expendable. And you knew this. I suspected since the archive confirmed the cycle. I knew for certain when I read the note in the sealed cabinet. The bloodline rights are meant to resolve me, not you. I am the variable. You are the trigger. He said nothing. The silence stretched, sharp and breathless, as the darkness at the threshold thickened. Cleo reached into her coat and pulled out the folded sheaf of papers she had taken from the archive before the lamps died. Yelena's fragments, the forged treason documents, the sealed recantations, the 8th Lisenka's wars letter. She held them out. Kazimir looked at the bundle, at her face, at the papers again. What is this? The complete file. Everything I have found. The mechanism of the cycle. The Tribunal's manufactured evidence. The pattern's true target. The 8th Lisenka's refusal, and what followed. Why now? Because you asked for the truth. And I have been deciding what to give you instead of letting you choose what to receive. He took the bundle, slowly, deliberately. His fingers brushed hers, and she felt the heat of his skin against the frost cold of her branded palm. He did not open the papers. He held them, feeling their weight, as if he was testing whether she had finally handed over something real. You are afraid, he said. Yes. Of what I will do with this. Yes. You think I will read it and choose vengeance. Walk into the Citadel's heart with the evidence and burn it all down, become what the cycle wanted me to be, even knowing it was designed. She did not answer, that she was afraid of exactly that, afraid that the truth would not free him, would arm him with reasons to become the warlord the deep ice had been trying to make all along. He tucked the papers inside his coat, then he stepped past her, toward the doorway where the darkness waited. Kazimir. He stopped. Where are you going? He did not turn around. To read what you gave me, to decide what it means. To think without you standing over me, measuring whether I am still the man you need me to be. The words cut, clean and precise. That is not what I was doing. You were deciding what to tell me. That is the same thing. She had no answer. He took a step into the darkness. It parted around him, reluctant, as if the deep ice itself did not want to lose him. You leave now, she said. I do not know if you will come back. Neither do I. He looked over his shoulder. His face was half in shadow, half in the gray light that hung over the priest room like fog over a grave. That is what trust means, he said. You give someone the truth and let them choose, even if you do not like what they choose with it. He walked into the darkness. The shadows closed behind him like water over a stone. Cleo stood alone in the priest room with the leather-bound volume open on the cot and the crack in the wall breathing steady and slow. Her branded hand throbbed. The pressure behind her ribs tightened, and somewhere in the dark of the service passages, she heard a door open. Not a slam, not a creak. The sound of iron hinges turning on their own, slow and deliberate. She looked at the wall crack. It had grown. A hairline thinner than before, but longer, reaching toward the ceiling like a vein. The darkness pressed closer. Not the darkness Kazimir had walked into. The darkness that had followed her from the archive. The one that had been waiting. It gathered at the threshold of the priest room, and it spoke in her name. Not her voice, not Lisenka's. The voice of the thing the pattern had forgotten to seal, and it sounded like someone who had been expectant for a very long time. Chapter 21. The darkness at the threshold spoke her name. Not Cleo, not Lisenka, the name the deep ice had been waiting to say since the brand took root in her palm, a sound that vibrated through bone and breath and the hollow spaces between them. It gathered like smoke taking form, pressing against the lintel as if testing whether the priest room still held a ward she could not see. Then footsteps. Not from the darkness, from the service passage behind it. The darkness flickered, drew back a handspan. Kazimir stepped out of the shadow with a man Cleo had never seen before. He was leaner than Kazimir, scarred across the jaw and temple in the same pattern as the old combat wounds she had traced in her memory of the serial. The 7th Northern Scouts wore their damage-like unit insignia. He moved with the flat economy of someone who had spent years surviving roots that should have killed him. He stopped when he saw her. The darkness at the threshold hung suspended, waiting, as if it recognized the new variable and was calculating whether to advance or withdraw. The stranger looked at Cleo, then at the crack in the wall that has grown another finger-length toward the ceiling, then at the living dark that breathed at the door. This is the Drozdov woman, he said, not a question. This is Cleo, Kazimir said. The stranger's jaw tightened. You told me she was not Lisenka. You did not tell me she was marked. It happened 3 days ago. And you stayed. Kazimir met the accusation without flinching. I came back. The darkness receded, not defeated, uninterested. It pulled back into the corridor like a tide deciding the shore was not worth the cost of the crossing, leaving the frost lamp at the end of the passage flickering back to life. Cleo let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Who are you? The stranger stepped into the priest room. He did not approach her. He circled to the far wall, putting distance between them, and studied the crack as if it were a map he needed to memorize. Pitar willed her stare for a long moment. Then he turned to Kazimir. She is not lying. I know. She is still dangerous. I know that too. Pitar walked to the cot. He picked up the leather-bound volume, flipped to the 9th page, and read the entry with the same flat efficiency he had used to read the wall crack. 8 Lisenkas, each branded, each dead within 13 years. 9th line already written. He closed the book. How did the previous one end? The 8th Lisenka refused the ritual, Cleo said. The record says the door opened and never closed. The fragment describing what happened next was removed from the archive. Removed by whom? Someone with authorized access. I do not know their name. Pitar set the book down. He looked at Kazimir with something that might have been grief, held too long to still feel sharp. I told you, he said quietly. After the quarries, after Ilarion died in my arms, I told you the tribunal was not punishing you. It was building something with your suffering. You did not believe me. I believe you now. And what are you going to do with that belief? Kazimir did not answer immediately. He walked to the wall crack and pressed his palm flat against the stone. The gesture was deliberate, not impulsive, a man testing whether the thing he feared would answer his touch. I am going to read every page she gave me, he said. Then I am going to decide what the truth requires, not what the cycle demands, not what the tribunal expects, not Cleo hopes I will choose, what is required. Pitar's jaw worked. He looked at Cleo again, and this time his eyes had something other than distrust. Wariness still, but beneath it, the reluctant acknowledgement of a soldier who recognized when his commander had already made his decision. The north is stirring, he said. Cleo's attention snapped to him. What do you mean? I have been moving through the occupied routes for 8 months. Settlements that went quiet during the Tribunal's consolidation. Villages that stopped sending tribute. Patrols that reported everything normal, then stopped reporting at all. He paused. The weather is changing wrong. Frost forming on stone that has not held frost in living memory. Ice moving against the current in rivers that should be frozen solid. The deep ice, Cleo said, or something it has been waiting for. Pitar reached inside his coat and pulled out a folded map, creased along every seam, marked with charcoal scrawls that looked like troop movements, but were not. The routes curved in ways that made no tactical sense. They curved around places. These are the settlements that went dark, he said. Not attacked, not conquered. Silent. The tribunal thinks the inhabitants fled north. I think something called them. He laid the map on the cot beside the leather volume. Cleo looked at the charcoal lines. They formed a pattern she recognized. The same spiral she had seen in the frost brand on her palm. The same curve that described a crack in the wall. The same shape that appeared in Yelena's fragments, written in the margins of every failed conduit record. The deep ice, Cleo said, or something it has been waiting for. Pitar reached inside his coat and pulled out a folded map, creased along every seam, marked with charcoal scrawls that looked like troop movements but were not. The routes curved in ways that made no tactical sense. They curved around places. These are the settlements that went dark, he said, not attacked, not conquered. Silent. The tribunal thinks the inhabitants fled north. I think something called them. He laid the map on the cot beside the leather volume. Cleo looked at the charcoal lines. They formed a pattern she recognized, the same spiral she had seen in the frost brand on her palm, the same curve that described the crack in the wall, the same shape that appeared in Yelena's fragments, written in the margins of every failed conduit record. The deep ice, Cleo said, or something it has been waiting for. Pitar walked to the cot. He picked up the leather-bound volume, flipped to the 9th page, and read the entry with the same flat efficiency he had used to read the wall crack. 8 Lisenkas, each branded, each dead within 13 years, 9th line already written. He closed the book. How did the previous one end? The 8th Lisenka refused the ritual, Cleo said. The record says the door opened and never closed. The fragment describing what happened next was removed from the archive. Removed by whom? Someone with authorized access. I do not know their name. Petar set the book down. He looked at Kazimir with something that might have been grief, held too long to still feel sharp. I told you, he said quietly. After the quarries, after Ilarion died in my arms. I told you the tribunal was not punishing you. It was building something with your suffering. You did not believe me. I believe you now. And what are you going to do with that belief? Kazimir did not answer immediately. He walked to the wall crack and pressed his palm flat against the stone. The gesture was deliberate, not impulsive, a man testing whether the thing he feared would answer his touch. I am going to read every page she gave me, he said. Then I am going to decide what the truth requires, not what the cycle demands, not what the tribunal expects, not what Cleo hopes I will choose, what is required. Petar's jaw worked. He looked at Cleo again, and this time his eyes held something other than distrust. Wariness still, but beneath it, the reluctant acknowledgement of a soldier who recognized when his commander had already made his decision. The north is stirring, he said. Cleo's attention snapped to him. What do you mean? I have been moving through the occupied routes for 18 months. Settlements that went quiet during the tribunal's consolidation. Villages that stopped sending tribute. Patrols that reported everything normal, then stopped reporting it all. He paused. The weather is changing wrong. Frost forming on stone that has not held frost in living memory. Ice moving against the current in rivers that should be frozen solid. The deep ice, Cleo said, or something it has been waiting for. Petar wrote it to the cot. He picked up the leather-bound volume, flipped to the 9th page, and read the entry with the same flat efficiency he had used to read the wall crack. Tonight, before the archive. He turned to Kazimir. The lower vaults connect to the ritual heart. If the deep ice is active in the vaults, it is already preparing the chamber for tomorrow. Sabine did not recall her teams to protect them. She recalled them because the vaults are no longer safe for her people. The implications settled over the room like frost. The bloodline rites were not just scheduled. The deep ice was already preparing for them. Cleo looked at the crack in the wall, at the spiral on her palm, at the leather-bound volume with her name already written in the 9th line. She was not the variable anymore. She was the door. Chapter 32. The frost lamp at the end of the corridor had not stopped flickering. Cleo stood in the priest room doorway, the leather volume pressed against her ribs, Petar's map folded into her coat pocket. The darkness that had spoken her name had retreated into the service passages, but it had not gone far. She felt it waiting, patient, coiled in the stone like a held breath. We need to move, she said, before Sabine reorganizes her teams and seals every route out of this wing. Petar was already checking the blade at his belt. The cistern path connects to the lower armory. From there, I can reach the northern postern without crossing the main courtyard. Zorik is waiting at the archive entrance, Kazimir said. She will not leave without word. Cleo nodded. We go together as far as the archive. Then, a footstep in the corridor stopped her. Not the shuffle of a guard on patrol. The deliberate, unhurried tread of someone who knew exactly where they were walking and wanted to be heard. Marta appeared at the archway, her face unreadable, frost-burned fingers gripping something white. A tribunal summons. The seal had already been broken. The archivist has been taken, she said. The words landed like a blade between Cleo's ribs. Yelena, Cleo breathed. When? 20 minutes ago. 2 of Sabine Qatar's intelligence officers entered the archive while you were still in the priest room. They did not search. They went straight to the restricted shelves and removed her. They knew exactly where to find her. Kazimir moved toward the door. How many? 6, including the officers. She did not resist. They did not need to force her. She walked out between them with a seal over her mouth and her hands bound in cold iron. Cleo's hand found the crack in her palm. The impossible dark at its center pulsed once, as if answering something below. Sabine did not take her for information, Cleo said slowly. She took her to prove a point. Yelena was the one who showed me the fragments. She is the witness who can testify that someone with archive access removed the 9th fragment. If Sabine silences her, then the record becomes her word against yours, Pitar finished. And you are Lisenka Drozdova, marked conduit of the deep ice, whose testimony carries the weight of a Drozdov name and the rot beneath it. Marta held out the summons. There is more. Sabine is already circulating a statement to the Tribunal's record keepers. She claims Yelena was found with forged documents intended to destabilize the bloodline succession, that someone inside the Citadel is conspiring with Frontier rebels to collapse Fossmark's legal order and replace it with… Marta paused. With something worse. Cleo took the summons. The ink was still wet at the edges. She is fraving Yelena, Cleo said, to force me into a choice. What choice? Kazimir asked. I can go to the tribunal publicly and deny the accusation, claim Yelena was acting on my orders, that the documents were legitimate research, that Sabine is manufacturing evidence to protect the Grand Magister's secret. That clears Yelena, but it confirms everything Anselm suspects about me. I become the public threat he can use to justify bloodline rights tomorrow night. Or I let the accusation stand. I let Yelena take the fall for the forged documents. I hide in the priest room and pretend I never saw the fragments. And Sabine keeps her quiet, processing her through the excision pipeline before anyone can ask questions. The silence stretched. Petter was the first to speak. The archivist knows what she found. She knows who removed the 9th fragment. If you abandon her to protect yourself, you lose the only living witness who can verify the pattern. If I try to free her publicly, I give Anselm exactly what he needs to accelerate the rites, Cleo said. The bloodline ceremony is already prepared. The chamber is already active. He does not need a full legal case, he needs suspicion. And suspicion is all Sabine is building. Marta's frost-burned fingers tightened on the summons. There is a third option. Cleo looked up. Sabine's intelligence officers followed protocol. They filed a report, secured the prisoner, and will hold Yelena in the excision holding cells beneath the tribunal chambers until morning. They are not expecting a rescue tonight. They are expecting a legal response, a formal appeal, a public challenge from the Drozdov heir. Because that is the predictable play, Kazimir said slowly. The one Lisenka would make. Lisenka would never have come for Yelena at all, Marta replied. She would have let the archivist burn and used the distraction to consolidate power elsewhere. Sabine's net is designed for the woman she knows, the woman who thinks politically, publicly, through procedural moves. Cleo looked at the living dark pressing against the threshold of the service passage. She is not expecting me to move through the dark. The decision crystallized in the space between one breath and the next. She is not expecting me to move through the dark. Kazimir's jaw tightened. If we go now, we lose the element of surprise by morning. We do not wait until morning. Cleo turned to Marta. Where are the holding cells? Beneath the tribunal chambers, 2 levels below the archive, accessed through the foundation passage. The same route the priests used 40 years ago before they abandoned the wing. The cistern path connects to it? Marta paused. Partially. The route was sealed when the priests left, but the seal is 40 years old. Stone, not iron. Petter was already moving toward the service passage. I can open a stone seal. Give will 10 minutes and a cold iron blade. What about you? Kazimir asked Cleo. Your hand is marked. The deep ice knows when you move. If you enter the foundation passages, it will feel you. Cleo looked at the crack in her palm. The dark center pulsed again, steady and patient, as if something beneath the citadel was taking a slow, interested breath. I am counting on it, she said. She touched the leather volume at her ribs. Yelena's fragments, the 8th Lisenka's letter, the spiral pattern from Petter's map. All of it was useless if the only person who could verify the archive discoveries disappeared into Sabine's pipeline. Cleo? Kazimir said, and his voice held something that was not quite a warning. If the deep ice moves through you while we are below, then you pull me back. She met his pale winter sky eyes. I have stopped trusting the script. I am trusting you instead. The frost lamp at the end of the corridor went out. The darkness in the service passage thickened, pressing forward until it touched the threshold of the priest room, and Cleo felt the deep ice beneath her feet like a door swinging open in the dark. Chapter 33. The stone seal groaned against Petter's blade like a living thing waking from deep sleep. Cleo held her breath as the crack widened, dust sifting down from the 40-year-old mortar. The service passage behind them had gone completely dark. She could feel the deep ice pressing against the edges of her awareness, patient and curious, waiting to see what she would do with the path she was opening. Almost through, Petter said, his voice flat and economical as he worked the cold iron into the seal's weakest joint. Kazimir stood at Cleo's shoulder, his presence a steady heat against the encroaching cold. He had not said much since they left the priest room. Neither had she. There was nothing left to plan on the surface. The plan was simple. Reach Yelena before Sabine's people processed her. Extract through the same other route and force the tribunal into a public choice between acknowledging the truth or admitting they had silenced a witness. Sanko waited at the junction behind them, her frost-white temples catching what little light remained. She had arrived without explanation, a leather satchel across her chest and her pale eyes already reading the route before Cleo could describe it. Ivo is holding position in the infirmary, Sanko had said when she appeared, in case anyone needs to be dead on paper for a few hours. No one had asked why she was helping. The question was still in the air, but the answer did not matter yet. The seal cracked open. Petter stepped back as the stone slab tilted inward, revealing a narrow passage that sloped sharply downward. The air that rushed out was colder than the corridor behind them, dry and still, as if nothing had moved through it in 4 decades. I go first, Kazimir said. It was not a request. He took a frost lamp from Marta and stepped through the opening before Cleo could argue. The light swallowed him for a moment, then revealed a low ceiling and walls marked with old sigils, worn nearly smooth by time and neglect. Cleo followed. The passage dropped into a series of chambers that had once been storage for ritual records. Shelves collapsed under the weight of abandoned scrolls, wooden crates rotting into the stone floor. The foundation passage branched twice, and each time Marta's memory guided them without hesitation. She had walked these routes 40 years ago, when the priests still maintained them, and the layout had not changed. Here, Marta said at the 3rd junction. The holding cells are above us now. There is a service stair at the end of this corridor. Cleo felt the shift before she saw it. The air changed, less dry, less dead. The stone beneath her feet carried a faint vibration, not the deep ice, but something mechanical. A door opening and closing somewhere above, voices filtering through the foundation. Sabine's people. They are moving her, Cleo said. Kazimir was already moving. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his boots silent on the worn stone, and Cleo followed with Sanko at her back, and Marta and Pitar covering the rear. The service stair opened into a narrow corridor lined with iron doors. Excision holding. The cells were smaller than Cleo had expected. Each door was no wider than a man's shoulders, set with a single viewing slit at eye level. The frost lamps here were dimmer, casting long shadows that stretched and pooled like waiting hands. Drozdova, Sabine said, her tone almost pleasant. I expected you 40 minutes ago. The seal slowed you more than I calculated. Let her go, Cleo said. Yelena is not your prisoner. She has committed no crime. She committed the crime of finding what she was not supposed to find. Sabine took a step forward. But that is not the point of this exercise, and you know it. The point was to confirm that you would come for her. That you would abandon the legal script, the procedural safety, and the plausible deniability that could have protected you. Cleo said nothing. Anselm needed to be certain, Sabine continued. Certain that you would commit open treason before the full tribunal could witness it. Certain that whatever has changed inside you is not a phase or a strategy, but a fundamental break from the role you were born to serve. He is not here, Cleo said. No, he is not. Sabine's smile sharpened. He is in the ritual heart, preparing the chamber for the bloodline rites, the foundation where the deep ice first touched Drozdov blood, the same chamber where the 8th Lisenka refused the ritual and opened the door that has never fully closed. The words landed like frost in Cleo's chest. He began the preparations 2 hours ago, Sabine said. By the time the sun rises, the conduit will be ready. And you will have proven, by your own actions tonight, that you are too dangerous to leave unbound. Kazimir shifted beside Cleo, his hand moving toward his blade. Sabine did not flinch. I am not here to stop you, she said. I am here to deliver the message. You have until first bell to bring Yelena wherever you like. Hide her in the cisterns, smuggle her out through the old routes, vanish her into Petah Ilsa's network. It does not matter. By first bell, Ensemble have completed the ritual chamber, and the only door that matters will be the one beneath the citadel's heart. She stepped aside, clearing the corridor. Choose quickly. The deep ice is waking, and it knows exactly where you are standing. Chapter 34. Sabine stepped aside. The corridor opened like a throat, dark and waiting. Sabine did not move. Every instinct she had spent 6 weeks sharpening told her this was another layer of the trap. Sabine did not deliver messages. Sabine cut lever. If she was letting them pass, it was because she had already calculated the shape of their flight and built her next net around it. You are wasting time, Sabine said. First bell is closer than you think. Kazimir's hand stayed on his blade. She is not coming with us. I am not asking her to. Sabine's smile did not waver. I am telling her what is already in motion, whether she walks or runs or crawls to the ritual heart. Ansel will have the chamber ready. The only question is whether she arrives with enough strength left to resist. Sanko moved past Cleo, her frost-cold blade still in hand. She stopped at the threshold, level with Sabine, and studied her with the flat precision of someone who had spent years reading people in court. You enjoy this, Sanko said. The theater of it. I enjoy the truth of it. Sabine met her gaze without flinching. And the truth is that Anselm has spent 40 years holding the door closed, with nothing but Drozdov blood and legal ritual. If the door opens now, it will not be because he failed. It will be because his daughter refused to be the lock. Cleo felt the words land in her chest like a second brand. She was the lock, the door, the variable, the 9th name in a leather-bound volume that had already recorded her death date as blank. Every title the cycle had given her was a different way of saying the same thing. She was the instrument, and Anselm was finally ready to play her. Where is the chamber? She asked. Sabine's smile sharpened. Beneath the foundation vaults, below the place where the priests abandoned their prayers, below the place where the 8th Thalinko refused the ritual and opened the door that has never fully closed. She paused. You know the way. The crack in your palm has been drawing a map since the night you took the brand. Cleo looked down at her hand. The dark wound at her palm's center pulsed once, a slow beat that matched the rhythm she had been feeling in the stone since the moment she woke in the Linko's body. The deep ice was not whispering anymore. It was waiting. Take Yelena and go, Sabine said. Hide her. I do not care where, but when the bell rings, you will come to the ritual heart, or Amthel will send the entire Tribunal garrison to find you, and he will perform the rite on a bound and screaming daughter instead of a willing one. She turned and walked back into the service stair, her guards falling in behind her without a word. The corridor fell silent. Cleo exhaled. She had not realized she had been holding her breath. We need to move, Marta said, her voice low and urgent. She is right about the bell. First light comes fast in Frostmarch. Kazimir was already at Yelena's side, helping her stand. The archivist's legs buckled once before she found her balance, her ink-stained hands gripping his arm with desperate strength. Where? Yelena asked, her voice still cracked from the seal. Cleo looked at Marta. The priest room, the crack in the wall. If the deep ace knows where I am, hide is useless. But the priest room has the cistern route, and it connects to every level of the citadel. If we need to run, we run from there. Marta nodded once. This way. The group moved. Petarg took rear guard, his cold iron blade drawn, his scarred face scanning the shadows behind them. Senko walked beside Yelena, supporting her when the archivist's steps faltered. Kazimir stayed at Cleo's side, close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the frozen air. They reached the foundation passage. The stone seal lay in broken fragments where Petar had cracked it open. Beyond it, the darkness of the cistern route swallowed the frost lamp light. Marta led them through without hesitation, her frost-burned fingers tracing the walls as if she could read the stone by touch. 40 years of memory guided her through the branching passages, past the abandoned storage chambers and the collapsed shrines, until the air changed and Cleo recognized the smell of the priest room above them. Marta pushed open the trap door. The room was exactly as they had left it. The crack in the wall had grown wider, a dark vein reaching toward the ceiling like a frozen river. The frost lamp on the table still burned, its light thin and wavering. Cleo helped Yelena to the cot. The archivist sat heavily, her hands shaking as she pressed them to her knees. There is something you need to see, Yelena said. Before the bell. She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased and worn, stained with something dark along one edge. I took it from the archive before Sabine's people found me. It was hidden behind the sealed cabinet. I do not think even she knew it was there. Cleo took the paper and unfolded it. It was a letter, handwritten in a tight, precise script that she recognized from the previous Lisenka's warning letter in Yelena's archive. The same hand, the same woman, the one who had refused the ritual 93 years ago. But this was not the warning letter. This was something else. Cleo read the first line, and her blood turned cold. To the one who wears my face after the refusal, you will be given a choice. They will tell you it is mercy. It is not. They will tell you that accepting the binding will protect the north from the deep ice. It will not. The binding does not seal the door. It makes you the door, and once you are open, you can never close. I refused. I broke the pattern. And I learned the truth that the Tribunal has buried for 9 cycles. The deep ice does not want the door to remain closed. It wants the door to be held open by a living key. A key that can choose to hold so that the door's opening is never an accident, never a breach that can be sealed by stone and prayer. If the bloodline rites are completed, you will become that key. You will hold the door open forever. You will feel every cold breath that passes through you, every shape that moves in the dark beyond, and you will never be able to stop. I refused. I broke the pattern, and I learned the truth that the Tribunal has buried for 9 cycles. The deep ice does not want the door to remain closed. It wants the door to be held open by a living key. A key that can choose to hold, so that the door's opening is never an accident, never a breach that can be sealed by stone and prayer. If the bloodline rites are completed, you will become that key. You will hold the door open forever. You will feel every cold breath that passes through you, every shape that moves in the dark beyond, and you will never be able to stop. I refused. I broke the pattern. And I learned the truth that the Tribunal has buried for 9 cycles. The deep ice does not want the door to remain closed. It wants the door to be held open by a living key. A key that can choose to hold, so that the door's opening is never an accident, never a breach that can be sealed by stone and prayer. If the bloodline rites are completed, you will become that key. You will hold the door open forever. You will feel every cold breath that passes through you, every shape that moves in the dark beyond, and you will never be able to stop. I refused. I broke the pattern, and I learned the truth that the Tribunal has buried for 9 cycles. The deep ice does not want the door. You will be hearing that stuff of your Salimic Curran classage, aligning me at the Stuksh. The war in this aired Cattins out there. My bound is Sansris drawings like it. Chapter 35. The bell kept ringing. Cleo folded the 8th Lisenka's letter and pressed it into her palm, the paper warm against the frostbrand. The crack in the wall groaned again, a sound like ice shifting on stone. We cannot stay here, Marta said. Petar was already at the door, blade drawn, listening to the corridor beyond. The garrison will be moving. That bell means something to them. He means the ritual chamber is open, Tanko said. She stood by the frost lamp, her colorless eyes tracking the shadows at the edges of the room. Drozdov will expect Cleo to come through the main halls, the processional route. He will have guards there. Kazimir moved to Cleo's side. His hand found hers, brief and deliberate, not a question of comfort, but a statement of position. Then we do not use the main halls. Petar pulled the map from his coat and flattened it across the table. The charcoal roots curled around the citadel's lower levels, spiraling inward like the brand on Cleo's palm. There is a way down, he said. Not through the cistern, through the old service shafts the priests used before they sealed the foundation. They connect to the ritual heart's outer ring. How do you know that route? Sanko asked. Petar's scarred jaw tightened. Because I mapped it 4 years ago, when the 7th Northern Scouts were still alive and the Tribunal was not yet calling us traitors. Yelena rose from the cot, from the legs unsteady but her pale gray eyes focused. I can help. The archive records include the old service routes. I memorized them. Mar shook her head. You can barely stand. I can stand well enough to keep up. Cleo looked at the group. Marta with her frost-burned fingers and 40 years of memory. Petar with his map and his wariness. Sanko with her frostcraft and her questions. Yelena with the truth she had carried through the dark. Kazimir steady beside her, having chosen to stay after reading every page of the file. They were not an army. They were enough. Petar leads, Cleo said. Marta on navigation, Sanko handles anything that needs frostcraft. Yelena stays between us. Kazimir and I take rear. No, Kazimir said. She turned. He was looking at the crack in the wall, the dark vein reaching toward the ceiling like a river frozen mid-flow. You take rear with me, he said. But you do not shield me from what comes. We face it together, or we do not go at all. The steadiness in his voice was not new. She had heard it in the prison keep, in the vault corridors, in the priest room when he told her trust meant giving someone the truth and letting them choose. But something had shifted. He was not challenging her authority, he was naming a condition of his presence. She nodded once. Together. The group moved. Patar led them through the priest room's service door, a narrow gap behind a collapsed shelf that Marta had never known existed. The passage beyond was tight, barely shoulder width, the walls rough-cut stone that scraped against Cleo's coat as she followed Yelena's shadow. The air changed as they descended. It grew colder, yes, but that was not the change. The cold here was different, older, the kind that did not bite the skin, but settled into the bones like a memory of winter before the first snow. The bell continued to ring. Patar moved with flat economy, his blade never fully lowering, his scarred face turning at every branching corridor to read the stone. He did not need a map. The route was in his body, mapped by 18 months of movement through occupied darkness. The priests sealed these shafts because they heard whispers, he said, his voice low. But they also used them to observe the rituals without being seen. There are viewing slits cut into the stone above the heart chamber. How many? Sanko asked. 3. One collapsed, one was sealed from the inside. The third is still accessible if you know where to step. Cleo felt the frostbrand pulse against the paper in her hand. The 8th Lisenka's letter was still warm, as if the words themselves were burning through the page. Yelena stumbled. Kazimir caught her arm before she could fall, studying her without a word. Yelena's breath came hard, but she did not stop. She straightened and kept walking. They descended for what felt like an hour. The passage narrowed again, then opened into a wider corridor lined with rusted iron brackets where frost lamps had once hung. The brackets were empty, but the walls still held the residue of old light, a faint luminescence that clung to the stone like a stain. There, Patar said. He stopped at a gap in the wall, a vertical slit no wider than a hand, cut into the stone at eye level. Cleo stepped forward and looked through. The ritual heart chamber was below her, vast and circular, its walls carved with spiral patterns that matched the brand on her palm. A stone pillar rose from the center of the floor, its surface black and polished, reflecting the light of a single frost lamp that burned at its base. Anselm Drozdov stood beside the pillar. He was alone. No brandmasters, no guards, no retinue. He wore the same gray robes he had worn at the branding ceremony, the burn scar on his throat visible above the collar. His frost-bitten fingers rested on the polished stone, and he was looking up. At her. Through the slit. He knew she was there. Cleo felt Kazimir's hand on her shoulder, pulling her back from the gap. She turned, her heart hammering, and saw the look on his face. He had not looked through the slit. He was staring at the wall behind her. She followed his gaze. The stone was moving. Not cracking, not groaning, but shifting, the surface rippling like water frozen a moment before stone. The bell continued to ring. Patar stepped back, his blade rising. Sanko's frostcraft flared at her fingers, pale light bleeding through her gloves. Yelena pressed herself against the far wall, her hand over her mouth. Kazimir's body was still, but his voice kept speaking. I burned them. I burned them all. The north sang with it, and I was the song. Cleo grabbed his face. She pressed her branded palm to his cheek, the frost cold meeting his skin, and she did not look away. Kazimir, you are not that man. You have never been that man. The cycle tried to make you him, but you chose otherwise. His eyes did not mort out her. I walked through fire and called it mercy. The fire was theirs, she said, her voice breaking. Not yours. You did not choose the burn. You endured it, and you are still standing. The temperature dropped. The slit behind her went dark. the frost lamp in the ritual chamber extinguished by something deeper than wind, and Kazimir blinked. His eyes cleared. He looked at her, really looked, and his hand came up to cover hers where she heard his face. "I saw it," he said. "Every version. Every time they drank me and I broke back. I know. I did not want to stop." The confession sat between them, raw and unburied. "I know," she said again. The bell stopped ringing, and in the silence that followed, the wall behind them opened. Chapter 36. The wall opened. Not a door, not a passage. The stone simply ceased to be solid in that section, the spiral patterns loosening into a vertical wound of darkness that breathed cold air into the corridor. Cleo's frost brand pulsed against the 8 Lisenka's letter. The paper felt hot, as if the ink was igniting beneath her fingers. Cleo. Kazimir's voice, his own voice now, whop and scraped raw. His hand found hers and held. "We go together," he said. "Or not at all." She looked at the others, Petter with his blade drawn, watching the darkness like a man who had seen what came through walls before. Sanko with frostlight bleeding through her gloves, ready. Yelena pressed against the far stone, pale but standing. Marta's frost-burned fingers gripping a rusted bracket as if she meant to tear it from the wall. "No one else," Cleo said. "This chamber takes Drozdov blood and those who choose to follow it. The rest of you hold here and watch for the bell to ring again." "You cannot face him alone," Sanko said. "She won't be alone." Kazimir stepped forward. The darkness swallowed them before anyone could argue further. The chamber was larger than the viewing slit had shown. Vast, circular, the spiral carvings on the walls moved, not as illusions, but as actual shifting stone, the grooves traveling in slow rotation, like a mechanism turning beneath the skin of the earth. At the center stood the black polished pillar, and beside it, Anselm Drozdov. He had not moved. His gray robes hung still, his frost-bitten fingers resting on the stone surface. The burn scar across his throat caught the low light of the frost lamp at his feet, a pale seam in the shadow of his jaw. "You came," he said, not triumphant, not relieved, simply stating a fact, as if she had finally arrived at the address he had written for her. "You knew I would. I knew the pattern would bring you." He turned his head, not quite looking at her. "I did not know if it would bring the woman wearing my daughter's face, or whatever replaced her after the branding." Cleo felt Kazimir's hand tighten on hers. "I am not your daughter," she said, "and your daughter died long before I woke in her body." Ansel's expression did not change, but his frost-bitten fingers curled against the pillar, a fractional motion that might have been grief or might have been preparation. "The ice has waited 8 cycles for someone willing to finish what the 8th Lisenka started," he said. "She refused. She left the door half open, and for 93 years the deep ice has pressed against that crack, widening it by fractions, learning the shape of the lock with every generation it touched." "I read the letter," Cleo said. "The binding does not seal the door. It makes me the door. Yes. You want to turn me into an open conduit for the thing that has been destroying the North." Ansel met her eyes. His gaze was gray, flat, and utterly without cruelty. He looked like a man explaining arithmetic to a student who could not bear the answer. "I want to control how it opens," he said. "The 8th Lisenka thought she could starve it by refusing the ritual. She only delayed the inevitable and ensured that when the door opened, it would open on her terms. No binding, no structure. No one inside the chamber to manage what came through." Kazimir stepped forward, positioning himself between Cleo and the pillar. "You branded my face in every cycle," he said. "You broke me into the thing you needed so the North would fear me more than the ice." "Yes. You manufactured my treason. You killed my regiment. You burned my name from every record so that when I fell, no one would remember who I had been." "Yes." Anselm's voice carried no defiance, no pride, just the flat weight of a Vad who had accepted the cost of his choices long ago. "And I would do it again. Because the alternative is the deep ice taking your shape without a bridle, without a Drozdov in the conduit chamber to redirect its hunger, and the North does not survive that." The spiral patterns on the wall accelerated. The frost lamp at Anselm's feet guttered, then flared twice as bright, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted across the rotating stone. And the deep ice spoke, not through the walls, not through the darkness, through Cleo's bland. "You were meant to hold the rod." The voice was warm, familiar. It sounded like her own thoughts, her own internal narration, as if she had always carried this invitation in the back of her mind and only now recognized it. "You were meant to be the hand that marks, not the flesh that receives. But you chose otherwise, and the pattern learned you. The pattern wants you." Cleo's knees buckled. Kazimir caught her, his arm around her waist, his voice saying her name through the roar of the deep ice's presence filling her skull. "He will burn. Every version burns. That is his purpose. But you, the door, you need not burn with him. You need only open, and the cold will feel like home." She saw it. The vision unfolded behind her eyes like a room she had always occupied. A version of Vazril Stoy where the frost never lifted, where the towers grew ice-cheeved and silent, where she stood at the heart of it with the deep ice's voice threaded through her like song. Belonging, purpose, an end to the lonely intellectual distance she had carried since the first day she woke in Lisenka's body. No struggle, no death. Just acceptance. Open. Beside her, Kazimir went rigid. His hand left her waist, his arms dropped, his head tilted back, exposing the scarred line of his jaw, and when he spoke, the voice was not his. "I burned them. I burned them all." The North sang with it, and I was the song. The same vision, the same invitation. But for him, the promise was different. He saw the tribunal chambers filled with ash. He saw Drozdov kneeling. He saw every face that had ever condemned him, every hand that had held the rod, every mouth that had pronounced him traitor, and they were all screaming. Justice. Vengeance. The righteous weight of violence that had been owed him since the first cycle cull. "Take it," the deep ice whispered through his throat. "You were always meant to take it." Anselm's hand moved, feel frostbitten fingers to the black pillar, and the spiral carvings on the walls stopped turning. The chamber held its breath. "You were brought here to choose," Anselm said, "not because I wanted you to choose freely, but because the binding requires consent. A door forced open is a door that can be forced shut. A door that opens willingly is a door that never closes." He looked at Cleo. "I do not hate you. I do not even hate what you have become. I have spent 40 years sealing a crack in the world with my own bloodline, and I am tired." The frost lamp went out. Darkness swallowed the pillar, the walls, the ceiling. Only the spiral carvings remained visible, glowing faintly as the deep ice began to press through the stone. Anselm's voice came from the dark. "Accept the binding, and you become the door. Refuse it, and the deep ice tears through you to find another Lisenka in the bloodline. There will always be another Lisenka. The pattern ensures it." Cleo felt Kazimir's hand find hers in the dark. His fingers were cold. His grip was steady. "You said we go together," she whispered. "I meant it." The spiral glow intensified, and him so next rigid. His hand left her waist, his arms dropped, his head tilted back, exposing the scarred line of his jaw. And then instam ovations and your placing. This chamber completely solitudes, the flood of af, crutches me and bide, and the exily testic of the dark, when the succular gain to the headline, and the news that didn't this destined we will lay in anyone. Sao Geo craved that pop, as it gets the genation, the gods drode if they am. Practice to Claire for this team. The book they're hurting, wad he slokes on a beater nalaby, feel, in beneath, underdid his benflit that fee, keeply setting up, stet the beds of it completely rise life quickly. One many belief with the smeeks, the sleep, and the with the scent of this week, the fun the set of that came, which I accepted, straight riding other way. Chapter 37. The spiral glow painted Kazimir's face in pale light. His eyes were open, unblinking. The deep ice moved through him like water finding channels, and Cleo saw the exact moment the visions took him. His breath stopped. His hand tightened around hers until the bones ground together, but he was not gripping her. He was falling inward, into a hall of mirrors where every reflection showed the same man wearing different scars, different armor, different decades, and every one of them was burning. This is the truth of you. The deep ice's voice threaded through the chamber, through his skull, through the spiral carvings that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Cleo could not hear the words, but she felt them in the tension of his shoulders, the tremor running up his arm. Look. She saw what he saw, a version of Kazimir in rusted plate, the frost brand covering his entire face, standing knee-deep in tribunal ash while civilians begged at his feet. He did not stop. A version in cracked leather, gaunt and wild-eyed, dragging a brandmaster by the hair across a frozen courtyard while the man's screams crystallized in the air. A version in nothing but rags and frostbite, still standing, still killing, with the deep ice's light bleeding from his throat like a second voice. Every cycle, every refusal, every time the branding had been completed, the pattern had held, and he had become what the tribunal feared enough to justify. This is what you were. This is what you are. This is what you will always be, because the pattern remembers you. Kazimir's mouth opened. A sound came out that was not a word, not a scream, something older than both. The noise a man makes when he sees the shape of his own damnation drawn in light. Cleo pressed herself against him, not to stop the visions, not to pull him back, just to be present in his field of awareness, a fixed point in the rotating dark. Kazimir's hand tightened. 2. The visions surged. 3. Kazimir's gaze held Cleo's, and his lips moved. 3 words. She could not hear them over the deep ice's rising hum, but she read them by the faint light of the dying carvings. Then the chamber floor began to crack. Kazimir's free hand rose, his fingers curled, as if around a blade's hilt. Cleo did not stop him. I am not going to choose for you, she said. Not anymore. If you walk into the massacre the diff ice is showing you, I will grieve. I will hate it, but I will not pretend I have the right to decide that you owe me a better version of yourself. The spiral carvings flared. Ansel's voice rose, and Kazimir's grip on her hand changed. The crushing tension eased. His fingers shifted, lacing through hers instead of clamping down, and she felt the minute adjustment of his weight, the way he settled into his own stance instead of the visions. Cleo. His voice was hoarse, broken, but his. I saw them, every version of me that said yes. His eyes found hers in the dark, pale winter sky, the color of the earth before a storm. They held no rage, no certainty, only the question he had carried since the first night in the prison keep. Which one am I? The question broke her open, because she had spent weeks believing she knew the answer. She had mapped his redemption like a syllabus, identified the turning points, rehearsed the words that would nudge him toward mercy. She had treated his future as a text she could revise, and she had been wrong. The one who chooses, she said, right now. Not the script, not the cycle, not what I want, what you want. She lifted their joined hands, pressed her branded palm flat against his chest, where his heart grew fast and steady and still human. I love you. That has to be enough. It cannot be the leash I put on you. The spiral carvings reached the ceiling, the binding words stopped, and in the silence, the deep ice spoke through Kazimir's throat one last time. You have been offered a script. Every version of you took it. Why would this version be different? Kazimir's breath fogged in the cold air. His jaw tightened. His hand, still laced with hers, did not let go. He looked at the visions still shimmering behind his eyes. The ash, the screaming, the holy weight of vengeance that the cycle had always offered him. He looked at Cleo. And Cleo, for the first time, did not tell him what to choose. She just waited. The spiral glow flickered. Somewhere in the dark, Ansel's voice rose, and Kazimir's grip on her hand changed. The crushing tension eased. His fingers shifted, lacing through hers instead of clamping down, and she felt the minute adjustment of his weight, the way he set it into his own stance instead of the visions. Cleo. His voice was hoarse, broken, but his. I saw them. Every version of me that said yes. His eyes found hers in the dark, pale winter sky the color of the north before a storm. They held no rage, no certainty, only the question he had carried since the first night in the prison keep. Which one am I? The question broke her open, because she had spent weeks believing she knew the answer. She had mapped his redemption like a syllabus, identified the turning points, rehearsed the words that would nudge him toward mercy. She had treated his future as a text she could revise, and she had been wrong. The one who chooses, she said, right now, not the script, not the cycle, not what I want, what you want. She lifted their joined hands, pressed her branded palm flat against his chest, where his heart beat fast and steady and still human. I love you. That has to be enough. It cannot be the leash I put on you. The spiral carving reached the ceiling. The binding words stopped, and in the silence, the deep ice spoke through Kazimir's throat one last time. You have been offered a script. Every version of you took it. Why would this version be different? Kazimir's breath fogged in the cold air. His jaw tightened. His hand, still laced with hers, did not let go. He looked at the visions still shimmering behind his eyes. The ash, the screaming, the holy weight of vengeance that the cycle had always offered him. He looked at Cleo. And Cleo, for the first time, did not tell him what to choose. She just waited. The spiral glow flickered. Somewhere in the dark, Anselm's rose began to speak again, and this time his voice was not reciting the binding, it was counting. 1. Kazimir's hand tightened. 2. The visions surged. 3. Kazimir's gaze held Cleo's and his lips moved. 3 words. She could not hear them over the deep ice's rising hum, but she read them by the faint light of the dying carvings. Then the chamber floor began to crack. Chapter 38. The floor cracked beneath them, a black seam splitting the spiral carvings from the pillar toward the walls. Cleo's hands stayed pressed to Kazimir's chest. His heart hammered against her palm, fast and human, and she felt the moment his focus snapped from the visions to the tremor under his boots. He did not let go of her hand. The deep ice's voice still clung to the air, a resonance that had not fully faded from his throat, but Kazimir's eyes had cleared. Winterpale. Present. His jaw set in a line she had seen before, in the vaults, when he had chosen to save a guard who would have let him die. No, he said, not to her, to the carvings, to the dark, to the weight of every version of himself that had said yes. The spiral glow surged in answer, bright enough to throw their shadows across the walls in long, twisting shapes. Anselm's count reached 4, and the hum beneath the floor deepened into something that vibrated through Cleo's bones, a frequency that pulled at the frost brand in her palm like a hook. Kazimir moved. Not toward the visions, not toward Anselm. He stepped between Cleo and the pillar, turning his back on the black stone, and drove his heel into the nearest spiral carving where it curved across the floor. The crack split wider. The glow flickered. "What are you doing?" Anselm's voice cracked. "You will undo everything." "I will not burn them," Kazimir said. "I will not burn anyone." He stamped again. The stone groaned. A fracture raced along the spiral line, branching into the wall, and the carvings dimmed in a long, sullen pulse, as if the chamber itself had exhaled. Cleo understood. He was not fighting the deep ice directly. He was breaking the vessel, the ritual ground, the pattern carved into the foundation. He was turning his violence against the machinery instead of the people. The floor lurched. From the corner of her eye, Cleo saw Sanko in the corridor, one hand braced against the doorframe, frostlight bleeding from her fingers in rapid, controlled pulses. She was not watching the chamber. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling, tracing lines Cleo could not see, and her lips moved in a pattern that matched the old ward diagrams from Yelena's fragments. "She is disrupting the containment lines," Zelena said, breathless, from somewhere behind Marta's shoulder. "The upper wards that feed into the ritual." Sanko's frostcraft flared, the light in the corridor dimmed, then steadied, and something above them groaned, a deep structural sound that might have been stone, or might have been the citadel's old bones shifting. "The physician," Peta said. "Where is he?" "Ivo is holding the infirmary," Marta said. "He is the only thing keeping the Tribunal's frost guard from flooding the foundation level. He will hold as long as he can." Peta's blade came up. Boots were approaching from the service shaft, not stealthy, not slow, the rapid, deliberate stride of people who knew exactly where they were going. Tribunal loyalists. Sabine's people. "Then we hold here," Peta said, and moved to meet them. Marta followed. Cleo watched them go, 2 figures against a narrow passage, and the sound of cold iron meeting cold iron rang through the corridor like a bell. In the chamber, Anselm's count reached 6. The black pillar began to weep. Not water. Frost, condensation running in thin streams down the polished surface, and where it touched the floor, the spiral carvings reignited in a color that hurt to look at, a silver beyond white that seemed to move independent of the stone. Cleo's brand burned. Not the familiar ache of the wound, not the spreading cold she had learned to breathe through. This was a pull, a physical tug that drew her toward the pillar as if she were iron and it was magnet, and she felt her weight shift without her permission. A single half-step toward the black stone. Kazimir caught her. His arm locked around her waist, braced, immovable, and she felt the strain in his shoulders as he pulled her back. "It knows you are the door," he said. "It wants to walk through." Cleo's hand, still pressed to his chest, curled into the fabric of his coat. The brand seethed against the warmth of his body, and for a moment the two forces, the pull and the anchor, held her in suspension, a body stretched between 2 gravities. "Break the pillar," she said. "That is the ritual's center. If it falls, the binding cannot complete." Kazimir's eyes held hers. "And you?" "I am not going to walk through. I am going to stand here and let you break it." The 7 came from Anselm's mouth, and the pillar's weeping turned to a sound, a low harmonic that matched the deep ice's pulse, and she felt the chamber's intention shift toward her like a predator adjusting its aim. Kazimir let her go. He turned, planted his boot against the pillar's base, and drove his weight into a crack already spreading from the floor damage. Stone splintered, the harmonic stuttered. He struck again, and each blow sent a tremor through the ritual lines, a shock that rippled up to the ceiling where Sanko's ward disruption was already weakening the containment. In the corridor, Peta cried out once, short and cut off, and then the sound of fighting stopped. Cleo's heart seized. But it was not Peta who fell. It was the last of the Tribunal loyalists, driven back by Peta and Marta working in tandem, cold iron and rusted pipe against Tribunal steel. They held the passage, bloodied, breathing hard, still standing. Sabine Kidar stood at the far end of the corridor, just beyond the reach of Marta's guard. She had not drawn a weapon. She was watching Anselm through the open door, her face uneasily still. "I would intervene," Sanko said, dread-ragged, "but I am currently keeping the ceiling from collapsing on all of us. So whatever decision you are about to make it quickly." Sabine's hand moved, not toward a blade, toward the seal at her collar, the one that marked her as Drozdov's intelligence officer, and she touched it as if she had never really felt it before. "Would have been easier," she said, "if he had been a monster." No one answered. She stepped forward, past Marta, past Petter, through the chamber door where Anselm stood with his hands pressed to the weeping pillar, frost climbing his arms, the Count dying on his lips because the carvings were failing, the spiral lines going dark in sections as Kazimir's boot found the pillar's core flaw. "Anselm." Sabine's voice was flat. "The ward lines are fragmenting. The chamber will collapse if you push harder." Anselm did not look at her. "Then it collapses," he said. "But the door opens first." His hands left the pillar, and the pillar did not fall. It splintered at the base, cracked by Kazimir's assault, but it did not crash. It leaned, shifted, and the crack that opened above the break was not stone giving way, but something behind the stone, a darkness that pressed through the fissure like a breath through a wound. The deep ice did not need the pillar. They had been using the pillar to reach the door, and the door was still standing. Cleo felt the shift before she understood it. The brand on her palm went cold, then hot, then cold again, in a rhythm that matched nothing in her body. The darkness in the fissure turned toward her, and she realized with terrible clarity that she had been wrong. The ritual was not the pillar. The ritual was her. The lines, the carvings, the binding, all of it had been preparation to make her the vessel. The pillar had been the intermediary. Now that it was breaking, the deep ice was coming directly. It had no more need for the chamber. It was reaching for her through the open door of her brand. Anselm's voice cracked. "Sabine, stop it. Stop her." Sabine did not move. The darkness in the fissure thickened, and Cleo felt its attention, ancient, patient, and finally certain. A predator that had waited 93 years for the door to open fully. And the door was opening. Chapter 39. The darkness in the fissure did not move like fog or flood. It moved like attention, a focused weight that pressed through the crack and turned toward her with the patience of something that had already won. Cleo's brand screamed, not sound, sensation. A cold that was also a hunger, pulling through the wound on her palm, through the silver-white spirals that had healed into her flesh, through the crack that should not exist in visible light. The pull reached past skin into marrow, into the space behind her ribs where breath lived, and she felt herself becoming an opening. The chamber tilted around her. Kazimir was shouting, his voice muffled as if heard through water. His hands closed on her arms, but she could barely feel them. The brand was the only sensation that mattered, a point of infinite cold that was also infinite welcome, a door swinging inward. "Come," the deep ice said, not in words, in the shape of belonging. She saw herself standing in a vastness of white, not cold but beyond cold, a place where the distinction between self and winter had dissolved. The ice was not enemy there, it was completion. The Lisenka who had never been, the one who accepted, the one who opened fully. She would not be a door. She would be the threshold itself, and everyone she loved would pass through her into a silence that never ended. She saw Kazimir there, his face unmarked, his hands still, no warlord, no prisoner, just a man who walked into the white with her. The image was beautiful. It was also a lie. Cleo closed her fist. The brand burned, but she closed her hand around it, flesh against flesh, and the pressure of her own grip was a boundary, a line drawn. The pull did not stop, but it slowed, and in that slowing she felt the deep ice's surprise, not shock, but curiosity, as if a lock had asked a question instead of opening. She opened her eyes. Kazimir was holding her. His face was inches from hers, pale and tight with fear, but he was not shaking her, not demanding she come back. He was just there, present, the anchor she had asked for. "I am still here," she said. Her voice sounded strange, as if she had to remember how to shape sound. His grip tightened fractionally. "I know. The deep ice is not coming through the pillar." She strode faster, the words clicking into place. "It is coming through me. The brand is the door. The whole chamber, the ritual, Ansel, all of it, was preparation to make me open from inside." Ansel heard her. His hands had left the pillar, and he stood with frost climbing past his wrists, his face a mask of desperate calm. "Then close it," he said. "Refuse. The door only opens with your consent." "Consent is not the hinge." Cleo turned toward him, and she saw the thing she had missed, the way his eyes flicked past her toward the corridor, toward the people behind her, the way his frost-bitten fingers curled, not in command, but in calculation. The ritual had never been just about her. It was about the moment she could be made to choose. And choice did not exist in isolation. It existed in relationship, in love, in the unbearable weight of other people's lives held in the balance. The deep ice had learned, across 93 years, that Cleo would not open for belonging. It had tried purpose, vengeance, the seduction of completion. None of them worked, but there was one thing it had not tried: loss. She saw it in Anselm's face a second before it happened. Not cruelty, grief. The grief of a man who had spent 40 years sealing a crack with his own blood and was now going to use the only leverage left. He moved, not toward her, toward the corridor, toward Martyr, Petr, Yelena, Sanko, who stood at the chamber threshold, injured and exhausted and watching. "No," Cleo said. Ansel's hand came up, and the frost on his arms answered him. Not a working of the deep ice, but of his own frostcraft, a mastery she had never seen him fully use. Sheeting ice swept across the doorway, sealing Martyr, Petr, Yelena, Sanko behind a wall of clear, glittering cold. Yelena's fist struck it once, and frost spread across her knuckles. Ansel turned back to her. "The door opens," he said, "or I fill this chamber with winter so deep that everyone behind that wall freezes where they stand before the first bell of dawn. I am not the deep ice's servant, daughter. I am the lock-keeper, and I will seal the crack with whatever I have left." Kazimir's voice was low, flat, and final. "You will not touch them." Anselm's pale eyes met his. "I already have." The frost on the barrier thickened. Through the translucent surface, Cleo saw Martyr pulling Yelena back, saw Petr raising his cold iron blade to strike the ice, saw Sanko's frostlight gutter as she tried to hold the ceiling and fight the seal at once. The deep ice pressed against Cleo's brand, patient, waiting for her to break. But Cleo was not going to break. She was going to understand. The ritual had a hinge, not the pillar, not the brand, not Anselm's frostcraft. The hinge was the moment before choice, when the door stood open and the person standing at the threshold had to decide what they were willing to lose. The deep ice had divined the cycle so that Lisenka would always choose to open, because the alternative was watching everyone she loved die. But the deep ice had never met a woman who had already lost everything once. Cleo had died alone grading essays. She had no family waiting for her, no home to return to, no life she had left unfinished. The people behind that wall were not her safety, they were her choice. And choice, she had finally learned, meant nothing when it could not be refused. She pressed her branded hand to her own chest. "I will not open," she said. Anselm's face twisted. "Then I know what you will do." Cleo's voice did not shake. "And I am going to stop you." She turned her hand over. The brand was a ruin of silver and darkness, the crack across its center pulsing with the deep ice's rhythm. She had taken this wound for Kazimir. She had carried it through the citadel's foundations. She had let it heal into a door. But a door could be unmade, not by closing it, by destroying the frame. She drove her fingernails into the crack. The pain was immediate, total, a white sheet of it that erased the chamber. She felt the deep ice recoil, not in injury, but in shock, as if a lock had decided to tear itself out of the door rather than turn. The brand split, silver-white patterns frayed at the edges. The darkness in the fissure behind the pillar stuttered, lost its certainty, became a blind searching instead of a focused pull. The deep ice was still there, still pressing, but it had lost its point of entry, its clean opening, its door. Cleo dropped to her knees. Blood ran down her wrist, hot against the frost-chilled air. Her hand was open, the brand cracked across her. The wound she had taken for Kazimir now remade by her own hand, a different kind of ruin. It would heal wrong. It would scar differently. It would never be the same door again. Kazimir caught her before she hit the stone. "Cleo. Cleo." "I broke the hinge," she whispered. "It cannot come through me if the door is broken." Anselm stood frozen, frost still climbing his arms, the barrier behind him. Holding, his face was not that even stride the enemy, and what I've reconciled in straight. I have existed to Rediety, for we are banished to myself. I existed to me the purpose, and prefaced on his motions very firedly. Menet, the jeeps test in this land micro glue is record, much as it might this first adegrate, which yell then migs of a challenge move to me, that resolage between ratingness parted his unable. Today this turpifying phrases was boking, a bunyan his high, song the point of Megclom and Leastard, to a bloating diseased brand. In body story ears that remember the recency of ins fives still, needed to spires always night, the spire stells, then it feels promise firing surface. Literally I have never mean it too. In body story incident is definitely their fallacies. And today the Biganish pulling news that mix the insevery discridgery trips, and this telling you spec me on spire for a life. Do I keep peating? Thank you. Kazimir held her against his chest, one arm locked around her ribs, the other hand pressed over the ruin of her brand. Blood soaked through his fingers, hot and wrong against the frost-chilled air. The fissure behind the pillar had gone quiet. No pulse, no pressure. The darkness still hung there, a blind mouth without a tongue, but it no longer reached for her. Anselm had not moved. He stood at the broken pillar, frost climbing past his elbows, his pale eyes fixed on Cleo's hand. "On the split brand," on the blood that ran down Kazimir's wrist and dripped onto the stone floor. "You destroyed it," he said. His voice was not angry. It was the voice of a man who had spent 40 years building a wall and watched someone kick out the foundation stone. "Yes," Cleo whispered. "The door cannot be unmade. It can only be turned or broken." "It is broken." Anselm's frost-bitten fingers curled against his palms. The gesture was small, almost involuntary. She had seen it before in the strategy chamber, when he had told her that the deep ice would tear through her to find another Lisenka. She had thought it was calculation. Now she understood it was grief. "You were never meant to choose this," he said. "I raised you to choose the ugly thing because someone had to. Because the weak ones, the kind ones, they would let the ice have everything while they debated the morality of the lock." Kazimir's arm tightened around her. "She is not your daughter." "No." Anselm's gaze did not waver. "She is not. But she wears her face, and she carries her blood, and she has just done what 8 Lisenka before her could not." "Refused," Cleo said. "Yes." His voice dropped. "And the 9 previous Kazimirs accepted the script. Do you understand what you have done? You broke not 1 pattern but 2. The North has no precedent for this. No protection, no wall." "The wall was killing people," Cleo said. Ansel's jaw tightened. Frost crept higher across his shoulders, threading through his collar. The chamber groaned around them. Above, a new crack split the ceiling, and dust sifted down like gray snow. "The wall was keeping the ice out of Frostmarch," he said. "What comes now is not my failure. It is yours." He began to turn away. Kazimir moved before Cleo could speak. He shifted her weight, adjusting his grip, and his voice came low and flat, the voice of a commander who had learned to make men listen even when they did not want to. "You do not get to walk away from this." Anselm stopped. "You spent years manufacturing my treason. You burned my regiment. You branded me in every cycle and called it necessity. And now that someone has finally refused the role you wrote for her, you call it her failure." Anselm turned back. His face was carved stone, pale and cold and unreachable. "It was necessary." "It was cowardice," Kazimir said. "You were afraid of the ice, so you fed it what it wanted. You gave it Lisenka after Lisenka because you did not believe a Dradov could confuse." Ansel's frostcraft flared. The barrier behind Cleo thickened ice, and Yelena's muffled shout came through the translucent wall. Pale gray eyes met pale winter sky eyes. 8 of them died, Anselm said. The 8th refused, and the door opened, and it never closed. "You think you have won something, Commander? You have bought us a wound that will fester without a surgeon." "I am not your surgeon," Kazimir said, "and I am not your demon." He held Ansel's gaze without flinching, and something in the old man's posture shifted. Not surrender, not recognition, a loosening, like a reeds that had been pulled too tight for too many decades and had finally fight the knot slip. Ansel looked down at his hands. Frost covered them now, creeping past the frost-bitten fingertips, crawling toward his wrists. "I am the lock keeper," he said, "and I have just watched the lock burn." Cleo forced herself to speak, her voice raw and thin. "What happens now?" Anselm's eyes lifted to her. A ruvial orgiag wriggly. She will ask her real, his tail jangway to see her stepping into the Ambonese trigger switch, a silver to herd about one japire. The spiler's grass, the voice in fade and dead, the crack in her palm had gone dark, but where the brand had been, where the door had opened and never closed, she felt pressure. Not from the deep ice, from something else, something colder. The wrong winter was coming, and it was looking for her.